forget that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One
but
second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Tinubu is a criminal. Yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal. And is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sure. Thank you so much.
Blessed are those who know how much they need to know before they know how little they know.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. For joining us. I thought I should just play some of that intro so that just to give people a chance to be able to join. I think we have got some people already joining in. I think I just wanted to have this conversation, and I hope you all join me for it. Even if it's 2 or 3 people, I think I'll probably learn something from it because every day we just come here to learn more about our situation, really, and our people. This is about education, the educated people in our country, and in our societies, our communities everywhere, really. Because what you tend to find is that even these so-called educated ones are not are ill equipped to handle some level of critical thinking, some level of understanding of our situation, their awareness. Maybe it's the same way around the world. I'm not so sure about that. But generally, people are more aware of what is going on around them. They are more aware when they see their leaders going into foreign hospitals, going into foreign holidays, and their country not being secure. They are more aware. They are more aware that if they don't have a power supply, something is seriously wrong. They are more aware if there is no power, water, pipe bomb water. Nigeria has completely accepted it to an extent that is like nothing that a government should even afford. Pipe bomb water. What is that? Pipe bomb water. Go and get your borehole. That's how it works in our own climes now. There are so many things that people take for granted around the world that we have become conditioned to accept. And then if the educated ones have been conditioned to accept it, what chance has the one that are completely uneducated got to understand these things? So, and let me just play this video of some of the stuff Buhari said about our youths. Let me see.
And health. And then the economy. We have a very young population. Our population is estimated conservatively to be 180 million. This is a conservative one. More than 60% of the population is below the age of 30. A lot of them haven't been to school, and they are claiming, that Nigeria has been an oil-producing country. Therefore, they should sit and do nothing and get housing, healthcare, education free. But let me tell you that recently, my Minister of Education or for Information was constrained.
As you can see, he thinks that our youths and are lazy because we have oil, so they expect us to have, free healthcare, free everything. Basically, that's what he's saying. He called them lazy. On top of that, apart from being uneducated, how he can say that with a straight face, I don't know, because I met a northerner recently, and when I was in Nigeria, and he told me he was driving a taxi. He told me that they had to kind of force him to go and drive a taxi because he was driving an Okada. That they had to push him. That his ambition was to drive a taxi, to drive Okada. That a taxi was a totally different level for him. That they literally had to force it. That it was, I think, a foreigner that even came to even push him to do that. That because the foreigner saw how he was taking care of his Okada and everything, said, you know what, you can do better than this. I think it was in Indian or a Lebanese or something like that. That's what he told me. And if that made me wonder, how is it that we can have a situation whereby people will wake up, have children, And the aspiration they have for their children is to go and ride Okada and then get married. That is their whole plan. That is the plan. And so people happily give them this for vision and give them this for hopes for life. And they, to an extent, even accept it. Because that's what he said. He accepted it. He didn't see it as a big deal at all. So it's almost as if they are our uneducated are in such a distant place that how do you even start reaching those ones? How do you start reaching people that they have conditioned not to even be reached at all? I noticed even when some of those students were kidnapped from one of the schools, I think it was in Zampara or Kaduna, and I looked at the school. This is where they are supposed to be going to get their education. I looked at their school and I thought, oh my God. I just felt sorry for them. The parents were there crying, Then I started feeling sorry for the students, not just only for the kidnapping, for the school too. The school looked so decrepit, dirty. It's like it has no form. And that is where our children are supposed to get educated. Our people accept that one too. We somehow accept the unacceptable. Not because we cannot do better, because we've just somehow conditioned our people to accept it, and including some of the people that the former president Buhari calls colleagues, brothers, leaders, maybe even family members that condition their people to be like that. And now he's calling them lazy on top of it. So let me check one other video that is out there. I think El Rufai said something similar to from what I know. Okay, so you tend to hear many Nigerian leaders call our people uneducated. For the life of me, I don't know why. Even if you believe that they are uneducated, you don't go out on international media to call your own people uneducated and lazy on top of it, when it's your job to have done a better job of taking care of them. And that same leader that said those things now, where is he? Is he not in London, coming here to come and relax in the Oyibo man country after he left that mess for his own people? One other thing this same taxi driver told me, he told me that like the Fulani, because he is Hausa, he said the Fulanis are people that are willing to sacrifice themselves for their cows and sacrifice even their own people for their cows. And but he said your Hausas are not like that. Then I said, but what does that mean then? Does that mean that the Hausa, the Fulani man understands that their own life is, they can make the sacrifice, the necessary sacrifice for the next generation? It's not necessarily about them. Because if that cow is there, their children can eat and others can eat, but them, they are willing to sacrifice because they live in hostile environment. So all the reason why I'm mentioning all these things is because so that you get the kind of mindset that people have in some sections of the country. And as a matter of fact, there are elements of this in the South too. Let's not mince word. There are elements of this in the South, and we've heard of it all. And so if you have populations that believe these things, it's not because what I told the the driver was that Fulani man knows how to make sacrifices. That's what it is. But the question is, why does he have to sacrifice his life for a cow? Why does he need to do that? It's because the people that they call their own leaders have left them to flounder. For some, we all know the reasons why anyway. We all know the reasons why they do these things. They left them, abandoned them. Then, hence why I decided to bring this topic up, that because these people, if we reach them, if we show them that there is a better way, that there is a future out there, that if they just do the right things, that they can get the kind of things that they would never even imagine at all. Like that driver now, that they had to inspire and force to even go and start driving this thing, a taxi instead of Okada. Can you imagine if you tell him that he's going to have pipe-borne water in his house, he's going to be able to go to good hospitals, he's going to, all those things, most of all those things will be granted. He's going to have solid power supply and everything. And this driver is a very good driver. Oh. Very good driver. If you look at this guy, he takes care of it very, very well. Some people are naturals at taking care of things. Some people are naturals. They just come into this world. You give them something to take care of, they will take care of it. They are just naturals. You don't have to teach them how to do it. They just understand those type of things. His car was almost spotless compared to the cars you see in the same town. But those are people, the society doesn't cater for them, because the ones the society is catering for are the cutthroat ones. The site doesn't cater, this in the town, I mean, say the site. The town and the country doesn't cater for people that have integrity. It caters for people that are going to cheat and will lay their way, that don't earn anything, but they just want all the gains out of it. That is what you tend to see in this in Nigeria. That's why I'm asking the question: how do you reach these type of people? Because if you can reach them, they make up a large proportion of the. When you hear about the poor people in Nigeria, that's the reason why they call Nigeria the poverty capital, or country of poverty, is because of these groups. I couldn't believe what I was hearing when he told me some of the things he told me. I couldn't believe it, because I can't imagine how somebody can grow up thinking Okada is the way to go. I can't imagine that. Then they had to force him to go and drive a taxi. That is just mind-bending behavior. And I've shared this before on this platform, where you had people that are riding Okada having multiple wives, and they are telling you that they tell us the reason why they're having those children. They tell us the reasons. And I'm not saying it because of the reasons why they're having the children. I'm saying it because that is all they have. It is all they have. They don't have anything else. If you go all over the country, there's a lot of people that are just used to being treated badly, that they don't have anybody listening to them. We just finished a topic where a lady was dismissed from the military and nobody is there to hear her case. They just dismissed her, silenced her, and that's the end of it. But let me welcome some people in already. I think Alaba is here. Alaba, whenever he hears about the people, he's always around to say a thing or two about the people. I can see Tope O there. AB is there. Toffee, yes, the night show, listening to Nigeria, wanting everyone in the society to secure security expert and scientists. You should be happy if you can get that. If you can get everybody to become security experts and scientists, my God, we'll be out of the mess that we are in. I tell you that, because those are the things that make nations. But before we get there, we'll have to reach the people. If you can reach the people and let them understand that they can get better out of their societies. And it's not far-fetching. It's not that far. It's not far from them. They just have to understand that these things are up for, they can reach it and they can attain these things. And it is real. It's not like pie in the sky kind of stuff. So we have to spell out an agenda that makes it clear to them that they can get all the things we are painting. They will get good healthcare, good roads, electricity, pipe-borne water. All these things are not far-fetched. They are not spectacular achievements by states. They are things that people build. and they can build them very quickly if they mean business. They just need to sign on to the idea. If they sign on to the idea, all that suffering goes away. Nigerians don't have any reason to suffer. Nigerians don't have any reason to suffer. About 90% of African countries don't have any reason to suffer. And everywhere you see black people around the world, more than 90% of them don't have any reason to suffer. Many of them are in fertile grounds, oil and mineral-rich grounds. Everything, they have everything they need. None of our black population, just name one black nation that is on a barren land, that is hit with year after year, famine after famine, and poverty after poverty. The only place you can say that they are experiencing this type of stuff is like Somalia, maybe Ethiopia. They tend to experience drought and this type of situations annually. But the rest of us, we are just doing just fine. You know, I was having one conversation with a Nigerian farmer. I was like, when you plant your crops, so you are going to water it. They started laughing at me. The last time I just went to Nigeria, they started laughing at me like, oh, we are going to water the plants. It's a joke. We get free water. That, you see, all these things, we take them for granted. We take them for granted. Because I suggested that after you plant all this stuff, you water them. No, we don't need water. The water comes naturally to our farmers. They don't do that one. That is something we take for granted, and we have been given so much, and I don't see why it's so hard. I don't know why it's so hard for politicians to spell out this vision for their people. It's not so hard. The Bolsheviks did it, for the Chinese did it, everybody did it, because, and you can tell them this life will be better for you. It will be better, and it will be.
Is it a monologue? You want us to go back?
See, AY, you're back. Yeah, here now. You started again now. Every time AY comes, look at Ferrari is just looking at me, waiting. He's just waiting. Before he starts his own, he's just being the gentleman.
He don't tire for Nigeria. If there is anybody that you fed up with that country, it's
Ferrari, he said that is like, me a be gentleman at all. No, he's thinking me a be gentleman in my head now. I don't want to say anything yet about this. But that said, though, Ferrari, this idea of reaching, I think people like Ferrari might be able to reach people if he channels his message very well. It's a gift. Because one thing you can say about Wiki, say whatever you like about Wiki. That man, when he talks, a professor will understand him, and an uneducated person will understand him. It's a gift. I try my best, but I'm I find it very difficult to be able to communicate.
What do you mean Wiki too? I don't believe that about Wiki.
Oh, you don't think Wiki knows how to communicate?
No, he's very poor. He's a very poor communicator. What are you talking about?
What? Then you don't understand communication. Then what do you think I meant by that then? What do you think I meant by communication? Then? I think maybe you're talking about grammar.
I don't want to talk about Wiki. I don't want to talk about Wiki.
Ability to pass a message, right?
Yes.
To be able to
focus on the topic, please.
Let's focus on the topic. Later,
yeah, fair point. Yeah, later we can dabble into that. So
so let me throw a question back at you, forefather. What resources does Nigeria have? Name the most important resources Nigeria has.
Crude oil. No. Sorry, actually, in terms of resources, human resources then is the most important.
Human resources. Have they developed their human resources? It's the most important resources. Crude oil, gold, silver, diamonds. They're not relevant. If you have your human resources, is the most important resources any country can have. And that is why I respect politicians like Awolowo, who had this in mind, that education is important and it has to be free. That man was a visionary beyond his time. Education is the most real, because if you can control the mind of your people, you can lead them to greater heights. I mean, if you can give them the vision that they need. So the failure of Nigeria over time is its failure to provide vision. And there's been the miseducation of the black man from the onset of from the colonial era to the handing over to our own brothers. So that's the key part. That's the key missing part. And I keep coming over and over on this program to tell you that the biggest person to carry the Nigerian blame of failure are the educated people. And you see it over and over on these panels also. You see it with people who you're telling them that the world has moved forward. The world is moving. The environment is dangerous. And you have educated people saying, we're doing good. It's not that bad. Where other people have their problems too. That's the issue. When you take vision out of the human expression, then you leave a vacuum. And what does vacuum create? Vacuum creates what we have now. When you have that vacuum, because nothing fills that vacuum. There's no aspiration to be great. There's no aspiration to be. So talking about that driver in the north, already somebody in the comment section already turning it into AB, already turning it into a tribal issue. The northerners are usually without ambition. You see, is that the type of conversation we want to have? You understand? They don't have vision. They don't understand that that man is living within the confines of his own survival. So you have to go back and ask the question, what kind of education did they give us that makes us the way we are, that makes our politicians the way we are? The type of education they gave us that makes them think that money is everything, that developing themselves and their family only is the way to go. What kind of education
how do we reach those people then, the uneducated ones? Because you are going to need them
by constantly calling a spade, by being truthful, by being unapologetic in our criticism of their insanity, of their stupidity. We unapologetic by calling it what it is. You cannot be living abroad, enjoying good transportation, electricity, and all that, and your country has none. And yet you come out to defend that thing they're doing good. You're 64 years old. Do you have a 64-year-old baby who cannot feed himself, who cannot walk? Don't you question such a 64-year-old baby? Oh, but America took 200 years. The recipe is already here. All you got to do is copy it. How do we have engineers that don't build bridges? Engineers that don't make planes? Engineers that don't make bicycles? How much more a car? Think about it. How do we have lawyers that come and tell you my hands are tied? Lawyers that agree to a law that says someone should go for a sentence before a trial. Somebody should be sworn in before how do you have people like that? What is fundamentally wrong with the way we were educated? Is that the type of person you expect to educate that man driving his Okada to reach for greater heights? Look at China. 40 years ago, China had some villages in China had no TV. But there was that guy that invested in education. They sent all their people out. The right form of education, not the Kolo mentality type of education we got, where Mongo Park discovered in Niger, and unless we eat like the white man, dress like the white man, walk like the white man, talk like the white man, that's what we call education. But we don't produce like the white man. We don't, I mean, as an educated person, you're supposed to influence your environment, your surrounding. We have no vision. We don't affect our future. We don't affect our environment. You have to ask that question. What kind of education did we get?
Yeah. What kind of
education did we get that will make somebody see? You know, I love that man. Go and listen to all his songs. He sang it in all his songs. He said, now all the bad things of this world, naim we they carry. All the bad things of this world, that's what we carry. Then the good ones, we leave it behind. And you got to put that blame on the educated people. You can't take it anywhere. You can't enlighten the uneducated without getting to the educated one. If the educated ones has been miseducated, you're going nowhere as a society. You'll just be parabolating and still the same place. Because you have no vision. No vision. And there's more. Let's say why I talk. But educating the people matters. The most important resources we have are the people. And what we have right now is not going to take us there. It's not taking us there. The people in charge have no clue. They're visionless. They want to drive a Cadillac, but they're not thinking of making a Cadillac.
You see?
This matters.
Thank
Your
you.
frame
Thank
of
you.
thought, perception is everything. That guy was just here. Listen, that politician, I don't want to criticize him. He came here to talk about somebody being abused in the army. He was more interested in pointing fingers to the current government. Correctly so, he should do that. But your party was in charge for 16 years. What laws were in the books before you left that says if I'm violated by an institution, I can seek redress? You see, we don't think like that. And it's important for us to think like that because today it is that girl, that girl. Tomorrow it could be my daughter, it could be my granddaughter that will be in that situation. If I have not laid that foundation on the ground for her today, that if she gets violated in the army, she can sue the army. She can't, there should be laid down rules. Somebody should be in charge. When the army does its own investigation, after they are done with their investigation, it needs to be passed to the next person. It doesn't have to wait until somebody files, particularly if it's in the public domain.
Yeah.
Because that's, we just got everything wrong. And I think the first thing is a matter of education. If I become somebody today that says what's the most important thing that country needs, it's education. And it's not just education of passing WAEC. It's education with vision that your people can see where you will be in 100 years, where you will be in 200 years. Not build me a bridge, or build a road. That's not education. Or build a house. That's not education. Or have money in the bank. That ain't taking you nowhere. Look at, we're at the verge of a possibility of a third world war now with the Israeli-Iran situation. Everybody taking side. Russia taking side. China taking side. Where are we going to be if the world goes boom with the type of leaders we have? Nowhere. Let me just
AY, so what do you think about this now? Because we have to reach the masses, and I'm beginning to investigate how to do this. So what do you think? How do we reach these uneducated groups in Nigeria? And some of them are educated. They don't just have the ability to have smartphones. They are not going to come online with data. They don't have money for data. They are busy trying to live from hand to mouth with all the cost of living now in Nigeria. So what do you think?
I think it's a simple answer. Ferreira just answered the question. I can't really agree more. The importance of education cannot be overestimated, to be honest. Awolowo said, and I quote, he said, when you fail to educate the children of the poor today, they will be the problem of your children, of the children of the rich in the coming years. That is what you really see that is happening today. The cost of not educating the people is actually way more than the cost of educating them. If you really sit down and punching the numbers and and have a very broad analysis, you will see that, I'll give you an example. I say this, right? The reason why Boko Haram were able to recruit people in Maiduguri and in the northern part of the country was because of the simple thing, majorly is because of lack of education. And if you watch that area, Nigeria government have been fighting Boko Haram for over 10 years now. The cost of mobilizing military, buying military equipment, buy weapons to fight that war, you would have used that to build standard schools across the country, employ more teachers, and be educating people. Let me break it down further. A friend once said to me, we were having discussion, he said to me, he said, do you know what is hope? When somebody does not have hope, he has nothing to fear. He is able to say, you know what? He doesn't value his life even. He's ready to die today. But when somebody is educated, you give them hope. Educated person, even if they are struggling today, they have some kind of hope. Oh, I'm able to get a job. I'm able to get a business. I'm able to leave the country. He has hope. There is something he will be looking up to. The definition of the education, yes. What is actually the definition of education? The education is more like for you have ability to give you ability to differentiate between the right and the wrong, ability for you to think logically, ability for you to think better, actually. I usually say this, right? When I say university, I think it's from the word universal. If somebody have an education, even if he or she have to sell akara tomorrow, he will understand how to, make that business better, how to organize himself or herself, how to get it done in a better way, So the importance of education cannot be overemphasized, like I said, that's the
But what if they
problem.
are not educated now? Are you going to wait? Because that is a long-term plan. But if you want to transform the system in 5 years, or you want to, how do you reach that?
I think now you are talking about the formal education, which I think that's what we're discussing.
Yeah.
The other thing is, so we need to actually know what we need to be very specific. Education is okay? You can look at it in terms of making people understand the way forward. They understand the objective of what you try to achieve, right? Like, we want to build a country. There are some things, like some good idea where we think the country should go. We want to build a country. You can educate the people. This is what we try to achieve as people, as a country. So they should have the minimum. But what usually comes is when like the way the politicians in Nigeria weaponize poverty, right? It becomes difficult as well. We can't roll it out. People were telling me in Edo, just compared Edo election, politicians were buying votes, especially PDP and APC, as high as 15,000-20,000 naira per vote. So the reason is, okay, you look at it, will you say it's because of education? Yes, sometimes it can be lack of education because they don't understand the implication of collecting that 10,000, 20,000, for example. Because if they really think, what is the money going to do for you? What is the money going to do for me? Okay, you collect the money, probably you get 2 square meal, that's it, you're done. Or you buy a shirt, you're done. Then what happen after the next 4 years? So you need to think along, not be selfish along, for example, there are people, children unborn, that they need to do better things and wait for them. Like there are people, children need to get better education, for example. They need to build our school, they need to build road, they need to, if the country is working, basically, it's gonna benefit everybody more. So, but if you collect the money and the person refuses to work, then now what? You just collected peanut for nothing. So it's more like a wasted effort. So the importance of education, either formal, informal education, needs to, it is something the people needs to pursue, because that is gonna give us some kind of enlightenment for us to think right, for us to be able to differentiate between right and wrong. Is really gonna help in a long way, because it's just like sometimes you have a discussion with people, like they know better, they can only think at their level of understanding. So there is you can't give what you don't have, basically. So look at it that way. I heard you talking about the north. Yes, in the north, it is a bigger problem in terms of the percentage of people that are educated. In the south, you could say, yeah, the south people, they are still lucky. I mean, the education level is higher than in the north. But in the north, usually I blame the leaders. They really have failed the people. And it's not too late still. They have to do something. They have to do something, because I usually say this. I said, Nigeria is in a hot mess, but the northern part is kind of like sitting on a keg of gunpowder, to be honest. If you go to the deeper north, because if they don't find solution, they think it's gonna be like that. It's not gonna be like that. It's not gonna continue. A time will come where there will be serious crisis they can't contain. You saw what happened in the last riot, what happened in the north. That is just a fraction of these people roaming the street. If he get out of hand, nobody will be able to contain him. So it's not too late. There is need to canvass for massive education across the country. These people need to take people seriously, but it seems they don't understand it. I pray it doesn't get to that point where people have to, a lot of people have to give up for things to get better. But I pray it doesn't get there. But I fear it's gonna get there if things continue in this manner.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Let me add something. You see, I decided to try to do a little bit of quick research on these things. So the first question I asked was, what did Mao Zedong promise the people to gain their support? Some of the
Who?
items, like Mao Zedong of China, what did he
Okay.
promise them to gain their support? He talked about land reform and redistribution. In other words, giving even ordinary people. Can you imagine telling northern people that are driving Okada, you're going to have your own land and all kinds? So that is going to blow their mind. And then there is also social equality. In other words, Mao advocated an end to class oppression and the creation of a classless society. Whoa, that is crazy stuff. And then he talked about national liberation, positioned itself as that sovereignty, not about national security, really. That's to assert the sovereignty of this in China. Anti-corruption is one of them. Okay, there's a show already there. Show is one there. Anti-corruption is there. There is economic and social development. He promised them. Then it's interesting. He also promised them empowering women on that one. So then I went on to ask about Lenin. And look at what Lenin promised. Lenin promised peace because they had been at war during that period. You know, the Tsars and all the rest, they were fighting, losing wars all the time. And then land reform again. Land reform again for Lenin. Bread. In other words, they were starving. The poor were starving during that time, and they didn't have jobs. So he promised them food, basically. And then the other one is workers' control. So in other words, he gave them power, gave the power back to the people. And there's an element of that too in the Mao Zedong's this thing 1 2. So he gave the power to the workers. He says workers' control. Lenin promised workers that they will have control over the factories, industries, and that's one of them. End of the provisional government, you know, instability. They were having provisional government after one or the other. Then he instituted a dictatorship. But the dictatorship is based on the dictatorship of the people. That's a promise in the dictatorship where the people control the state. So, but it turns out that he was the one that did that, though. So, the next person I asked about was George Washington of America. He promised the people independence and freedom, which is, you know, what many of them promised to. Stable and a unified nation, keeping the nation unified, civic virtue and non-partisanship. So basically not being divided. It's still the same thing as being unified anyway. Neutrality in foreign affairs. So he's going to stay out of foreign troubles and all the rest. He's not going to get involved in all that. Economic growth and prosperity. He promised them. Avoidance of monarchy. That one. So no overlord ruling over us. It's similar to what you would call like Mao Zedong saying he wants a classless society, and this thing Lenin talking about this thing then giving the people the power. It's basically removing hierarchies. I think when you are trying to transform a system, you have to break down the hierarchy a bit. If you don't break it down, you're not going to get the support of the masses, because those poor people want to elevate themselves. So if you don't give them reason to, one of the reasons they will support you is if they believe that you're going to
listen. Father, I don't mean to cut you off. We are going the opposite direction. Instead of breaking down hierarchy, we're creating hierarchy. We are creating a system of government that enforces hierarchy, that reinforces hierarchy. It's only for the big man. So we're going the opposite direction. So as long as, and everybody buys into it, now the poor man is in the position of thinking, me too, I want to be like that big man. So even if he has a chance to clean it, he won't clean it because he would think it's his turn, or he has to be like that. He's been struggling. So he now aspire to be like him. And we're going in the wrong direction, while the rest of the world is going the opposite direction.
Let me add to what Ferreira said. That's so a point, right? So, okay, look at the senators, for example. Look at it as a rep member. What they do is more like, the moment they will do everything, anything to get to that point, once they are there, they feel they are now above everybody. So you're not gonna see that, for example, even in America. If you are what's it called? If you are in the Senate or in the Rep, you are not different from the normal human being, right? So it's more like, is it in terms of your salary? People are earning salary more than you. Like, you will still respect the people. So they need to build that level of equality where you have at least majority of the people are in the middle class, at least, you know, and don't make all these political positions don't make it too lucrative for people to want to do anything to get to that point, because they are not really doing the work anyway. So I would call it a kind of greed on the leader. What really pains me is they are not thinking of about the people. There is no sacrifice. They don't want to make that
why it's not a kind of greed came in later. What first happened was that when the colonial masters were preparing to hand us over, whatever they are, when they were preparing to hand over to us, they were not training our people as critical thinkers or professionals. They were training them as clerks, secretaries, typewriters, people who just hold subsidiary position. And then they imbibed in them that education is just a job for them to get a job. You know, the transformatory aspect of education was not given. You know, go back, University of Ibadan, the first time he started having medical doctors, or you understand, it took a while, but and then they were pushing them into all these ministries, parastatals, but they were not trained as transformers of society. But they were made to also believe that they would be stepping into their own shoes, the shoes of the white man. And on the hierarchy level, who was at the top? The white man. You understand? So as soon as the white man goes back to England, they step into that shoe with that basic training and that mentality. So when he goes in to become rich or steal money from the government, he's not seeing it as treason or sabotage. He's seeing it as going to the farm or to the forest to kill a bushmeat and bringing it back to the village. So perspective and perception matters. You understand? And some of our writers portrayed this. You saw that in the story of Okonkwo in No Longer At Ease. You understand the dilemma Okonkwo faced. You understand, in collecting bribes. So if anybody ever read that in high school, you understand. So that's the way this was passed on to us, and then over time it became culture. So this big man mentality that, oh, I need to have a boys' quarter, I need to have a housemaid, I need to have people who serve me as we have served the white man. You see? So this has become ingrained in us. You understand? And it became a way of life over the 60s, even despite our fight. Even when we were fighting each other, we don't even know what we were fighting each other for. But so this has ingrained 60s. Then the 70s solidifies it. Luckily, we had wealth then, so we couldn't feel the impact. Then alarm come blow in the 80s and 90s. So we became us. You understand? This is who we are. This is what we are. So we started heading in the wrong direction right from day one. And there had to have been a visionary who ought to have taken us make a U-turn. But we never had that U-turn. We just like we just keep going down that slope and heading down. And now we're just reaping the reward of what we have planted. So everybody that wants to come and blame the likes of Tinubu and all, Tinubu is not, it's a symptom. Tinubu is not Nigeria's problem. This has been there from the days of Obasanjo, from the days of even Muritala, from the days of way back. How did the army officers back then see themselves? Officers, general, they must be served. They have drivers, they have orderlies, they have cooks. You understand? How did the politicians see themselves? So this is what was made to be normal. We have normalized insanity. And now when we even preach against it, people criticize us. You understand? Even then where it got worse was when Pentecostalism came to Nigeria in the 80s. That one just dabaru everything, whereby those ones just substituted. They just substituted gospel of salvation for gospel of prosperity. It is God's wish for you to pay tithe. It is God's wish for you to be rich. It is God's wish for you to collect that bribe. It is God's wish for you to have that contract and build. You understand? Come to church and give thanksgiving. So everything just dabaru upon it. So our compass, both our moral compass, our spiritual compass, and our physical compass were just pointing in the wrong direction.
I think one of the challenging things, because when everything you said is true, because when after the independence, if you look at some of the things I just read out about the leaders, what they promised their people, is against many of those things that were in place after independence. We had hierarchies, we have kings, we have all those things. Most of these people that went on to transform their nations, they removed many of those things. They remove hierarchies, and that is one of the only ways you can get the masses to truly buy into your vision. If you let them know that they are going to have a higher stake in society. They are going to have higher say in what happens in the society, other than just democracy, where that doesn't even matter, where they still have rulers that just rule over them all the time.
Forefather, you see the pushback I'm saying about our educated people already on the comment section. I have somebody pushing back that, okay, all societies have hierarchy. True. But does all societies have impunity? You see how we get things wrong?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes, all society have hierarchy. The higher your hierarchy, the more responsibility they put on you. For example, you can't
hold on now. Let me just finish what I'm saying before you can reply to that guy. Before somebody on the chat take over this in the panel. Because I wanted to read some of the things so that the viewers can get an idea of the patterns that has repeated itself over and over again, how things can be transformed. Because those people, there are millions in Nigeria, and their lives have been blighted. They don't have much of a hope these days. So you have to have a hope for them, something that spells out the path forward. You know, I'm sure a lot of people are doing similar work as we are doing here. So let me just share the information. He says, in terms of George Washington, one of the areas he argued for was economic growth and prosperity. And he talked about avoiding monarchy, you see. But Nigeria, we had them steady in Nigeria when they came, when they left, the British left. A strong but limited executive power. So that is the central one for this in George Washington. Then I asked about Lee Kuan Yew's one. Lee Kuan Yew argued for economic growth and prosperity, which is similar to what almost all of them argue for. Meritocratic society, meritocratic. In other words, no cronyism. In other words, it's a form of equality, really, because if it's meritocratic, then everybody is treated equally. You don't have one person to be being treated specially just because they are related to somebody or they are friends of somebody, they are connected to somebody, you know, side chicks of somebody. All that doesn't even matter. That's what he promised. He promised political stability and good governance, and racial harmony and multiculturalism. So that one is quite relevant to Nigeria, because even if they have multiple races and we have multiple tribes and multiple cultures, so he promised them that they are going to have a peaceful harmony with those things, and a clean, green, and efficient city state. So and which all this is he did them. He promised them and he did it. Strong national defense. He didn't play with that one. That one is a crazy guy. He didn't play with it. Strong national defense and self-reliance and independence. You see, from the get-go, his purpose was to make his nation self-reliant. And this nation is super rich today. Rule of law and strong legal system. You see, he has all the foundations of a strong nation. Focus on pragmatism and long-term. That was part of the discussion earlier on. Long-term planning. And that is one of the things he promised them. And they are one of the most successful countries in the world today. And then I asked about what the leaders of French Revolution promised their people. Again, freedom, which is this liberty thing. Equality, again, fraternity and national unity. Similar, all of them is always similar. A republic and a popular sovereignty. Sovereignty shows up again. Economic reforms and relief from poverty. Everybody seems to be promising that one. Even Tinubu promised that one. Abolition, abolition of monarchy and tyranny. Again, trying to equalize the society. Looking to shift power from corridors of power. That's looking to shift the power from the corridors of power to the people is something that people, the masses, the uneducated, they are willing to sign on to that, because instinctively they know if they now are the people that they go to their door, like in the north, you know, they go to all those rich people's houses and they wait for them to give them money, give them bag of rice, give them all those things. If they think they will be in the position of those people, they will sign on to it. Your vision. So secularism and separation from the church. Okay, making sure that the state is not involved in a lot of things going on. That's what the French Revolution promised their people. Abolition of slavery. I think that one should be coming natural to almost every black nation. I think black nations should not play around with that word, because we have a very horrible history of this recently. And the French Revolution did this one too. Protection from foreign invasion and counter-revolution. Defense always pops up. Revolutionary justice and reign of terror. So that's what they promise their people. When they say that, is basically saying that they will punish people that commit crime. It's a kind of corruption, anti-corruption drive, really. And they were brutal about it. If they catch you, they will put you in that this thing and chop your head off. That's what the French did. They don't play around. Not with these our governors. When somebody has been Boko Haram has been caught and has been killing people, and they convict them to death, they can't even sign the execution order. Something that the court has already. We say the court is not good, though, but court has passed their own judgment, and the governors will just sit down and not do anything. Tomorrow, why would that judge want to pass judgment? The person you pass judgment to get executed is alive and maybe even released someday, and then he might come after you and your family. Why would he be wanting to send anybody later on? These people are keeping the situation, the country, so that everything keep decaying and decaying and decaying further. So, then I asked a question about. I try to distill the ideas why these ideas are popular. Why do these movements succeed? And it turns out that at the core of it is the freedom and rights that you give to the people. It makes them want to sign on to it. Look at me, I'm hidden. I'm hidden. People can't even see me. The freedom and rights that you give to the people make them sign on to it. Equality. This equality keep popping up over and over again. Equality and justice. Equality and justice. People like that. Security and stability. Again, that one. Economic prosperity, social welfare and basic needs, and nationalism and unity, meritocracy and opportunity, reform or revolution, modernization and progress, civic duty and participation. The idea that you get the people involved in what is going on. And this is the one that annoys me with what the president did recently by not even consulting Nigerians on the national anthem. He just went and just changed it. He didn't even give the Nigerian people a chance to participate. When people participate, they feel a sense of ownership, and it makes the nation feel like they are together. But our leaders, God forbid, they don't want that to happen. They don't want that to happen. So these are the things, the things you see. And I just feel like in this age, we are quite blessed with a lot of information. We are quite blessed with some of the things that it will take you years to learn all these things. You have to read so many books. But you can just have systems now that just analyze these books for you and just distill information down and give it to you right there. This is what you need to do. But how do you do them?
Let me tell you one other experience regarding this education thing I noticed. When we were in Nigeria, I always if you don't pass JAM, you can't go to university, or if you don't have this number of this or that, you can't go. And then, or if you have a third class or second class lower, you can do your master, and then you get to abroad. You see somebody who did not even go to primary school being admitted to university just based on work experience. You see them open all. You say, why do they have all these crazy rules in Nigeria preventing people from continuing their education? Some people will do JAM 4 times, 4 years wasted, and then when you get abroad, totally opposite. Somebody will not even get primary school, as long as if he just study, go do the GED, get something. If he be doctor, no hindrance.
Yeah, you make a good point. I want to add when you finish.
You understand? Nigeria just keep putting obstacles in people's life, to the point that the creative ability of the people in itself is suppressed during the entire process. For them to reach greatness, that's why we produce journalists that can't ask politician questions, because he believes that the politician is his master. You understand? He can't ask. He knows he should ask questions. What if I lose my job? You know, what if they fire me? Or what if they kill me? They kill Delegiwa. That because the country conditioned slavery, slave mentality. It just conditioned people to that. Just follow the Oga. Goto Gaba Soni, whatever Oga says, it's whatever the master says, whatever Baba say, or whatever, Oga at the top. We even had was it a custom officer sometimes, some way we go, say, he came on TV with medals, my Oga at the top says I should not. I'm like, Oh God, the talk. You have your work duties.
So,
That country.
so what Ferreira is saying, right? It's so sad. If you were not in the system, you will not even understand how deep these problems are, right? Like in Nigeria, I'll give you a couple of examples. Even in the university environment, the madness you are actually thinking, are these people educated? Like, I had a professor that he just died last month. He used to think differently. They are even fighting him. For example, let's say you come to abroad, some similar department, they work together, right, in terms of research. Let's say you have computer science, physics, mathematics, electrical engineering, computer engineering. You will see they are kind of interrelated, but they will be doing some project together. When I was doing my research then, like I had two professors, one from electrical engineering department, one from computer science department. This is how people work, but in Nigeria, it's not like that. Like Ferreira, even it was even nice to them that you delay people's life. They are destroy people's life. Do you know number of students just because of stupid reasons like, oh, he finished with a tech class, he can't do masters. What the heck are you talking about, though? There are a lot of reasons, right? Like what Ferreira said now. I know somebody, right? He did finish. He did study, have bachelor's degree. He was working in a bank after he finished secondary school, kind of. When he moved to Canada, he got admission for MBA because of his experience. He got into an MBA class. You can't do that in Nigeria. It's not going to happen. So even to the point that, let's say I have a friend, he studied bachelor's and master's in electrical engineering. Then in PhD, he did renewable energy, which is kind of like cut across department. The only reason they refused to give him job, they said, "Oh, your PhD is not called mechanical." I'm like, "You crazy? Like, what's wrong with these people, though? Like the way they think, you will be rolling on the floor. Like even till now, the people think like that. They don't want the system to change. Like you see a system where professor and student is like master and slave relationship. A professor will threaten. I have seen situation where professor will threaten a student. Oh, you can't have it in my course. Are you crazy? Like you looking at these people. Oh, you can't make a first in this department. You threaten a student even when the student work hard to make a first class. Like, why are you guys doing it? Are you guys teaching to just destroy the country, destroy the people? Like in abroad, I was in a situation where we will even write exam. If professor refuse to, if you don't score like A+, maybe you have an A, you go meet the professor and say, "Oh, I want to check my script." You bring it out and say, "Oh, Prof, I think I did." He's gonna double check it and give you mark for what you did right, and you get A+. Even like they are open for discussion. You have questions, you are not scared. The professor is gonna mark you down, is gonna victimize you. You ask your question, you have discussion. It's I don't know. Some of them, unfortunately, they study in abroad, right? I was in a situation where we were even allowed in abroad, like come with a cheat sheet. When you come with a cheat, okay, in real world, right? Let's say you are a doctor, you are an engineer. In real world, you will definitely consult books to do your job. So what that does is they just want you to understand. They tell you to bring a cheat sheet. You can write a lot of things on it, but the question are kind of implied. You still need a lot of critical thinking for you to answer the question. You have to study. But You don't fight in Nigeria. I know there was an exam, one of my final year exam I wrote, like this professor, he deliberately refused to give us constant. If you are a science student, you understand the meaning of that. He deliberately refused to give us constant. We asking this professor, Prof, what's going on? We don't have constant here. Oh, use whatever you remember, because he deliberately wanted to face student. You cannot give anybody exam without giving them constant. It's not done. So, like, the madness is much, like, you will not even, it's shameful as a matter of fact. That is why sometimes when I'm talking, I feel like the whole system needs complete overhaul. The whole system. Like one thing Ferreira also said, right? Okay, when we are in school, right, our mindset is this. People will cram, do everything, study to make sure, oh, I want to make first, I want to make 2-1 so I can work in oil and gas, I can work in the bank. This thinking cannot continue. We need to change it. There should be an overhaul. Why don't you put in student like, oh, how to create jobs?
That jam nonsense got to go. That madness of
A lot of
delaying
things need to
people
go.
from going further. Yeah, you just go to high school. You can go to any school. The only difference is if you want to go to Ivy League because they will give you scholarship or this or that. That's all.
Ferreira,
And then you can still get student loan.
Ferreira, if people that don't, if you are not part of this, if you are not part of this system, you don't understand. My friend with a PhD, that my friend I was telling to you, he went for an interview in one of the Prasata last week. He said he got there. This guy asking questions, it's like a war. Like, they just asking me stupid questions that are out of what he want to do. Like, it seems they're not even, I'm like, which kind of country is this, though? Like, I do interview for people, like, bro, I would be more interested. Let everybody be comfortable, more interested in what this person can do. What skills do you have? What can you do? I've seen situations where engineering student will come for co-op. They will suspend their degree and be working. The company will give their offer because they are good, they have the skills to get the job done. In Nigeria, honestly, the problem are just too much. I don't know. It's a lot. It needs a lot of work. Sometimes
That's why I said the educated ones have been miseducated, and until we reverse that, we can't educate the uneducated one. And education is not just going to school; it takes place within the social confines. It could be through trading, it could be where you are at work, it could be through training, even at the job that I have. If you know how many training they will send you to, how many things they will train you on, retraining, apart from the fact that you've gone to school. So education is not something that you just have a letter in front of your name like Nigerians think and speak big English. No, education is supposed to be transformational. It's supposed to transform you and your environment. If you don't have that kind of education, then you have not been able. It don't matter what letter you have in front of your name. It's supposed to be transformational.
Nigeria has demonstrated that if you are educated but lack the necessary aspect that guides informed and decision that is based on wisdom, that's in other words, good outcomes for your people, is going to be a total disaster. It's actually going to be worse than people that are educated but have a little bit of wisdom, because that person that has a little bit of wisdom doesn't go wrong in the wrong direction far. But the one that is educated, they will think they are going in the right direction, then they will go very badly wrong for a lot. Before you recover, it's even harder. Because if you look at many of the Asian countries, they are slow compared to us. but it took them a while. But look at where they are now. This in Indonesia, that is practically similar size as Nigeria, it's $1.something trillion economy. And they are doing so well right now. In short, all of them are just advancing fast. All those Asian countries, they are just advancing fast.
You're talking big. Look at ordinary Cuba there. The best doctors and nurses in the world. They face one thing. Your education is supposed to be transformational. Any education that does not transform your society, know that group has been miseducated.
That Cuba one is quite a good example too. And
if
you look at Iran one, sorry, I'll just add quickly. If you look at that Iran one too, it's also another good one again because they don't go far because they are under sanction and the whole world, many of the developed world hates them. But the ones that they've done, they've gone far beyond us. They can generate 70 gigawatts while we can generate about 5 to supply to our people. That is some definite massive right direction they've gone for their people. But that way, please go ahead.
So I also noticed that it's not only the leaders that have this problem. Like what I was just saying, Tim Majek put it on the comment section. He said that say somebody with back experience without a degree got into MBA in Canada. That is a fact. It's not even that. So what is education? So it's more like that's why when you read some of these criteria, they tell you, oh, a bachelor degree or 10 years in lieu of a bachelor degree experience. This is what happened. Because it's just like if you grab somebody an interview, it should be able to, you can be doing a work that will just give you that experience you need. Sometimes they tell you, oh, with master's degree, you need 2 years experience. Oh, without a master's degree, 5 years experience. What is education? It's not only going to the classroom alone. Work is an experience.
Work is an experience. Yeah, training
but
is an
people don't
experience.
understand this. Training is an experience. You will see a technician will do technician work for years. He will become an engineer. He's able to design. He's able to supervise. But I don't know what is difficult in all this. Even the other one, right? If we really want to like clean up our educational system, for example, our technical college, what are they doing? Rebuild our technical college. You know what is going on today? A lot of Nigeria, the so-called big men, they go to Turkey to buy furniture. What is difficult in furniture for you to train Nigerians to produce? Even clothing material, a lot of stuff we can produce. We're not doing all that. Even housing, building houses today, Ferreira, a lot of bricklayers, they bring them from Cotonou, from Mali, from all these countries. And we have jobless in Nigeria that are roaming the street. What is difficult in training people in the new technology? All you need to do, have a technical college, look at your syllabus and modify it every year. Oh, there is a new star coming. Get it there. Even in university, that is what is going on. Not you can go to Nigerian University, for example. Now you see a professor still teaching with 1980 notes. You will not believe it. This thing happened till today. They don't touch their notes. If you study in abroad, for example, especially technical courses, when you go back there after 3 years, you will see changes in the system. They drop some courses that are obsolete. You get rid of them. Today, people are talking of AI. When you go to schools now, you see AI courses everywhere. People, Nigeria, I don't understand. That's why some of us that know the detail about what is going on, it gets you really crazy. How some people are just sitting there. They don't want the system to change. For some reason, they don't want it to change. That with Dangote refinery, you see what was going on in Nigeria now. When I was saying it sometime here, like this refinery, the Nigerian refinery, people don't want them to work. It is sabotage. They don't think of the common man. Today, the cost of living in Nigeria is out of this world. The common man cannot feed. A bag of rice, 100,000 naira. It is madness. We cannot continue. We can't.
Let me give you another example before Pansat speak. Like, imagine in Nigeria the type of education we have where we believe that it is better for us to buy generator than for us to generate electricity. What kind of education is that? And you have engineers who will sign up to that kind of nonsense because they want to make money. It is better to buy import generators than generate electricity from the sun or from the wind, from water, from the wave. I can count 5 places you can generate electricity. 5. But we have people who have PhD in electrical engineering. They will be the one that would advise our government. Tell me, is that education?
I don't know. In Nigeria, before Pansat go, In terms of, I would like to know about that petrol price. And actually, since I thought I heard that Dangote was supposed to start selling in naira and everything. That's exchange with the Nigerian government in naira. And I did ask that question before. I think we are going to come back to it before we close out, about whether if Nigerian government decide to give Dangote at a cheaper price, and Dangote gives us the petrol at a cheaper price, does anybody lose anything? Where does any loss come from? If there is no real loss that we can calculate anywhere, then why is that not done? Why are they still selling out petrol at higher prices, both sides of them? So we need to understand that, because some of all these things, what I notice is that it's after they happen that we detect the danger of or the con that they've just done. Because I didn't even know that when the federal government said they were going to float the currency, that it was going to lead in the direction that they did. I thought when they say convergence, it was going to come together in the middle, not that the two prices were going to go up to 1,500 this in naira. I didn't know that. So this is how this Dangote crude oil, this petrol price thing should be. This swap thing that they are doing. Why are they not doing it in a cheaper way? And I think recently there was this one of these labor unions came out and said, let Nigerian government sell petrol, this crude oil to Dangote at half the exchange rate value. So if it was like $75 per barrel, Nigerian government should sell it to Dangote at $35 per barrel. In other words, change the exchange rate to that's the exchange rate should change for
this thing they are grammar. Let me tell you, the cabal don't want the system to work. What the petroleum industry needs complete with deregulation. What you see, what's happened in telecom sector in Nigeria, that is what Nigeria needs.
Yeah, but hold on. We need to know whether this is true, because if it is true, can you imagine the potential? If it is true that we don't lose anything if Nigeria decides to sell it cheaper to Dangote, then why should we pay unnecessarily expensive for petrol? Then why? Can you reason it to me?
That is the issue now.
Honestly, why we are not fractionalizing our own oil, I don't understand. And we haven't. Why we're not,
it's not rocket science.
For me now, a bed in hand is
it's
what
just basic fractional distillation.
In Port Harcourt, Warri, Kaduna.
Ferreira, even Iran, we are talking today. The Israel Netanyahu is planning to bomb one of the refineries. They have 16 refineries. Even if you bomb one, they will function.
Which countries
have Iran?
Iran has 15 refineries.
16.
Oh my God!
What to Saudi? Refinery are nothing.
Hold on, 16. Oh no! You see what I mean? These are people that are under sanction
around the same time.
And they are under sanction. They can't even buy.
They are under sanction.
Oh my God! All our degrees.
Sanction, they are still selling weapons
all our degrees
to Russia.
My degree. Where did it get us?
Godfather, you need to go read the book, The Miseducation of the Black
16 refineries. That's a lot. That's a lot of refineries. That's a lot.
Forefather, Saudi Aramco is similar to NNPC. Saudi Aramco is the only trillion-dollar company that is not a tech company today. At a point, it was the richest company in the world. NNPC, they don't have a billion. What is a billion? They don't have $10 million in their account.
Listen, AY, Brazil has oil, but their oil was not. They started using sugarcane, making alcohol from sugarcane.
Yeah,
making alcohol. Come on, look until we get serious.
The issues are just too big.
We want to play big man. That's our problem. Our people want to play big man without putting the duties of a big man.
We all need to start making things now. We all need to start making things. How many of us are making anything in Nigeria? Okay, we are making money, but are we building anything in Nigeria in terms of products?
We are making nice water, good water. What do they call that water in bag?
Even if it's pure water, it's something.
Pure water.
Pure water. Yeah. You see me now, very much in touch now. We've been on the
Oh, we're
ground. We know what
making
it's all
pure
about.
water.
We know what's on the ground now. We have to start making something. And to be fair, I'm engaged. There are quite a lot of people that I know. When somebody that owns a farm in Nigeria, now you have to start making things and start from somewhere. You know, you have to start from somewhere, even if it's nothing right now. But it keeps the the engine getting ready to start rearing until you have somebody in office that actually ignites it and gets it going. Man, this president, man, the man is such a con. It's unbelievable. I'm really, really embarrassed by him. Some of the things he comes even in his national in the independence speech. He was like, "Oh, we are giving this money to this business. We are giving that money to that business. What money? You give them 500 this in this is 5,000 naira, 20,000 naira here. It doesn't last half a week for people now. When transportation is for 1,000, 2,000 for the slightest journey you make, or on Okada, not on taxi. Don't even try that with taxi. All right. So, Pansat, you have been very patient with us. So this question was about how do we get to the masses? I did summarize some of the things that historically has been proven to be quite effective at getting to the masses. Even I don't know why I'm calling them masses, the people that are, whether they are educated or not, because many of our so-called educated people, they are quite, it's clear we are not educated. There's something seriously missing in our education. And I'm not even sure it's education that can be taught at school. This is something else. Because how is it that Iran, with their own limited kind of education, are able to have 14 refineries functional? The power generation is through the roof. For Nigeria, we are lamenting, and we are the friends of all the foreign countries. And 3 of our presidents right now are in one in the UK. 3. So all these visits we have, what has it done for us? So, Pansat, please, I don't know what you make of it. How do we get to the people? Man of the people.
Anyway, thank you very much. Let me say hello to fellow panelists and those who are participating by watching and commenting. I tried to sit back and watch the new show you have in the evening, Forefathers. And you have Ferrara there, you have AY. I guess I speak the truth just came in. But I gotta be honest with you, every time when some facts are spewed here, that you pretend like you're surprised. Okay, Iran has blah 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 refineries. Oh wow, but you already know that. That's
sorry,
virtually there's
sorry,
nothing. There's nothing you
How
don't
many people know that Iran has 14 refineries? I didn't know that. But we cannot get for working.
That's what I'm saying. But you know they have some. If there's no country,
I know they
like
have
our
one
country.
at least.
Yeah. Okay, then you should have at least asked how much it's gasoline to the masses in Iran. How much?
I've not checked even.
Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. Your curiosity, I could just tell where you are from your curiosity, right? I could tell you.
I have no
but it's
reason
like
to
10
check that
cents.
information until Israel wanted to bomb it. That's the only time I heard about refinery in Iran. Please
That's
go
what I'm
ahead.
saying. It's like 10 cents. That's a oil producing country just like our own. And honestly speaking, one of the things that surprised me it's what we do on the weekends and when we come on these platforms. I mean, we are under attack by people who actually hate by our enemies. These are enemies of the country. It's not by mistake that everything is the way it is. This has to be a deliberate effort to make things the way they are. We have so much resources in that country. It's unbelievable. In that continent, we have the largest deposit of oil and gas. Right? Somebody mentioned Saudi Aramco there. I mean, we can't be talking in several terms anymore, forefathers. I hate to disappoint you because we don't have a separation of the branches of government. These people actually capture the state, in front of us. Every time you're referring to Dangote, Dangote is one of the enemies of the people. Period. Today alone, they're selling him. Tinubu ordered that he be sold oil in Naira. I'll post the link here for you so you can check it out. But it really doesn't matter. He can take whatever he wants in that country. He's just playing games with people who want to be played with. Not everybody. As an Igbo man, somebody from the southeast, Buhari could never have fooled us because he's not that smart to fool anybody. You have to be complicit to allow him to fool you. Since the
How
Nigerian,
is he fooling us by selling us? You don't want him to sell to Nigeria?
who?
Dangote.
Wait, look, if Dangote controls how much anything will be sold to Nigeria, be at the max. The only thing that would limit Dangote from screwing us over is the government, actually. Okay, he is not in it for anything but himself.
Of course, isn't
Okay,
that how it works?
that's capitalism, but we don't have a capitalist system. If he goes now, you and I have had this argument all the time, so I'm not going to get into that now. It's a distraction. You know more than I do. First, we have to know who am I? I'm an Igbo man, somebody who went to war in 1967 when a bunch of Nigerian military people, including those from the southeast, got violent and messed up our country, all of them.
But we are talking about how to reach the masses.
No, hold on. That's not what I'm talking about. You had your time to be talking about all that stuff.
That's what we are talking about now.
Let me land. Talk your own. There's no us. There's no us. You have your own and I have my own, right? I'm trying to tell you that those Nigerians, including you, who come here to distract, talk about silly things. I want you to know that not every Nigerian supported Buhari. The Nigerians have voted against him because they know who he is. He was a military dictator that was into austerity when he was into office, right? So every Southeasterner, I don't know if he got 2%, 3% from the South. It's not because he's a Fulani man, because Yaradua also got votes from the Southeast, who is a Fulani man just like him. So, but the point is that if you go to the Southeast, we get the politics right all the time because we're Nigerians, right? We care about everybody. We follow the truth, right? Not only do we speak the truth, we follow it, right? So if you go and look at the bad actor, somebody like Tinubu will not get votes in the Southeast, not because he's a Yoruba man. It's because he's not a good person to be ruling the country. So we don't like Dangote, not because he's a Fulani man, because we see what he does with cement, we see what he does with
it's not Fulani, by the way, and also with the
whatever he is.
What has he done with the cement that was?
Okay, hold on. Let me. I won't be telling you something you already know. It's like
but we have to be quite
it's like a giant hole
on this talk. I like to keep it objective.
I have already told you these things before, so I'm going beyond you now. I'm addressing people who are watching us. You are
I just want you to make a strong case against him. If you have a strong case,
I don't have a strong case against him. I have a strong case against our nation, our country, the way it is, and what's holding us down, right? And what we have to do about it. Is what I'm going to conclude with. But don't make it like it's personal. It's not a personal thing between me and Dangote. If you don't know that he's not a good actor, then go ahead. He is a commonality in every administration, right? He's a constant. Even his grandfather, Dantata, right? Ibrahim Dantata, right? These people are the elite. They're in the system.
I have an issue with you just calling somebody a bad actor in like his relationship with Bill Gates. I don't like that. His relationship with some of these powerful people that they bring into Nigeria to sell GMO crops. I don't like that. I find that very, very disturbing. But his building of the refinery aligns with our interests. His selling of cement aligns with our interest. Do we want to be importing cement from China? His sugar, all those things that he does, fertilizer. Why are we against those ones? The other things that we are against, we should go against it. But the ones that aligns with us, we should support it. Don't you think?
Well, that is a rational statement, but it's not. If you look at history, I don't know what you're talking about. Somebody, I think I was here when one of the panelists explained to you can do. He says, look, in neighboring African countries, Dangote cement is cheaper in those African countries where he exports cement to other African countries, right? What's the gentleman from Liberia, not Liberia, from Gambia that comes here? He also made that clear to you, right? Where I was present, right? James, they're telling you, if you're producing something in a country such as Nigeria, you are the manufacturer. Do you know how much cement costs in Nigeria? Say, oh, it's a lot of money, right? But other countries who imported from Nigeria, cement is cheaper over there. So when there's COVID here and the Dangote causes the borders to be closed, but he's able to go back and forth, and he's squeezing the country, right? Now he's fighting competition. He doesn't want
you made that
others.
claim several times. I've checked it. It's not accurate. I can pull it up now and check it again, and it's not going to be accurate. Don't
pull
why
it.
do you keep saying he's
pull
selling?
it.
Okay, I'll check it.
Okay, well, meanwhile, pull it while I'm talking. So
yeah,
okay, so that you have some. Okay, I want to be wrong, right? So, but what I'm saying to you, our country is jaga jaga. Why do you think so? We've had a country that was working better than it's working now before, right? In the 70s, in the 80s, it wasn't nirvana, but it wasn't where nothing is working. We've had a country where 1 naira was almost $2 in 1980, right? So when you have pocket change of 15,000 naira, like I could say that when I came there and I'm coming back 15,000 naira, it was like almost $30,000 in 1980, August of 1980. So that's a reason why we have the country we have today. These people, including the former heads of state, they're in alliance with Dangote in all kinds of business. He owns a lot of oil wells. He's friends with every head of state. He owes. When you go and look at the list of people who borrowed money and they didn't pay it back, he's there, either number one or number two. But he's never gone to court, right? All his competition go to court to make their case. His is decided in the media. He's never arrested and go through court. Right now, I've said this before, and I'm tired of saying it because these are actually small things. We have to take our country back, and then we'll have to resolve these things when we do that. We'll do so. All right. Right now, the government gave him over $4 billion Nigerians in 2021 gave him over $4. Do you know how much $4 billion is?
Pastor, let me interrupt you real quick.
Sure.
How much does this man owe? Because you're making this claim. I don't want to say it's a spurious claim, but can you tell us more? And because I never heard it before, just like forefathers just said. I never heard that he owes money and he's refusing to pay.
Well, what you have to do is you dig back to when Lamido Sanusi came in and it was doing some, which that would be 20. Just look at 2015, maybe 2014.
Can we not talk about Dangote and stay on the topic, please?
Yeah, we can start because the stuff I'm talking about is that
he's taking us away.
When you look at
battlefield, it's especially
the problem with Pastor, he can't discuss topic because you always want to.
Because discussing individuals is never going to help that.
Yeah, it's not going to help.
So why don't we do it this way? You talk about issues. Let me talk about individuals. Just keep your mouth shut. Let me talk. You do it right when it's your turn, right? I've been here watching you guys here talking nonsense for almost an hour. Okay, wow. Actually, I came in here. Okay, let's do this.
Very polite.
Let's do this. Hold on, let's do this. Let's make it fun, right? I would hold my peace. I will hold my bullet, right? Let's do this. What are we talking about? AY, what's the topic?
The topic.
What are you guys talking about?
The topic is about.
Let him talk now. Let AY talk.
I'm not the moderator. Forefather is the moderator.
You don't know what we're talking about, right?
No.
You are here as a body. You want a body. You want a body it up here with Forefather. Anyway, let me please hold on now.
Oh
my God! Hold on, please. Let me conclude and then take a break,
Why are you
and then we'll go back.
so?
Hold on.
Why are you so?
Look, I speak the truth.
think
I want
Dangote would be
you
like your age
go,
mate
please
too.
go and do a research if you could.
And you
do
don't have
where
pure
we're
water
here.
company in Nigeria. You are busy, Dangote.
So speak the truth. I want you to Google it because it's a very important question that you asked me. Yes, his name does appear on people who owe the banks a lot of money and did not pay, right? So Sanusi Lamido brought out the list, and his name, virtually every list of every bad actor, he's there. Go and check. We're here, so check it while I'm here. But I don't want to go into that. My main point now is that
issues to discuss, Pastor.
yeah,
Don't
please,
go low, man.
forefathers, you know that he's trolling, but I'm gonna give it back to him if you don't stop. Stop him from talking. Let me land. So what I'm saying to you is that all give me a couple of minutes. What I'm saying is that
you don't have anything to say. You are just
I came in. I've not said anything all day.
Yeah, okay. I as soon as possible, within a couple of minutes.
He's flying an helicopter. Let him land.
So my main point that I was making is that not everybody's getting it wrong, right? We in the Southeast, we know, right from 1967, we went to war because of genocide. Now remember, the problem in Nigeria did not start in the 60s. It's probably there were genocide before that civil war. There was genocide before the army did what they did. So it goes all the way back. One leads to the other, one leads to the other. So my point that since then, though, when candidates come, some of them are worse than others. You have to choose, just like in every country. You have to choose the lesser evil. Most other tribes, and especially minorities, pick the evil instead of the lesser evil. He's right there smoking AY right there, right? But
minority that voted for Peter Obi. Peter Obi was the best. Minority voted for Peter Obi. You don't know that?
Well, maybe that's the first time they ever did something.
Is the majority that the problem in the country? Really?
Yeah. I'm saying that majority.
So will you agree that minority voted for Peter Obi? Can you agree or no?
No, I cannot agree because in let's say Edo State, right? Where
I just say that they know minority.
Will you be quiet? Let me answer you. In Edo State, I'm using it as a typical minority. It's an important minority.
Assad,
APC,
when you are drunk, don't come to the platform, to be honest.
Okay,
so
let's just go ahead and play here then, right? You're not serious. You're an idiot. AY. Anybody who's happy.
Chill. Let him talk.
Don't take him out now, forefather. It's night time. Let the backbones go on. Let him install.
Hold on, he needs to take it back now. He can't just be calling.
I'm not taking it back.
No. Let the backbones go on. It's just 5
Please,
of us.
can you remove him while I talk, and then you bring it back when I'm done? Remove AY while I'm talking. If you're serious.
Are you ready now?
Thank you. So here's what I'm saying. If you look at the voting pattern for 2013 elections, right?
Oh my God.
Labour Party won that election with 300,000 votes.
Are we talking about election again now? You're changing the topic.
We're not talking about, I'm trying to tell him a voting pattern of the minority. Look, he asked me a question. Let me land. I'm giving you data now. The information is this.
Stop encouraging him to change the topic.
Just give him his little. He's getting to.
This is little. Do you know how long he's been talking?
I know. I'm just.
He has been talking for like 20 minutes.
If I was the moderator, let's say I was the moderator. Okay, let's pretend I was the moderator. He's getting to a point. If you keep interrupting him, he's gonna keep getting aggravated.
He's getting to the point that minorities are useless.
So just let him get there. AY actually did ask him a question. It was AY's fault. AY asked him the question. If AY never asked him the question, he would have never.
Then we can decide to move away from the question and return to the topic.
Let him get.
The time is going. We have a time slot.
This is where your skill comes in. You let him talk for a little bit, and then you ask him a question, and then you curve him to the side. That's how you do it.
That is not what I'm doing now. You're telling me not to interrupt him.
Hey, you're not doing it right, for everybody's talking.
You see this guy. Okay. Take 1 minute to summarize Passat.
All right. Thank you. I speak the truth for interceding and actually playing a very good role here. I take credit for your change as well. You've changed and you've doing a better job. Let me say that in Edo State, where for the first time Ever. They did the right thing, right? They brought Peter Obi. I knew about Peter Obi from Edo State. They brought Peter Obi and they did the right thing. But guess what? When the results, when you look at the result, even though it was a rigged election, the differential is still like about 50,000. Still over 150,000 APC got the vote. Maybe then Debo got like 200 and something thousand. That's not quite encouraging for the characters that were in that election. Tinubu against Peter Obi. It should be 0 votes for Tinubu, right? But so we take it. There's a 50,000 differential. My village has more votes than that. What we have to go through with Edo State, I don't think it's worth it, right? What we have to take from Edo people, it's not worth it. I said that, and a lot of Southeasterners, they get mad at me. You have to do the right thing. You're not doing it for anybody. The stark difference between Peter Obi and Tinubu, when are you going to see that again? It's such a stark difference between the two.
What is this woman saying? My God.
It's 1 minute is up.
Madam, look,
Okay.
we are really
go ahead and what's his name? Ferreira. I'm disappointed because you are going down. I mean, you used to be a good guy. You
Pastor, how come you are not
you
able
were
to
given a platform
articulate-
here to host. You lazy. You don't know the technology, right? And I was very disappointed because I was coming to help you, so you be one of our people on the hosting. But since then what you've done is to come here talking and singing.
so that you are doing
and all
what
that. I'm
you're
disappointed.
calling our people lazy on top of it.
No, serious. But go ahead. He wants to talk. Let him talk.
So
I wait for my next turn.
It's not my turn yet. We're changing to. We need to stick to the topic. We have too many educated illiterates on these mediums. We need to find a way to switch them around.
Exactly. I agree with Ferreira.
You've told us
People
about
like
this,
Pastor, they are just educated illiterate.
Can I just answer that quickly? This idea of Pastor going on about minorities, he gave me an idea that I need to start talking about minorities. I think that's going to blow Pastor's heads off. So I'm going to be taking time to do series about one minority after the other. Hopefully,
that's good.
Their
That's
culture
good.
in Nigeria, because we don't talk about minorities enough, to be fair.
Do that,
And,
because it's very, very good. What they do is to sit out there pointing fingers between the Wazobia, right? But if you look at the problems we have in the country, even like right now, like Wike, Fubara, every single problem we have in the country are by minorities. They caused the war, right? When they went to Abure in Ghana, came back, they say, oh no, we don't want to be with the Southeasterners. They're going to dominate us, right? And then they let these Fulanis come and take their oil. They're not even fighting it, right? If you look at Wike, he's there looking after the what is his name there? What is he has over 10 oil fields. And what they do, like Asare Dokubo, is gardening for these Fulanis who own this oil, right? If you look at the Saduana of Sokoto, guess how many oil he owns it in the South? And what these guys do is to protect that oil and then install the Igbos for them so that they be happy. The people come and take your oil.
I thought Atoeze also has it's quite rich, you know.
Him too. He's an Efulefu. He's no good. He's not an Igbo man. No, it's true.
Okay. When
look, the Saduana of Sokoto, how many oil fields does he own? Check it out.
Let's move back to the topic. So
go ahead.
I just thought I should highlight that we need to talk about the minorities.
We need to talk about minorities.
I think
they're doing good where they're doing bad. Talk about it.
Father, 1 minute. Pastor, you need to go take a rest. You know, you need to take some rest. After taking this stuff, you're just gonna be talking. You rest first. Don't take too much alcohol when you know you want to come to the panel.
Exactly.
I don't like what you are saying about Pansa. He doesn't drink Burukutu. He does not.
Thank you. Now, when you sue him like Falana is doing now, right? When I sue Rudolph, for having AY calling me alcoholic on his show, then he's gonna say, "Oh, why am I being sued? You're not supposed to run your mouth at somebody on air."
Let's
right?
go to court. Let's meet in
I
court.
will sue Rudolph if you keep abusing me, right? I will.
Does
Okay,
anyone
it's
know the
joke, it's
story
joke.
of this in Things Fall Apart? Does anyone know the full story of Things Fall
I've
Apart?
forgotten the full story.
I
I
do.
know some part.
You do?
I do. Why? Why
No,
do you ask?
please,
Yeah, I'm
let's
thinking that maybe I
please.
would like somebody to tell us the story, because you know that guest that came last Sunday was really praising the book. It would be nice for Nigerians to truly hear about it. I'm not sure I know the story myself. Yeah, I know I've
And
studied
where
the
you
drama.
grow up, which country you grow up, forefather? You don't know.
Yeah, I'm saying, like,
Are you
Maybe I
serious?
skipped my literature class, man. I skipped my literature
Which
class.
country you grow up? You don't know Things Fall Apart. You don't know First Stack. I'm beginning to
For,
suspect you are a
for,
Cameroonian.
forefather,
First, like, I never opened eye now. That one a long time ago.
Herrera, forefather, they are
Hmm?
part of this elite in Nigeria, so they
No,
gave them
no,
to
no, not
birth
even
to
close.
him in
Basically,
UK.
it was just about when the missionaries.
Yeah,
It was about Igbo
yeah.
society and the transformations it was enduring when the missionaries just first came into Nigeria. Just in a nutshell, that's it. Well, in that the southeastern part of
I think
Nigeria.
maybe the reason why I didn't read Things Fall Apart may have to do with because they did it on TV. So I never really felt like I
What
needed to
about
read.
Weep Not Child?
Nope, nope.
What
The
about
only
Animal Farm?
I never
Animal
read
Farm.
Animal Farm. I think
This
Where
guy
you
live
go
in
school?
Nigeria. You see, he's not in
You
Nigeria.
did? Are you
Start
sure you
reading
are still in Nigeria?
contemporary African.
you guys are awful, man.
We did
It
his
would
Hey,
DNA.
be
I know about the
Zuluwati
story of Animal Farm,
Obo
though. I know about the story of Animal Farm.
But
I
it's
know
a
about
literature
I read
book.
Olaro Timi Obarowe Nubaisi. So I did read that one. That one I really enjoyed it when I read Obarowe Nubaisi.
To be able to tell you the story. Now, Topes, na Ajebota, so he know the story of all these novels.
So
But she
if
will not agree to come online. That's the problem.
Tobe knows all the story. Hey,
She's Ajebota. She's not in our
mm.
class. Tope, jump in.
Yes, no, because I was hoping that maybe we use maybe the last hour to somebody give us the breakdown of what this in Things Fall Apart represented, because for the professor or the doctor to be highlighting that book was really good. I'm curious to hear somebody
Let me
narrate the
quickly
story.
give you a summary. The Things Fall Apart was about the coming of the
Not just
white
a
man.
summary. Give us a bit more than a summary, please. If you can.
Whatever I can give. It was about
Okay.
the story of Okonkwo, which he later continued the story of his grandson. Later, in no longer artist.
Listen,
But
this way you
anyway,
got to
Things
do
Fall
a lot, but let me cut you off. It's like telling a classic movie and you're going to break down. This is the advice I'll give anybody. Don't be lazy, like Ponsat said. Go read the book. It's a classic. It's a classic.
Yeah, you have
to
know
the story. Do you know the story?
You're right. Go and read the book. Just take your time.
Oh, so you're asking me to go and read the book? I speak
Go
the truth.
read the book.
Yeah,
What's
that's
wrong
a
with you
fact.
now?
That's a classic.
That's the only way you can have the
That's
full
like
experience.
You see, this kind of attitude you will take. You think just reading the book is going to make you understand
because
anything?
it goes beyond the
Those
book.
are
It introduces a culture. It introduces a people to you, their lifestyle,
Those are
their
certain books
tradition,
as a
everything. It
human
goes
being.
beyond just the story. You
As
got
a
to go
human
read the
being.
book.
That's like saying if aliens came to New York and say, "Have you ever been to the
Changing
Statue
the
of Liberty?"
tradition.
And you said, "I've never been to the Statue of Liberty," but you live in New York. How's that possible? So how can you be a human being at this age and you say you never read one of the greatest books ever written? That makes
You see, that kind of talk, that kind of claim is why I want to hear you give
So
me.
you got to go.
No, you have to go read
you can't just tell me it is the greatest book.
No, I didn't say it's the greatest. I said
it's one of the greatest book ever written about Africa.
So
okay, let me add my own piece to it. You know, do you know that in movies they have what they call trailers? You have to give people a reason to want to go and
that was
buy
what
it.
I did. That was what I did. I didn't go.
No. He just gave me some. He gave me something bland.
Let's go back to the topic, Father.
Yeah, let's go back to the topic because
the original topic is. I think we've done 2 hours. On it. We can't.
Forefathers, let me say something, right?
I will summarize it, I guess.
Yeah, let me say I was ranting about the way Dr. Rudolph and yourself and others treat guests when they come here. Now, the last guest is a great guy. He's an academic. He's read a lot of books. He's written a lot of articles. But you know, a book of mathematics is a book too. Physics has books. right?
Yeah.
There are other books aside from your basic humanities, which I have nothing against, right? I have a lot of advanced degrees in humanities, so I'm not against, but I'm a scientist. I like physics. So when we have somebody come here as a guest, the only way it's going to be fascinating if there's some kind of give and take. You can't have a guest come and a guy like me ask him a question and then I'm shuffled out and he gets to talk all day about whatever it is. Now, I don't care how educated the person is. He has to answer the question and I should be given some kind of room to push back and stuff like that, have a give and take. You follow me? So I'm here in the United States and he's in Germany. Now, popular culture-wise, that is a big thing for him to make up. I'm here in the United States, $30 trillion economy. All the Germans do is try to figure a way to come over here, rip us off, right?
Wow.
Sell their Mercedes.
So
what I'm saying is that because I'm here on ground, he has a lot to listen to me now. Why am I being a little? Because this is the third time I've encountered him on your show here. And like I said, Rudolph is very proud of him. And most people, they like his voice. He's a gentleman. And he's very knowledgeable, right? But there's something that we must avoid, which to say that somebody knows it all. Nobody knows it all. Nobody's inerrant, right? So what I did the last time was that I looked at things with the aperture and the lens that's best, that makes his case.
Pinhole camera.
Nigeria can be fixed, right? But that's a flaw there. That's not the only option we have. I disagree with that. I believe that if we could fix Nigeria, fine, it's better. But if we cannot fix Nigeria, and I keep telling him we're not going to wait forever, which a lot of you minorities, that's what you think. We're going to keep doing this forever. No, we're not. We are Southeasterners and we could take over that country, and I believe that we should do so, right? So when I see an Igbo man, fellow Igbo man who's an intellectual come in and he's making the case that's what you want to hear, and then you be disrespecting others.
You've had your
right?
time now. Come on.
Okay,
man.
you heard what I'm saying. So I will exit, so you have the time, all the time in the world. It's not the time; it's what you're saying. It's not how long you stay here.
Thank you.
Running your mouth. Ay.
I agree with you.
When we come through there again.
Pastor, come on now. Let me say something.
When we come to that Edo State again, you're gonna listen.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
you.
I
disagree with the guy.
Go, stay and learn.
No, because you won't let me talk.
You need to learn.
Can you people let me this in chime in too? See, seriously, I speak it to you. You better mind your business. Let me learn about this thing. Things fall apart, because remember, if you give me, there's this trend going on.
You have to tell me where you went to school that you don't know this thing. I still find
I went to school in Nigeria. I told you I watched it on
I've
TV.
asked you 5 basic books in Nigeria that every African child that goes to Nigeria
mind your
fall
business.
apart, no
Mind your
longer at
business.
ease, weep not child.
Wait, let me ask for father another question. For father, you finished secondary school in Nigeria. Hold on, you finished secondary school in Nigeria or no?
I'm not going to tell you that, but in short, let me just say yes, I did. So why would you think I don't know?
I need to ask you some other books. Let's assume you are not a literature student. Then, do you know what was the popular textbook in physics that they used in Nigeria for many years?
I don't know the names, but if you mention 3 different names, no, why would I know? I don't know about those things. Do you know how many things I've read since then? Come on, man.
That's
by the way, AY, I saw you talking.
I don't know. I can't remember, but if I hear it, I will remember it.
Is talking.
I heard you speaking about physics today, wave theories and all kinds of things.
Physics, is it Abbott or chemistry? I don't know.
No, wait.
I think Abbott was chemistry.
Let Passat want to give me some accolades.
Okay, why don't you explain to us what's your background? Why were you right on physics today and wrong on everything else?
What are you talking about?
He said I was right on physics. I was wrong in everything else.
Let's
what's the background?
I want to understand this thing about
I have multidisciplinary discipline field. I have a lot of.
Can I? You see, you guys are just kind of denying me the ability to learn.
Okay, Fafana, the question I
This
asked
is
you,
wicked,
you've not answered that
Now, go
question.
ahead. Ask this question. You said you want to ask a
The popular textbook everybody know in physics in Nigeria is PNOKK. And unfortunately, you don't know it. What about chemistry?
How do you know I don't know it? But when you said it, I will remember it. It's not only one. You know.
What
So
about chemistry? No.
I think somebody has said that, but I
What
think I
about
remember
chemistry?
about
If he
chemistry.
doesn't know Lambert, then he didn't go to school.
I know about Lambert. What is wrong with you people?
That's chemistry, right?
You think I remember all these details? Maybe if you busy remembering the concepts inside the book instead of the name of the book, maybe you would know better.
That's true. That's true.
I actually focus more on what I'm learning, not the name of who wrote it.
I'm not one of those that say that.
Did you read Eze go to school?
Yeah. Eze go to school actually.
It's just like Pastor say he loves physics. If I ask him, do you know Schrodinger wave equation? He's not gonna answer. Say he doesn't.
Eze go to school was nice, you know. It does paint a
I
kind
will
of
answer you that,
atmosphere.
AY, but
What
let me
about
say,
the drummer
all
boy?
for that, the story of
I
things
can't
fall
remember
apart.
it, but I think I know the name, but I don't know whether I've read it.
I
Before.
don't think that
Anyway.
things fall apart is.
I didn't do a lot of artistic
Oh my
courses.
goodness!
Though.
I want to say that
minutes.
Things Fall Apart is not the greatest book in the world, right? It does capture.
Maybe Fafana was not a serious student. Maybe.
Not
Look at that. Because you people, all of you, when I did artistic course, I did more scientific this stuff. Look at this one I said because he read OKK. I think I remember OKK now, but point is that I
was a science student.
I was a science student, and we still have to read all those books.
I don't know.
The problem with Nigerians at our age now, you should be talking about the books you wrote. You're talking about books you read, right?
Exactly.
You should be authors. You should have written it something, even if it's online.
I spirit is just being evil, man. It's just being evil.
Because it's supporting my thesis. Yeah. What
book on Amazon that was published by the greatest publisher in the world? So don't go there. We have books.
We have books. Okay.
It's a strong technical book. Yeah.
I'm not doubting that we do have, but I'm saying we should. You know, it's like Showere. A lot of your generation is that he wants to sing. He wants to sing Aluta songs from university. You know, a lot of you want to talk about the books. You know, nostalgia. Basically, you're talking about Pierre Seder and all that.
People remember the name of these books. You know,
the world has changed.
I don't think we should question forefather for not knowing anything about things fall apart. Are you serious?
Stop saying I don't know anything about it.
I don't know.
I watched it in a drama on TV. I didn't have any need to read it.
We don't know where this guy is from.
I remember one of the things I remember in things fall apart. They were using this.
We don't know.
He doesn't know anything about first stack. I can blame that one on age.
No,
he doesn't know about first stack, but at least he should have seen the National Theatre picture.
My theory
is doesn't know about things fall apart.
My theory is that forefathers is from the Caribbean, and he likes Africa.
Hold on, all of you have read Things Fall Apart. Everybody here has read
Things Fall Apart. You know what I'm talking about.
Unbelievable.
He's from the Caribbean.
Maybe it's a good
our brother.
Maybe it's a good
But you know, Things Fall Apart in summary is about colonialism. When Africa met with colonialism, that's all. The story follows the Okonkwo
changing the tradition.
Exactly, changing tradition and life fell apart after the killing.
I know the actor that acted in Nigeria. I've forgotten his name. He's a big actor in Hollywood, Nollywood now too. The one that acted in Nigeria, you know his name now. I've forgotten his name.
Or something.
Yeah, Peter Doche. He's the one that acted it in Nigeria.
He did. Yeah.
So I watched him.
It wasn't a very good performance either, by the way. I didn't like his performance on it.
You know,
there's
a Things Fall Apart coming out in the movies in the theaters on October 8th.
This year. Wow.
Yeah.
But let me ask you one question, and then I'll leave. I want you to tell me right now, forefathers, right? In our country right now.
We'll track that one down.
Yeah. A lot of people don't like the fact that he's also gonna be Okonkwo in that movie. By the way,
he needs to go get a Nigeria.
Yeah, they could have gotten a Nigerian actor, but it's okay. This is what Hollywood does now. Hollywood.
But what's the difference? He's Sierra Leonean.
Yeah, it doesn't matter really, and as long as it does justice to it, that's
They
the important
speak.
thing.
If you ever heard
Yeah,
the
he was
Sierra
Martin Luther
Leoneans
King, no?
speak
Did he act
pidgin,
Martin Luther King?
they speak pidgin just the
Yeah,
same
he's
way
done all kinds of
we
historical
speak it.
figures.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Not that the Things Fall Apart actor was real; it's fictional. I hope we all realize that. Just in case some people think it's a historical fiction.
But Chinua Achebe, he was really good though. He was
Yeah.
really good.
Well, is it because so I'm just asking this question. Is it because Nigeria is relatively very, very silent on Pan-Africanism that we saw his book? It seems to resonate so
No,
strongly.
his book were very competent.
Dude, his book is well received all over the world. We read it in school.
It's just like
They patronize us. How many books do you see black people writing?
Nah, listen.
Books in schools
It's like
in the
coming to
US.
America.
You
It's like
gotta-
coming to
you
America.
gotta-
They show Africans and their royalties. Everybody
So
loves
let me
it.
ask you this question. Hold on 1 second. How often do you read?
I'm reading right now. Do you know how many things I've
He
read?
only
No.
reads
It's not an
Wikipedia.
insult. It's not an insult. I'm just asking.
It's really security
I
book.
just want to say certain things. Like if you read novels, and if you read like people like say like John Grisham, for example, if you take John Grisham and you juxtapose with say Ngugi wa Thiong'o or Chinua Achebe or Wole Soyinka, and you put them together and you say you will appreciate the beauty and the art it takes in writing those books, the structure they use. So it's not like Chinua Achebe, oh, they just patronizing us. No, he's a very great writer.
You see what he just done now. You see what he just done now. That is how you make a compelling case for a writer. He gave that he has read other books and compared it. That's how you make a case for someone. But that it's a fair argument. If I read it, I don't know what
Nigeria, we have great writers, to be honest. Even Chimamanda, she's also very
read
good.
Things Fall Apart, then read Weep Not Child. You will understand African politics better.
Okay. This one that they are recommending that I read all this, I have to be worried though, but it's all it's all right.
We need literacy in physics, AI, supercomputers, space, satellites, stuff like that.
That is quantum mechanics. Quantum.
Abstraction. We have to learn how to deal with different concepts, even if they don't exist in the real world. It gives us imagination. It expands our horizon in terms of the way we think, and that is a part out. And for me, I think maybe I spend too much time on those things, and hence why I don't bother about this. Because for me, it's not necessarily useful for me to be, especially fictional stuff and reading all those things. What I spend most of my time doing is areas that we don't delve into enough.
Like what? Which area?
Philosophy, technology, science, security. How many of our people talk about security? It's only when they attack people they talk about security. They don't talk about security as a fundamental aspect of the nation that they need to be addressing constantly. They don't do that. And so all those areas we don't talk about a lot are those areas, and it's because I also found out that they were very, very important. It's part of the reason why we're colonized, that we don't have them. So that's why, can you imagine we want...
you don't have the infrastructure to talk about security, right? You don't, I mean, let me tell you, the last guest...
Sorry, let me finish what I was saying.
Yeah.
We have this thing, the areas we don't have. We have all these winners of Nobel Prize in literature, and just like Americans, they win, Black Americans, they win awards in music, all the areas that don't transform nations. And that concerns me, that it's like they allow us space to operate in these areas because it's
Look, if they give a Nobel Prize in corruption, we will win it.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Are you sure we're going to win it even? Because we don't make a lot of money from corruption. No. Well, do you know how much money is lost every year due to fraud and all that? They say
Ukraine will probably win that.
Yeah. I'm not sure we are going to win it. Even that one, we don't win. Crime, we are not going to win. No. They're killing people. We are not going. No one will win. Well, we're not going to come last, at least on those ones. But there are quite a lot of them. If you take the energy we generate versus the population, we'll probably come last in all the world. I don't think any country performs as bad as Nigeria in terms of energy generation versus their population. It's just that's how bad it is. But that said, though, I feel like they give us space for this artistic stuff. Pardon?
Do you know what we generated today?
People.
No, I mean energy we generate. Do you know what?
I think the one that we are using to service the nation is just about 5,000 gigawatts. They used to service the
It's
nation.
actually less than 5,000 megawatt. We gigawatt.
Oh yeah, 5 gigawatts. Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry.
So we are not producing up to 5,000 megawatt, to be honest.
The last time they said it was an increase. It was an increase to get to 5,000 megawatts.
It is a big disappointment. We're actually producing like 4,000 megawatt. The whole megawatt is not actually used in the country, because in power production,
distribution,
right? The biggest problem is actually distribution. We don't even have infrastructure to distribute that 4,000
megawatts. And they are busy stealing it too. They are busy stealing it. The Minister of Power was advocating that they should bring death penalty for
but we need that.
Stealing it. Yeah,
we need that.
Stealing it. I agree with you.
If you destroy government infrastructure, we need to start handling it harshly. You can't lay down the bridge.
And they are not doing. They talk about it. They don't do it. And even when they're not going to execute them.
Let me say this on a more serious note. We are jokers in that country, because even when you have power infrastructure, you have to do maintenance, renew, change a lot of parts. We are not doing all that. A lot of our substations, for example, they are old. Most of them, they are not even working at full capacity. It's just a mess. When you hear it's a mess, it is a mess. We are in a big, deep mess. People don't get it.
Yet your Senate is against regionalism. I still don't understand that.
Let's go regional. Hopefully, maybe that will.
Why do you even AY? You are supposed to be quite careful about this. You keep saying, yeah, I know you support it, but you don't ask yourself. We were there once, and look at where it got us. You are saying, let's rush it there again.
You need hold on. What we were doing region, what happened? Was it a success?
We got a civil war.
Oh, Father, that's a very flawed argument. The question is, what we are doing now, is it successful? Then you can now say we were there once, it failed us. It didn't fail us. It was interrupted.
Yeah, it did fail us. Yeah, it was interrupted.
You see, when you frame argument in the wrong perspective, you create the wrong history. It didn't fail us. It was interrupted. There's a big difference between that.
Two things can be right. So it was definitely interrupted, but it definitely did fail us, because the people that were supposed to carry it out, instead of doing what they had to do, introduce all kinds of tribalism and nepotism.
There was corruption.
I just said nepotism.
So now there is no corruption anymore.
No. My point is that why go back to something that failed?
Okay, so this
region.
Hold on. So what I'm trying to say is, it failed us back then, because the people, it was a narcissistic democracy, and the people weren't as enlightened as they are today. In as much as a lot of Nigeria is very poorly educated, and there's some people are just stark illiterate, they are still very enlightened, because the world is more global now with the advent of the internet. So I think if we had regionalism today, it'll serve us well, because people are more in tune with what they want. This is why we're sitting here, for example, saying we want regionalism. And the average man on the street, where before they'd have to wait for newspapers, and if the newspapers wasn't there, they didn't know what was going on. They can easily pick up their smartphone and check, and you know what I mean? So I think it'll be better. It'll be way better.
I think that argument may have some merits. My concern is that if you say, one, we have states that can be considered almost like regions, because they almost control everything, aspects of the state, the governors almost control every aspect. And then now you want to say, okay, break down these states so that they become regions, where the governors will lose some of their power, and then you start having the kind of dynamics we had before again. Because remember, it's not necessarily about the time, it's also about the dynamics in the nation. So, and that dynamics led us to where we got to. No system in Nigeria has lasted 20 years. 10 years barely. Not one of them barely lasts that long.
This corruption
one,
system has lasted
I mean,
24 years. You're wrong on that.
What are you talking about? This
calm down,
democracy.
people.
This
Calm
corruption system has
down.
24
lasted
years now.
24 years.
Let's not just start reacting against it. I'm not saying it's good in terms of the outcomes we are getting out of it, but in terms of the ability to sustain itself. This is the only system that had lasted this long. So is it not better?
It hasn't sustained itself. It has suppressed the people. There's a difference.
Oh, yeah, the both things can be true and not against each other. So, but the point I'm making is that it has lasted for a reason, because there's an element of incremental change, and we've already seen it in the last 2 years. Some of those powers you're looking for regional system, grant them to the states.
Stop arguing on behalf of the status quo. The system is not working. Let's not beat around the bush. That's what we are talking about, the mind of the educated people.
All the things
when
you
we
want
don't
for
call
system,
a spade, we take us back 50 years.
Oh my God. Why are you so up for regions? Why don't you just give the
I'm not up on it. I'm up on anything that will replace this nasty system.
What do you think if you just could say, and everybody could just, we don't need a speech. If you had to pick one thing that you think is wrong with the system of governance that we practice in Nigeria, the system of governance now, I'm not saying anything else, just say one thing that you think is wrong with the system of governance in Nigeria.
Impunity.
Okay.
Discrimination.
Yeah, go ahead, Pansat.
Separation of the branches of government.
All right, thank you. AY? One thing that you think is wrong with the system of governance that we practice.
Everything.
All right, everything good. Okay, 4-5.
Am I allowed to say security?
Yeah, you're allowed to say anything.
Okay, because you could say that it's not part of the system of government, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, impunity, lack of rule of law.
You know what I'll say? I'll go with
I will go to the core of our problem. I'll keep going back to that security. I could say accountability, but I think security is at the core of it.
I'll do exactly what
so kings are not
said.
accountable. Yeah, they run successful nations.
I'd say exactly what Pansat said, but I'll just link closer to there's too much power centered in given to the center. So there's not enough separation of responsibility between the states and the federal government.
And that's what I'm saying.
So
also,
everybody
because
has to
impunity is the same thing.
All right.
Impunity.
So okay, fine. So if everybody has to go cap in hand to the federal government every month to get money, where does that leave the loyalty, for example, of the governors?
I think both systems can work. If you want regional systems, I find it hard to believe in regional system, because I actually believe more in the people. And if you look at what we discussed regarding this topic, the core elements that came down through all the movements that came and succeeded was taking an element of power from the center and bringing it to the people, not to regions, to the people.
So far that we practice, AY says something all the time. All the time he says it. We do not need two houses. He's always saying it. And why does he say that? Because the system of government we practice is for rich countries. It's not for a poor country like Nigeria.
What?
Yes.
That is true. That is true.
The system of government we practice is for very rich or powerful countries. It is too expensive.
You can argue that it's not. The price is not the reason why the nation is poor. How much does it take to run the Nigerian government? How much do you think it takes?
Almost all the money that's budgeted for the year.
Not close.
By the way, I'll speak the truth. Why don't you try to host a show during the week? One show during the week. Why don't you do that?
I doubt it takes 5%.
You want to talk to Rudolph about that? Just because there's no show from Monday through Friday. So maybe you host a show and bring your perspective.
We're having a conversation, please. See,
don't mute me again. I don't know what's wrong.
I'll mute you now because you just interrupted me now. Come on, you just interrupted me.
Pastor, you want to host show during the week?
You see why nice and dodging him. Can you stop it? We're having a conversation.
It might be a good idea to host the show during the week.
All these people, all these rabble rousers. Can you people stop it? You people have your conversation, then you don't want me to have my conversation with I Speak the Truth. So I'm beginning to forget the point we were trying to address actually because of all this.
The system of government and the cost of the government.
It's too expensive.
Yes.
The system.
So if we take the cost of the government into account, like just running the federal government, the House, the Senate, the legislative. If you take that, and even maybe take the legal system into account, all of them, how much do you think it costs in Nigeria? Do you think it's up to 5% of the national budget?
Of course, way more than that.
It's more than.
Are you serious?
Okay, now tell me how much. No, tell me. Because 5% of the national budget is somewhere around.
Hold on, forefathers. They budget more money for the National Assembly than
Forefather is out of touch with
healthcare
reality.
or education put together.
If you can even mention 5, that means you don't even know what.
Hold on, now, maybe I don't know now. Hold on. Let's calm down now. We're going to do the numbers now. The national budget was about $30 billion, isn't it? From what we remember the last time, apart from what was borrowed. Okay, so $30 billion. How much did they spend for the salaries of this thing? The
civil service
assembly members. Yeah. If you take the salaries of all assembly members, even their cars, all of them, is it up to 5 billion? 5% of 30 billion is what? What do you think? 10%? What about $1.5 billion? Is it up to?
Dude, if I'm not mistaken, the expenditures to take care of the government eats up more than 50 or 60% of the yearly budget. If I'm not mistaken.
No. I don't think it's anywhere near that.
Oh my God! Like you need to. Why do you think people are shouting and screaming and ready to burn down the
No.
country?
If you do think about it now. We are talking
about. Would you let him exit?
$8 billion.
Let him
exit. Let me check. I hope I'm.
Where is he? I can't see. No, he didn't put his camera on. Now. Where is he?
He can't use camera where he's at. Why just make exception for him?
I'm not allowed to. I'm sorry. I wish it was my platform. I can do that then. Please go ahead. I speak the truth. So the numbers, if you have the numbers, you have evidence for it, you can show it to me. But from where I sit, I don't think it takes $3 billion to run the Nigerian state itself, that the government, not salaries of all civil servants and all the rest, just the people that we elect into.
Forefather, you just lied. I just read on Google now that $6.3 trillion to run the Nigerian government. That it costs more than 60%.
That's impossible. That's impossible. We don't have $6 trillion. You mean 6 trillion naira?
6.13 trillion in the fiscal year 2022. This
naira,
federal spending was equal to the total gross domestic product of economic activity of the United States for that year.
Are you saying 6 trillion naira or $6 trillion?
$6 trillion.
Can you send us the link so that I can
put it in Google under Nigerian government spending, trading economics. I'm reading it out loud now.
Nigerian government spending that I don't know what that is.
Economics. The federal government spent 6.13 trillion in the fiscal year 2022.
For dollars or naira though?
How many times will I say it? Why you people think I can't? I don't know. No,
hold on.
Naira or dollars.
It's impossible. $6 trillion. A lot of money.
With the book, then.
$6 trillion.
Is it trading economics? It's naira. It's not dollars.
6.13 trillion.
Naira. No, naira. I'm looking at it now. Is it not trading economics?
No,
the federal government spent. Maybe you're reading something. I'm reading it here. The federal government spent 6.13 trillion in the fiscal year 2022.
Naira.
Even that's a lot. Even naira is a lot, but trillion is impossible. Nigeria has not made $6 trillion since the begining of
Nigeria's GDP is barely $500 billion.
They said another one says here the cost of governance increased by 53.2% above the level in 2008 to this billion.
Can you give me so I can share it with everybody? Can you give me the precise website's name?
Nigeria has not made $6 trillion since this.
Okay, trading economics.com. So let me share that.
It hasn't sold that much oil. That's how big $1 trillion is.
Yes, that's quite accurate. As you can see, this is NG. This is
Naira.
Naira. That's what it is. So, and when they say Naira, this government spending, I don't know whether it's on this in other things relating to the state. As you can
So
see, government debt.
basically, the cost
So
of
this
governance
is
is
not
too high.
running government. This is debts and all GDP, debt to GDP ratio, and I think they included other things. I don't think it's running of government.
But the matter is that the denomination is in Naira, right? Which, look, Ferrara, you and I have the same politics,
I'm reading
right?
the same right here. I don't know where you are seeing that. I'm reading directly from their page.
Yeah, but which is okay. No matter where you see that, you should know how much $1 trillion is. Right?
That's why we're saying the government needs to go down.
Nigeria has not sold $6 trillion since the beginning of the country. That's how big $1 trillion is.
Plus cocoa, coal,
Plus cocoa,
everything.
plus everything else. Nigeria has not made $6 trillion has not passed through their hands. That's why I'm saying even $1 billion is a lot of money.
Yeah.
When you give for example, if you gave me the money was given to them, if you give me $4 billion, I will build the exact same refinery he has in Lagos.
Maybe Google made a mistake. Take it out with them, not with me. But
In every state, I will build a refinery this capacity he has there in every state. That's how big $1 billion is. It's a lot of money. Now,
no. When it comes to,
I'm going to copy it and paste it in the message
let me
section.
say this. When it
no,
comes
it's
to
okay, Ferrara. We're not holding
when
you to
it
that.
comes to a country, to be honest, $1 billion is not a lot of money at all.
I'm saying when you're building a refinery, it has nothing to do with the country.
1 billion will not
what
build
$1 billion?
I just pasted it in the comment section. All those who want to argue with me, let them go argue.
So look at this number here. I think this number is saying something about government spending. Let's even say this is the money. This money is not more than equivalent of 2021. If this is the year they are referring to here, I think I can see the year there. I don't know whether this year, this is 2023 actually, when the Nigerian currency has come down.
Cooper.
Yeah, so if the Nigerian currency has come down, this is not even up to $1 billion.
That's
Nigerian naira. That's Nigerian naira.
Yes. If you convert it, it's not up to $1 billion. That is, I think, 1 point something million. So
It's
that
1
is
billion.
equivalent
It's
to
1
trillion.
billion
That
naira. It's 1 billion naira.
million is.
That's 1 billion. All right.
1 trillion.
It's like you
1
say
million is
5 and 2 is 7. Right. 1 million is a billion. Okay. So
it's a
for
trillion.
But it's a billion naira.
No, it should be more than that even.
It's not.
No, it should be. It can 1 million cannot be a billion. It has to be at least a trillion, at least minimum, and maybe even more than that.
1 million.
No, but you see 1,191,727. That's what you see there, right? NGN. It's not 1 billion. It's 1,191,727.50 in the Nigerian currency.
Yeah,
but all that
I
is
think
not
I'm accurate. 1 million is a trillion, and if that is the case, this is just about a trillion point something. And if it's a trillion point something naira, if you convert it to dollars, it's a lot less than $1 billion. That is government spending, and if that is true, this is I speak the truth. So we are talking about $1 billion out of 30 billion. Dollars. That is what in Nigeria, and I think there's an element of we have an impression of how much the government costs versus the state that is not necessarily accurate. We think it's about half. Like you literally said, I speak the truth. That is about half. It's impossible. Yeah. It can't be. It's impossible. That the people will kill them overnight if they did that.
We're talking about Nigeria. What you mean the people?
No. I'm looking at the money now.
It's not
impossible. The data now.
Listen, like I said, I might be exaggerating. I don't know. As far as I know, it's that high, right? So you might be right. I'm looking at it right now. But I'll tell you this. One of the grounds that a lot of civil rights activists in Nigeria, even international, usually have against successive Nigerian governments is the fact that they do not allocate as much money to things like education, health, housing, to alleviate unemployment, like they do to take care of the members
No, I
of the
agree with you on
government.
that one. We saw
So
how much they
let me
spend on
quickly
Hajj
say
now.
this. I don't want Fafada to escape with this, to be honest.
So I
This
better get ready now.
Nigeria government, right? Go study even the state government. Their recurring expenditure is usually higher than capital expenditure. You need to know this. I know peace. When you are saying that, let me tell you where the Senate, the rep, where we don't need all those bunch of, I don't know, I don't want to call them bad name. Apart from their salary, their bogus salary allowances, the budget party is a big issue. The general corruption in the system is big.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
so they end up escaping with a lot of money. So the truth is, here is where I have problem. If we really want to run a system that is effective, you have a parliament. If it's possible, let them do part-time. You pay them per sitting. They don't need to be full-time member of parliament. We don't have the resources to take care of them. What is Nigeria budget? Nigeria budget is like $30 billion.
Like $30 billion.
$30 billion cannot build
AY.
nothing. That is nothing.
There's
By
federal
standard of
government
most nations.
representatives right here in DC that have roommates.
Yeah.
And it's not just because of the housing shortage.
No,
in
I get it.
DC, it's because they cannot afford to.
Yeah, they can. So okay, let me say this: $30 billion is nothing for a country of 200 million people. It's nothing. It's nothing. Don't even see it as anything. But we need to manage that money for us to use it to even do what we need to do. It's nothing. The money is nothing. $30 billion, you might see it, it's a lot of money. You convert to Naira, you say it's $1 trillion. It's nothing. 30 billion cannot cannot give you a standard nuclear power plant, for example. You got to spend like $30 billion. Yeah. Even a standard refinery, it can build you like 2. So we have a lot to do, but these people are not thinking. The problem is they are interested in their pocket. That is
why.
And
don't forget, out of that $30 billion, we have to pay back debt.
Yeah,
debt. We have to
service debt.
All right.
So we have, I don't know. It's frustrating though.
Let me share one other information. I really hope because I'm just trying, because sometimes this is okay. I may not have read Chino Achebe. These things fall apart.
But you didn't read Wikipedia.
Yes, but I really delve into these areas that I feel like it matters a lot, because when we say we are educated and then we get things wrong, this is how we get things wrong. If you don't have the clear picture of what you are dealing with, you're going to keep making mistakes. And I always ask questions whenever I see this. I say this doesn't add up, because now look at the public sector employment this by country, public sector sizes. And on average, most nations have 21% that OECD country, which are the most developed countries, they tend to have 21% employment in it. Look at Afghanistan, poor country, they have about 8.3%. And go look at most of the nations, their values. Austria, which is quite low. Austria is quite low, very capitalist. They don't have a lot of public sector there in Europe. But look at when they did that 2014, when they were basically Eastern Europe. So now you come down to Bangladesh, very low too, not the most advanced country in the world. Belarus, Belgium, look at the sizes. The more the countries are doing better, they tend to have larger public sector sizes. So now let's keep going down. Canada, Cameroon, smaller, just almost as poor as Nigeria. Look at them, and you keep coming down. Look at Cuba. That is massive. Although that's a long time ago, but still massive. Greenland, 40%. Greece, 21%. Germany, 12%. Ghana, 6.4%. They belong with us now, 8%. And if you look at them, the poorest look at India. India is quite low too. I must say that doesn't correlate. Although they have a large population, that 3.something% for Indian population, that is more than the population of Lagos probably, if I'm not careful.
That's millions now. Yeah.
Yes, that's millions of people. Yeah.
Yeah.
That are public sector workers.
That should be up to 50 million of the population of India.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of people. Indonesia, 8.something%. Indonesia is doing very well, but 8.something%, relatively low by normal standard. But let me see that of Nigeria, where we are.
2022.
Yeah, look at Nigeria, 3.6, one of the lowest you will see. And the reason why I highlight this is because we do not understand that our government is small. The people administering the state is small. They are not big enough to. You wonder why roads don't get fixed. You wonder why you don't have good healthcare.
Whoa! What do you? Come on! I wish I could jump to this freaking thing and just grab you by your throat.
Hey, I speak the truth. You need to
This is why I was on the comment section
This
saying
is your
whatever
attitude.
the topic is, we need to blame you.
No,
Like,
but
we just blame forefathers.
But you need to have a bit of humility, man. What is wrong with you? I just highlighted to you that your state, the impression you get of Nigeria is that we have too many people. We need to cut down the government. This one wants to start half of the Senate.
How many people are in the House of Senate? In the Senate,
I think we have 106 or so.
How many people are in the House of Representatives?
109.
109. No. Yeah.
Senate is 109.
Okay, 109.
What about the House of Reps?
I don't know that one.
360.
Then okay,
360.
360.
Bro,
then they hire all kinds of people retinues to run around them. Then they have all kinds of aides. Are you serious? And then you still have to take care of
hold on. Speak the truth.
Okay, you see how many House of Commons members do you have in the UK? Do you know? I speak the truth.
Hold on.
But I know. All right,
hold on. I speak the truth. I need to ask for further a question. So now tell me, why do we need 360 House of Rep? What are they doing? What is their job? Tell me, for further.
The legislation now and oversight of this budgetary oversight spending
360.
Yes, because they represent all the states.
So the senators, who are they representing?
They oversee what the House of Congress has done. No,
you just want the corruption to continue. You don't see understand.
No. I'm just saying that
those are purely duplications, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Father, why do we have 36?
You just want the corruption to continue.
What do we do?
I'm saying that we are backing up the wrong tree. If we
actually, they are saying that we are the 23rd African country with the highest GDP. We are even 23rd in Africa. That's sad.
Yeah.
In GDP?
That's sad. I just posted it on the comment section.
No, I don't think so. We have the highest GDP in Africa.
We fool ourselves as the giant of Africa.
Okay, Nigeria, so now let me share this. Okay, the UK that is quite efficient as a government. Look at what they've got. The number of House of Commons members is 650. This is a country of about 66 million people. They have number of MPs that outnumber our Senate and our House of Assembly.
Forefathers that they've been practicing for almost 800 years.
Oh my God! Is there any excuse you are not going to give?
The
country we are running today is it in 800 years ago? Is it today?
Why do you want big government? You just read it. You like to contradict yourself. You just read the name of big people who made big countries. You read Washington. You read this, and in part of their list was small government. So why are you just suddenly interested in big government, large government?
I'm saying we have too small a state to be able to administer what we have, just like we have.
Let me tell you. Let me ask you a question. Okay, you are the person that when somebody is talking about, for example, colonial master, you are saying, why are you calling it colonial master? You know what you just did?
Yes.
What you just did is when you compare. Why are you comparing Britain with Nigeria? You have to hold on. The way we have to solve our problem, we have to localize our problem and localize the solution. There is no other way.
Yeah, but not when you are going in the wrong direction for solution. It's like saying that you want to solve the problem, but let's
digging. You're saying we should continue digging. That's exactly what you're saying.
Forefathers,
No.
let me ask a question. Let me ask a question anyway. 1 second. What is the point of having 2 states in Lagos and Ogun?
2 states in Lagos and Ogun.
Ogun, yeah.
Because those are peculiarities of history. You can't.
No, forget
that's how
about
they were
history.
created.
What is the benefit? Is what maybe I need to rephrase it. What is the benefit of
To the
having
people,
those
to the
two
people.
to the people of having those 2 tiny states
Mhm.
where one side is actually generating a lot of money that nobody knows how much they really generate, and the other side they've had a highway that both of them haven't been able to complete in like 30 some years. So what's the benefit of having separate states, but they still get allocations from the federal government that does not reach the people?
The benefit of it is I don't know. There's no benefit from having 2 states. You can argue that there's no benefit from having any states. The point is that when you have states, you are still able to assign resources closer to the people than when you have regions.
You know what can be said?
Father, I
Duplication.
just shared this experience with you. Last vacation in August, September, I was in Europe. I did Italy. I did Zurich. That's Switzerland. Then I did France. From Olympic, I went to Spain. I was in that corridor. It was like I'm crossing from Lagos to Akwa Ibom. I'm crossing from state to state. That was how the train ride was. And these were countries. It didn't take me 2 hours to get from Italy to Switzerland. About 2 hours plus. I said, is this just a country that you would just cross in a few hours and you're in another country? They were living like an Akwa Ibom, a Benin, and Edo State, or like a Delta, and you are crossing to Anambra. That was how they were. Nobody asked you for nothing. And these are full-grown countries. We're just big for nothing. We're not getting it right. But those guys, there's no restriction in between the Schengen, because they open up the economy, they open up structures, they open up businesses, they open up traveling, they open up their infrastructure to all the Europe. In fact, they look like a country, but it's a continent.
Yeah.
Exactly what we should be looking at. I just learned a lot. I say, is this?
Yeah,
I'm
well,
just already in Switzerland.
Africa
All
is
from there.
not there yet. So let's forget about Pan-Africanism. We don't care what happens to the rest of West Africa. We don't care what happens to the rest of Africa. What we have to be focused on
You
is how
may want
we
to speak for
develop
yourself, though.
Nigeria. Yeah. I'm telling you, because one of the things that has bogged Nigeria down is the fact that the country keeps focusing on how to bring the rest of the continent together. No, if anything, we should be thinking about how to make those people our customers for whatever we produce in our own country. We don't have to try to get the same currency with them. We don't have to get into an alliance with them militarily. We don't need all of that. We should focus on making Nigeria the strongest Nigeria that it can be for now. Maybe later down the line, 2 generations down the line, we can
That's
infuse
40
the rest.
years.
It could be 1,000 years. We don't care. Our focus is Nigeria. So how to make Nigeria great should be our main focus. Our ideals should be Nigeria first. We don't care what happens in Burkina Faso, insofar as it does not affect Nigeria. We don't care about Niger. We don't care about all that building trains to Niger and all that nonsense if it does not benefit the economy and security of Nigeria or the development of Nigeria. We shouldn't care about all those things. If we're thinking about Benin Republic, Ghana, we should be thinking
But isn't
about
that the argument? You are making an argument that is opposite the argument they are making. They are saying that those things will benefit Nigeria.
No, exactly. I'm making the opposite argument. I'm saying we don't care. We shouldn't care about them.
But you should care what benefits Nigeria.
Exactly. Okay.
Exactly. This current status does not benefit Nigeria. That's what we are telling you.
I said, insofar as it benefits Nigerians, I said, let me finish, please. I said, insofar as it benefits Nigeria's development and it does not affect our security and it develops our economy. Forefathers, hold on. That was what I said. So Nigeria first. All that trying to align with everybody, especially when they don't care about. A lot of these countries hate Nigeria. Do you guys even realize that? They don't give a shit about us. So
a lot of countries hate America too. But
good.
That's not the point. You're doing what those miseducated, educated people do.
What we need is build our own country first. We got to make this a strong Nigeria, a powerful Nigeria, economically. The security you're always exposing on here all the time. These are the things we need to do. It's just we don't have forward-thinking leaders, and then of course we have people like yourself. So
look at this guy.
No, he's right. We have people like yourself who are an obstacle for
you know why
us
you
to move
just
forward.
pity me for getting things right? You are here knocking me for getting this in the numbers right.
Forefathers, I want the record to reflect that on the private section, I posted the links to show those debtors that destroyed our banks, and I told you that Dangote was on the list.
Of course,
owing billions of dollars, right?
Yeah,
and his case is never adjudicated. Remember, these were threatened to be arrested, right? I don't think he paid those debts, and those banks went back. Right?
They always write it off for them. They don't
billions
pay.
of naira.
Yeah, they don't pay.
Billions of naira. I'm sorry, but you. So could you
just
post it so I could read it? Excuse me.
Are you going to waste time for 2.something billion naira for what Dangote is
But
dealing with?
that's 2009 billions of naira, right? 2009, and those banks failed, right? And he was worth billions of dollars with Forbes at the time. But what I'm trying to say to you is that if somebody's a bad actor, it's not patriotism to keep cheering him on, right? So how
did we end up there again? Now we were talking about something else.
No, wait now. You challenged me. You said that I made up something.
To a totally different direction.
No, wait a minute.
No, you can't do that. You can't just drag us back to Dangote.
No, let me.
I'm talking about the size of the state here.
Listen to me. You said that what I said was not true. I said I'm gonna go find it.
It was true. It is true.
Okay. Now that's all you have to do. But
because
you muted me, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna renew my word to have you removed from this platform. Right?
Why?
You cannot mute me. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna call.
Thank God is not going.
Why? That's your democratic right to remove it. You have the right to avail yourself of your democratic right.
It's not gonna go to her.
Now I speak the truth to have a show. I did that for you, Ferrari, and then you gave it up.
Because I was surrounded by snakes.
Passad, what about me, Passad? What about me?
We're gonna send you to the comment section. AY should go to the comment section.
Was actually directed
they are just.
But anyway, AY, I want to know your background because it looks like you know something about physics. But I mean, I can't believe I'm saying that.
AY is a technician, not by now.
AY attended his science class online.
Fathers, I wasn't opportune to join earlier the whole day. Though I was watching interns, I was at the job. You know, a lot of things you guys have said. I don't know where we are. Just was free now.
Where we are right now is kind of trying to understand the nature of our very state itself. Because I fear that sometimes when we say some things about Nigeria, we don't question the notion where we got the notion from. Because we just say Nigeria spends too much money on governance. We don't know where we got that notion from. Do we have actual data to compare to other nations? We don't. We say the state is too large. We are spending too much on this. We need to cut the governance. We need to cut. We don't ask. Have we compared it to be objective about what we are saying? And I think that is a very, very serious thing because that's part of the problem where we have so many educated people. They just come and say something. They don't necessarily check the numbers. When see, it's true because when you go to let me just highlight my point now. In Nigeria now, we Nigerian government have about 700 and something thousand federal workers in Nigeria, but the UK has 5.something million. So when we say the Nigerian state is too big, and we want to cut it down to maybe 500,000 or less, then you wonder why the system don't work. And you are educated. You didn't bother to go and check why the size of other nations.
Papa, let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt.
And that is wrong.
Well, I am still on.
For us anyway.
Father, I think those are not the primary issues that we're dealing with here. Basically, We've not been able to get a leader that had an understanding of the direction we're supposed to go. That's our basic problem. You know, we have a ship that is sailing with a very wrong sailor, and that is exactly where the whole thing is trickling down to, triple down to where we are today. You know, it's obvious that we just go and copy systems and we put in place. We just go to America, they copy system, copy education system, copy democracy, everything. They come and implement nonsense, and that is exactly what it was. We have been able to make progress, but there hadn't been the correct driver of that machine called Nigeria, and that is where we get stranded. We get toppled up, and we tend not to be advancing the way we're supposed to be, comparing ourselves to those that came into democracy the same time with us from the onset. I think that is where the technical problem is. We're just unlucky about leadership, and we've been suffering it. You could just imagine what was happening in that state between the Edo election and Rivers State and the Anambra. You just see we just playing with our lives. I just noticed something, that the military will just come in a trickle of an eye. Let me bet all of us here. If the military does not come in this year, believe you me, before the end of next year, these guys will take over, because
No, military can never
they're just
take over in
messing up the whole
Nigeria.
thing. They
Military
are they are
cannot take
they are
over.
aggravating everybody. They are messing up the
Military
whole thing, because they just
can
treating everybody
never.
like fools. Everybody like fool. Look at what happened to River State a few days ago. Is that a state? It's so appalling. They're just doing it before our eyes.
And
What
that's
is
what
it a
forefather
country? What
owns
is
the
all this?
country.
What is happening to us?
So we're
Forefathers,
saying
you,
at
you
least let them
mentioned
give that regionalism a chance, or any other thing.
Exactly.
Whether they
That's
are
Why
what
do
it
we
working
is.
do
without
this
current
now? Why do
forefathers,
we
leadership.
always jump to
forefathers,
the wrong conclusions every
forefathers,
time?
forefathers. Let me
Jesus
ask something.
Christ.
Let me ask something. Do you think the 700,000 number you quoted is too much or too little? The civil service workers for Nigeria.
Oh, are you asking me?
Yes, sir.
Repeat that again.
You quoted a number
Yes.
which you juxtaposed with that of the
Great
United
Britain.
Kingdom.
Yes.
So you said they have a couple of million
Public
civil
sector
service
workers.
workers. Yeah, public sector workers. And then in Nigeria, we have
50,000, yes, or so.
thousand, yeah. So I said, do you think it is too much, or do you think it's too little?
For Nigeria, it's too little. Let me show you this again so you understand what I'm
No,
talking
no. Why do you think it's too little, for fathers?
about. Look at it here. Look at all the countries that have lower values than us. Look at ours is 3%. Look at
What?
all the basket
Yeah,
cases.
send me the link,
Are
because
you, are
your
you looking at
numbers
all the
needs to be
basket cases
reviewed
around
by
there?
your peers.
If you look at if you look at the public sector worker sizes and you start going down, you start seeing the nations that are doing relatively better. That's where they tend to show up.
Yeah, give me the
Because
real site so I can review your numbers. You know how I always take you out on the wrong numbers you present to support your argument.
But what this shows is that when we talk about our nation, we don't, even if we are educated, we don't compare. This is why I said when I speak the truth, gave me that this incoherent argument, objective argument about this in Chinua Achebe's writing. I said that is how you do it, because you can't argue against that. He
That's
says
why
he's
I'm
read other
saying
books.
give me that link so I can double cross your numbers. You are
Okay.
fond of using
Double
wrong
cross.
numbers to make your
You are trying
argument.
to
I
double
know
cross the
you.
number and double check it.
Let me go through it.
Forefathers, do you know why to just rush into what I want to say? Do you know why I think that 750,000 for the public sector is way too much? OB said something, and Pence had said the same thing, and AY has said it, and to a large extent, even Alaba. Most of these ministries we got are duplicates of each other. They're not necessary. We don't need it. It's just like the states. We don't need all those states. We can just have 5 different regions, and all they do is pay taxes to the middle, and the middle ensures, which is the federal government, that the security of the country is intact. That is what the job is going to be. And everything else, just leave it to the regions to develop at their own pace. Why do we have 36 states that go cap in hand ever so often to go get security whatever they call it, allocations. Is that what they call it? Every time to go split the money.
That is not the reason why the nation is not doing well, is it?
That's one of the
It's
reasons.
part of the reason. That's one of the big
the UK
reasons.
is like that. You don't see them going crazy. They
Oh,
run.
really?
That's a wrong comparison. That's what I say about the way you use statistics.
No, it's the
goes-
fundamentals. See,
So,
I think the mistake,
I think you are
So you're
making
telling
very
us-
big mistake when you keep comparing Nigeria.
So you're
Yes,
telling
man.
us now.
UK is nothing like Nigeria, forefather.
No. It's nothing like Nigeria in terms of their culture and all the rest, but in terms of the fundamentals, they are similar. It's like saying,
in part of the
are you telling me
fundamentals,
the air
they're
that
not
they
the
breathe is
same.
not the same as the air that we breathe?
So
No. What we're talking about is the structure. The structure of states is quite different from how we are structured in the UK.
How about all the other nations around the world? It's not only the UK.
Well, you was the one that brought up UK. We're concentrating on Nigeria. Something has been positive to say that we will spend a lot less money if we had a lot less states. Five regions.
No, not actually. It's not true.
Wait. 5 regions operating to one central, paying an amount. I would say less than 50% to the central. If they're paying less than 50%, 40% less, for argument's sake, to the central, they therefore are keeping more money within those regions in order to develop. They don't have to go to the central to get money. Therefore, the central gets money from the regions. That's how it works.
You mentioned
we tried that in Nigeria before. It failed.
You mentioned
it didn't fail. It was skydiving. When you say it failed, we had that in Nigeria before it failed. You said that so many times without going into why it stopped. It didn't fail. It stopped.
Didn't fail.
Forefathers,
you just like using the wrong argument to put
terrible word.
Forefathers, you said it's the same.
Terrible word, forefather.
Hold on.
It failed eventually. If it was Nirvana, why did the coup happen? If it was so Nirvana, why did all the whole trouble that happened after it happened?
Bro, you don't have to ask silly questions. You just have to go to the subject matter. Wait, forefather, you're just rapping. You're just rapping. Wait a minute. You don't have to go.
I'm not rapping. I'm just telling you the.
You are rapping.
Is that the argument
Wait. Stop getting sidelined. Stop getting sidelined. What I'm just putting to you, forefather, when you say it's failed, if you don't go and Google for yourself what took place stage by stage, which every one of us has done already, then you see where the issues were.
It's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. What do you mean it's irrelevant?
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
That's a silly. No, bro, that's a silly statement.
Please, let me.
If you let yourself get dragged into the weeds, you start finding justification.
Forefathers, you just mentioned. Listen,
that's nonsense.
We're going back all around now. You mentioned something. You said it's the same. You said it is the same in England. This is what you said. It's the same way. So are you telling us as government officials that go get money from the Queen every 60 days, 30 days? And they go allocated to whatever you guys call it, regions.
Really, they have budgetary spending that they.
No, I'm saying no. That's not what I said. Do they go to the Queen? You said it's the same way.
Not the Queen, the Prime Minister or whatever.
So they go cap in hand and they say.
No, they don't go cap in hand. They send it to them. They send the funds to them. DWP, like DWP,
the representative that are opposed regionalism. What's their argument? Their argument
the governors don't exactly visit Aso every day. You make it sound as if the governors.
Yeah, they do.
They don't visit Aso every month, every month end and say, please give us our share.
Yes, they do.
That's not what they do. They send it to them.
Impunity. That's what's causing impunity.
Why do you think a lot of states, instead of the representatives to be in the states, they live in Abuja? Why do you think that is? Because that's where they
because representatives belong in Abuja.
No, because that's where they split the funds.
Legislators of the state,
all of them,
walk from Abuja.
Go there with the governor comes at the end of the month or whatever they all decide to be there, and they go there as a retinue, and they go and the president hands out this little freaking.
Some of this you are saying, I'm a little surprised by you.
But what do you want, do you want the status quo to stay the same?
No, I want us to be heading in the right direction.
Where's the right direction? Are we going in the right direction?
Calm down.
You have to give him a follow-up question now. This is hardball. You don't let him give him softball.
No, it's just the level of your voice. You're shouting.
Oh no, I didn't know I'm shouting. Let me lower the volume here so it doesn't look like I'm shouting. Okay.
This is hardcore.
So is it working now?
It was
For
working
you, is it working now? The system that we have?
No, of course not. Terrible system. So, but in
Okay.
terms of the system to me is not the problem, because systems they have different variations around the world. All of them. What matters is what the people actually decide to do with that system. Look at
if the system is not the problem, what is Nigerian problem then?
Is the people's group consciousness and intelligence. That's what is affecting us.
So the people have low intelligence and they are not conscious. So
as a group, they are not functional. We are very dysfunctional as a group. We have been
as a group, and people are saying break the group down. You're saying no.
If you break the dysfunctional groups down, you're just going to get smaller dysfunctional groups.
Is that not the responsibility?
Is that not easier to manage than the
larger? No, wait. Is that not the
government.
responsibility of the government in order to have a cohesive society? You are picking things, and your argument is, I'm sorry.
I use numbers for my argument.
You're picking things all over the place, bro.
Forgive me.
You're not making any sense.
Forgive me for trying to make things so that we actually follow the data. Because if we just keep making arguments based on what we just have impression of.
You said follow the data. Whose data are you following? Because we have the data in Nigeria.
Federal government data I'm using.
Okay. And the federal government data shows us that, listen, the federal government shows us that those who have retired from the federal government are not getting their pension. Those who are working are not getting paid enough. The data is showing us that it's not working. Are you saying we should ignore that data?
No.
No,
I'm saying,
what are you saying exactly?
Address them. I'm saying that I worry that when we want to address these problems, we tend to recommend wrong solutions, and you begin to wonder why so many have failed.
Wrong
do you think we have enough states in Nigeria?
We definitely have enough.
Do you think we need more?
No, I don't think we need more.
Do you think it'll be viable for us to chunk some of those states and group them together?
You can do, if you want to do that, you can do that. If you want to go back,
I said you personally. I'm here. I don't
think we should be breaking any more states or breaking them or bringing them together again. I don't think we should do that.
So you think they are right now,
they are, because
what suggestion would you give for improving the status quo?
So you think 36 states are all right?
They are fine. Yeah.
Okay.
They're fine. I don't see
what suggestion would you give for improving the status quo?
The solutions I will give to you is stop bleeding $50 billion every year from your economy. You first block that one. Get your refineries.
How are you going to block that one? This is hardball. This is not softball for boys. You got to be a man to be on this stage.
It's not even hard. It's hard to do it, but in terms of the prescription, it's right there in front of us.
How do you do it?
How you recruit into your security.
You recruit, you militarize, militarize. What's the word? You weaponize the military like we weaponize poverty, right?
You can say securitize the nation.
No. You recruit, but you weaponize the military like we weaponize poverty, because numbers means the status quo has more power. Is that your suggestion?
Let me explain. If you give 2 million people jobs, that will stimulate the economy.
How much would you pay them? Because you can't even pay 70,000 for those you have now.
If you give 2 million people jobs that you could use to do construction, that could help the nation.
So the military will be doing the construction for you.
See,
no, I don't want you shifting the ball.
I'm not shifting the goalpost. I'm answering.
Okay.
In some nations, when you want to do rapid construction, they deploy the military to do those things.
So military can build bridges very quickly for you. Very interesting.
Yeah, they can fix things like the levee that is broken now. If you have,
you want a North Korea in Nigeria.
Not see, if we had this, what I'm talking about, I'm not even talking about North Korea. I'm talking about like Sweden. I'm talking about like
weaponize. I said weaponize the military. It's not bad enough we've weaponized our election. We've weaponized our civil service. We've weaponized everything. So your solution is to weaponize the military against the people.
If you take the jobs and then you hand it over to the military, what jobs are left for the rest of the country?
A lot more.
And how would you pay them?
Of jobs.
Huh?
$50 billion worth of jobs will be left
If
for
your
the
solution
rest of the world.
already is to give the jobs to members of the military, except you're now telling us that compulsory military service is what will be enacted, meaning almost everybody will.
No, not necessarily. So let me explain where the money is going to come from. You see those military that you're going, those not military alone, the security services you employ. They need uniforms, they need properties, they need this, they need that. It's going to stimulate the economy all through the chain, and they pay tax too on top of it, and they can't dodge tax. That one will help stimulate. Now you have created a chunk that will stimulate the economy. Not to mention the value they also offer. You're not just creating jobs for the sake of it. It's not for charity. Then they go on all the electricity infrastructure that is getting stolen. They can secure it. Our refineries, the theft that you are experiencing, they can help secure it. All these different areas we're having, farmers cannot go to farm. They can. That $50 billion we are losing, we are going to be getting it, and it's going to go to the other sides of the economy. Not to mention foreign direct investment, Nigerians returning back, the gain you get from it. For me, this is why I focus on that area. It gives you a bang for your buck, and not to mention the fact that it allows us to plan for the future. Because if you have security, you know that nobody can disrupt you. You have a stronger
Father,
foundation.
you're not a pragmatist. I would like to call you a dreamer, but a dreamer is somebody who has vision. I don't see vision in your plan.
Yeah, you are just you're not being kind. Let's
No,
put it
I'm
that
being
way.
real. I don't see vision in your plan.
You're
A
not being
nation
kind.
that has weaponized poverty as it is, weaponized the populace. You now want to
I
weaponize
know
their
that
military.
already. I'm saying, why do you see the military as a problem?
Because they only obey orders, and the guy at the top is corrupt. If the guy at the top says go and kill, they go and kill, go and steal, they go and steal. That's the military. I don't know what part of reasoning you're not putting into that calculation.
Remember, I said security, not only military security. If you had zero security, Alaba, do you think you'll be able to go to Nigeria?
You know what will provide better security for Nigeria? Improving the standard of living of the people. If the people
simple things, man.
Could
simple things
improve their lives. If the
why
people
do you just say
if the
it is simple? That is what I'm recommending.
I don't think that what you're recommending.
How are you going to
Let him finish talking. Let him finish
No.
talking.
You just made a
No,
comment.
let him finish talking now.
Hold on. I want to approach that comment you made. You just supported something that you just said to improve people's lives without contextualizing how they do that.
No, listen to what was said. I think we all heard it.
Mm-hmm.
The easiest way to improve security in Nigeria is to alleviate the problems of the people. This is no. That's it may not be verbatim. It may not be verbatim what he said. But that's, I mean, look, bruh, if I don't need to go out and steal in order to eat, that is a problem of theft.
Nigeria can
Come on, hold on. Just hold on. If you are correct, I don't want to make this look like we are trying to win an argument here. And I saw AY nod his head.
Obviously, you are.
I saw AY. I'm not trying to win an argument here. I'm just trying to be rational. If what you are saying was the case, why does the UK have the most CCTV in the world? And in terms of security, hold on, please. Let me finish.
I know where you're going.
Please, let me don't. Then the viewers don't.
They have the most CCTV because
they have
of security.
Let me
Can't
finish
we do
now.
that?
Let me
Why
finish
do you
now.
need 2 million in the army for that?
Can you let me finish what I'm saying? They have the most CCTV in the world. They have police. When you call them, they will show up 15 minutes because they are very, very close to you. Their military, in terms of their civilian to this military ratio, is well higher than ours. So how can you, if that was, and they have a good standard of living too, why do they mix both?
Okay, so let me answer. So again, it's like when you live in a country, I would think, I always say it is imperative, whatever society you are in, to learn the history of the country. So if the UK, for example, has all these CCTVs and all this military and all these effective security services, maybe you just want to go back a little bit to the fracas they had with Northern Ireland. Maybe that'll help you a little bit to understand why they would need a secure society. Then you want to go forward and go to the terror era after 9/11.
Yes.
So it's not a situation
It's not
of hunger, like we're saying in Nigeria. It's not a situation of lack of
it's not the same.
employment. It's not the same.
It's not the same.
Context is not the same.
I just need to add this. I just need to add this. I'm not taking away anything from what you're saying, my brother. Speak the truth. I just need to add this small part.
You will
You know, when I was growing up in the UK, to find a policeman was easy. To find a policeman today when you're in trouble is not the same. So it's amazing to me that somebody in America is telling you approximately what is happening in England that you totally discluded. You don't know what the policing was like in the 1970s, 1980s. You have no idea. You don't know how we came to this point. I don't believe you do if you're making statements like you're making. No way.
Well, you didn't read
it's just been underlined by somebody else in a different country completely, who just used wisdom to say there must have been a before and there must be a practicality as to the way forward. And those are the different policies that are held in the UK as far as security. It's not the same as Nigeria. You keep making this false comparison that only confuses you. It doesn't confuse anybody else. It only confuses you. To be frank.
Let the discussion go around. The way Passat is quiet, I hope we are safe.
So I think the viewers. I think the viewers
his guitar and drinking his burukutu.
Hold on. I think the viewers deserve to get an answer to such a conversation. Otherwise, we'll have highly educated people going to make assertions that are not necessarily accurate. See, if you are saying to improve the people's lives to reduce security, do you know how I feel irritated when I hear our officials make that statement? And that's why I'm actually being civil when I hear you guys say it. Because you can't count how many times I've seen our ministers, defense ministers say, oh, the way you can address security is to improve the standard of living of the people and all the rest of it.
Oh, that is correct now. That is correct, actually.
I've never heard them say that.
I never heard them say that. I don't know which news
you want me to bring the video. You want me to bring the video?
I have never. No, don't bring us video. You always have all these fake videos you want to use to prove your point. Now, let's get straight to the
I think I'm not.
Apart from the reason that it has failed before, what other reason do you have that is against regionalism?
No. Let Pansa or let Speak the Truth finish his thought. Because he didn't finish with his writing.
I think we are not making use of our strength judiciously. That's what I think. We're not making use of our strength judiciously.
Let's go to 2 minutes. Please.
Yeah.
No. Thank you for speaking, my brother. Let him finish his talk.
Okay. Let me drill this down because I really need
to
get.
Please, no.
We need local people.
You don't like it's proven. You just came and supported something. Maybe you just wanted to defeat an argument, but this is important.
No, I don't behave like that. Stop putting that on me. I don't behave like that.
See, can you let me talk, please? There are certain things.
No, but I don't behave the way you presume.
Okay, fine. I agree with you then. See, there are certain things I'm passionate about. One of those areas is like when we keep talking about how we have graduates and all these things, and we keep getting things wrong. This is how it happens. Like. There was a time they were having this thing. Some people from this channel were on a kind of TV channel talking about this thing. I said, do you know that you are doing some of the things our leaders are doing now? Because the way you are talking is sounding like exactly how our leaders sound. Because we don't see where we make the mistake. And I've learned to catch myself when I'm trying to do that. You have to object. Can you stop, please? Now, can you let me just say this? This is quite serious stuff. We have to be more objective about how we analyze information. Because if it was just standard of living, why is it that Switzerland has GDP per capita of 92,000?
Do they have that same corruption in Switzerland? No. I like it when you compare and you ignore some factors. It's so good. It's called abuse of statistics.
Okay.
It's called abuse of statistics.
Yeah. Good.
That means you just want to win an argument. You don't want to. You don't want us to agree on what we agree on and disagree on what we disagree on. You just want to win. It's abuse of statistics.
Wait.
Do they have the Nigerian
calm down, Pereira? Calm down. Pereira, you're being too strong, man. I hear what you're saying. We all hear you.
Let me just.
Hold on. I speak truly. Is it not about being correct about the issues that we are discussing, or do we just want to?
It is, but when you speak about subjective and objective, you need to get that right because to be objective, my brother,
No, no.
It
Let
means
me finish my point.
no,
Please.
wait. You
Let
made a
everybody have
statement.
their turn. Let me finish.
Wait.
Otherwise, it's going to go long. Let
No,
them
you
start
don't like
and have their
to
turn.
hear sense. That's what
No,
it is. You don't like to hear sense.
sorry. So you will have your chance to dispute everything, whatever I
You
say.
use the word objective, and you are not being objective.
Okay, good. If I'm not being objective, you're going to highlight it. See, the point he raised about corruption, even if they had corruption, still they have that much wealth, even with all that corruption, and yet they are about more than 10 times more securitized than Nigeria. Why is that the case? A nation that is that rich, one of the richest in the world, why do they have more security? Why don't they just trust that people say, because we are now so rich, nobody has any need. They even offer
How about this for an answer? How about this for an answer? Because they use more, because they have more wisdom. They have more wisdom based on running a country for a lot longer time than we have. How about that for an answer?
How about
but that wisdom, can't we borrow that knowledge, like you borrow knowledge of a doctor from the past to train the young ones today? Can't we borrow that
Not
knowledge?
stealing our own resources and use it to help our people?
Let me ask you.
Can't we do that?
Forefathers, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
It's kind of personal, but I'm just being facetious here. Do you live in the projects? Do you live in a rough area?
I don't know.
No,
You don't
know where you live in England?
Let's put it this way. I understand what those people, what life is like over there. What is
No,
that
that's
about?
not what I'm saying. So let's just pretend now that, or let's just assume, I would assume you live in a very safe area. You don't live where there's crime. Maybe you're not a billionaire. Maybe you are. Maybe you're just hiding your wealth from us, right? So let's say you live in a pretty safe area. When you go to bed at night, why don't you leave your door open, knowing that if there's any problem, the police is going to be there within 15 minutes?
Because part of it is insurance, and part of it is ensuring that rubbish stuff doesn't come through the door.
Okay, so same reason.
All kinds of different reasons.
So same reason the UK has a lot of CCTV, and why Switzerland is very secure.
Because they don't want it to deteriorate.
Same reason you close your door at night.
Yes, because there are different levels of wanting to secure yourself from things you don't want around.
Same reason you close your door at night. You know it'll be full.
He's not gonna accept.
The point, how is that relevant?
Go round.
I wanted to ask him now, how is that relevant to saying that if your people's lives are better, you don't need to secure yourself?
I understood it.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
I'm asking him now.
Let me ask you a question. Let me see. You see this?
I asked you a question. Please answer it first.
Yeah, so I'm answering. I'm answering the way I can. You see, like Arabia, right? For example, Arabia. The Arabian says Qatar, Oman, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia. Where else? AY, help me out here. The rich Emirati states, okay? There's a reason their crime rates are low compared to the rest of the world. It's not because of this Sharia, because the Sharia does not actually say you have to cut hands. And actually, the Sharia says if a man, for example, steals food because he's hungry, you can't do anything to him. As far as they want to demonize it in the West, this is right or wrong, AY. So
correct. That's correct.
You cannot just take a man and say, "Oh, you stole bread." Oh, Chopper said, "No, no, no." What the Grand Card is going to ask is very simple. Do you have employment? Did they allocate money to his sector? Did he get money? This is why the Arabian
What is
states,
the name of this country?
all these countries I just mentioned, Arabia, all of Arabia. It's the Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Oman, Qatar.
So what is the point you're making?
My point
that the
is
crime rate is low. Keep up. Keep up, forefathers.
Because
easy, I get that.
Because they take care of them. They don't lack. There's not much want. They do not have to
now, because of
hold
that,
on, forefathers. They do not have to commit crimes. Why there's a lot of crime, for example, in Nigeria, where someone will decide to blow themselves up, is because they've lost all hope of life. And part of it is the standard of living is pretty low and it's small.
Okay.
Exactly. So when you improve the standard of living, this goes back to what I was saying. If you have a high standard of living, you have the best security you can ever have.
You know, I have two eyes. You see, the thing about two eyes is that you can see with one eye and you can see with the second one. What you said is true. If you have a better standard of living, it depresses the need to commit crimes. But if you have security, it assures the need, it assures you of the ability to control it. Those nations you mentioned now, did you bother to check their security posture?
What do you mean security posture?
The second eye I was referring to. Did you bother
I
to
don't
use
understand.
your
I
second eye
honestly
to
don't
check
understand
their
what you're
security
saying.
posture? No, you only saw one strand of the
So
element that
explain.
gave them that stability.
Father, you
You
just
didn't
want
look
to
at the
win an
second strand.
argument. Let every other person speak. Two
Explain.
minutes.
Explain what you mean by the
Absolutely.
second.
Because
I'm
what you're
wrong.
saying,
Of course I'm
no,
wrong.
it's not. No. What it is that you took almost 45 minutes
I
to
agree with you.
agree. Wait.
Because the point is important.
If your point
Listen.
is so sensible,
Wait.
it
I'm
won't take that
speaking.
long for people to
Wait.
agree.
You took 45 minutes to agree that a high standard of living in a nation would suppress the will to commit crime.
That is a fact.
Yes, but that's what was said half an hour ago, and you disagreed with it.
No, I
You've
didn't
come
disagree
now
with
to
it.
you did. You've come now to the point of agreeing with it, and then still put in another caveat. But my brother, you can't keep going on and on.
No, I
Please
didn't.
let's move to the next. Please let's move to the next person. Please.
I was the one that
No,
was making an
poor
argument
father, you're
about.
playing this game rough.
Let the
You're
other
playing the
people
game rough.
speak.
Okay, let other people speak. Since you guys want to just win, I hope you win. You're happy. Go ahead.
I think, can I speak?
Rough play.
Go ahead.
Sorry, my brother. Sorry.
Okay. I think if we are comparing these other nations like United States that I am with Nigeria, the indices does not fall in place. There's so many the discrepancy between the comparison is too wide. There's no basis for comparison because the structures are not in any way conforming to a comparison standard that will make you want to say living standard in America comparing it to Nigeria. I can't place the dynamics of those comparisons that will make you have a valid conclusion and say, okay, we are better off or we are. There's no. Have you? Well, I lived in America for like 8 years, in Nigeria for like over 30 years. You know, we know where we're coming from now, guys. We all went to school in Nigeria, went to university and everything. The way the structures is now, the situation is there now back home. Guy, no indices of comparison will make you come up with a verdict to say this is better, that is better off. Right from the beginning to the end. It's so sad. It's so disheartening. You know that the way Fubara was crying on air. I know they're all nonsense people anyway. I don't want to blame anybody compared with anybody. Look at the way police are acting because you have a federal might on top of the people. Police coming to drive into a state where a governor is his chief security officer and telling you that he's sent from Abuja. Really? And he's ready to come and disrupt your state. Come on, that is a jungle. Maybe these things we are saying now. Nnamdi Kanu saw it long time ago. That is why he's been shouting that this is not working. This is not a structure.
It's
This
not a
is not a
structure.
system.
Come
It's
on,
not
man.
a system because if we look at everything that is going on there now, the Banana Republic is better than us. We just do things with impunity.
And then you want to give the
Can you
same
imagine?
power to the army.
Yeah, with too much impunity that nothing you can do about it. I had some professors in my group in secondary school where we were chatting and all that. Look at the way we are pursuing the OB dream, the good governance thing. As soon as the Edo election came up, see some of these guys who we are giving an analogy about the way systems to work, give it the right person, the right standard, the right whatever. The way they were cleaving to the touty that was happening over there, despite the mess up of the political setting. But they left the standard and they were not pursuing a situation that I couldn't understand. I had to back out. I mean, come on, guys. From the standard you just believed yesterday, today you have changed. Because of what? Interest. because of interest. So many things are wrong. Look at our spiritual system, our government, our everything. Everything is just wrong with us. I gave my car out to a body work guy. Before I knew it, my car was flying toll gate on my phone. I see my account was replenishing. I thought, what's happening? Where is this guy? I called the guy phone was not going. I said, why is my car replenishing my account on the toll? That means this car, and I look at the time, the car was being driven around 1 a.m. I had to call the police and say, man, my toll is showing that my account is being replenished, that somebody is actually flying my car across the border.
There you go.
The police ran with it and ran everything, and before you know it, they trapped the car in New Jersey, all the way from New York, and they parked the car and confiscated the car. The way when the policeman invited me to the station, the way the policeman received me and opened the door for me, sat me down in his office, helped me bring out my paper, went to photocopy it, ran for me like it's his business. I didn't pay a dime. For God's sake, a system. If you're comparing it to Nigeria, where you will buy biro, you will buy pen, you will buy fuel, you will buy whatever to run a system. At the end of the day, after the police finished with me, they took it to the district attorney's office. Someone pursued the case. Those are structures. Those are systems.
I don't know why people
comparing
can
it to a
see what I see,
jungle.
but it's all right. Maybe
Comparing it to a jungle. Come on. In fact,
And now you want to turn the jungle and give the army the same power of the jungle.
I don't want you to go on for long, forefather. But the breakdown description of what our brother has just said, I can't see your name, my brother, Obe. Do you recognize that, or is it completely out of your recognition?
I recognize it all.
Okay. Now, okay.
Those are lower tier.
Wait.
Did you hear him? He called those lower tiered. You see, he just wants to win an argument.
That is what they
How
are.
can you call that lower tiered issue? Come on a serious note. Come on.
Forefather, you're not even serious. You just want to win an argument.
Forefather is
You just
impossible.
want to argue for argument's sake.
I really wish that's what I want to do. I really wish that's what I want to do.
How can you call those?
I don't have any
lower
need to
tiered
win argument.
issue?
You can.
Somebody
You
just
like
came
care.
on.
You can.
Somebody just came on this program.
No, it's your
A politician.
As a moderator, I know
that
it's
was
your
raped by the army. That they need to beg the politicians to take our case up. And I told him, your party was in power for 16 years. Don't you have a jurisdictional court or something that would take charge of that assault on that woman? And you call that low tier. You see, that's the problem. When you call the big things low tier, that's why Nigeria is where we are.
Ferrari, do you know?
I think basically that the system.
Let me ask
I think the system is too. I think the system is too complex for our structure to roll with it.
Let me ask you, please.
It's too complex. We need to break it down.
Hold on now. Let me ask questions. Let me ask questions. Do you know how the SARS police came to fruition? How it came to being? How did the SARS police come to existence?
SARS is just a
how did it come to
SARS.
existence? Yeah. SA, the one that they cancelled during the NSAS protest.
That's still another abuse of power.
They were just renaming. It was renaming.
I mean, how did it come to existence in the first place?
Boy.
Do you know the
no relevance? That's another abuse of power.
He probably knows how it came to existence.
It's special squad. That's what they are.
Alaba, you probably know why SARS came to existence. Why do you think SARS came to existence? What triggered it?
Armed robbery.
There was an event that occurred in Nigeria that triggered the SARS police to come into existence.
What was it?
Was the SARS monitored?
I think I remember from what I read or something. They said it had something to do with a kind of situation where the police was being attacked in Lagos.
That's a lie. Attack police in Lagos? Are you serious?
Okay,
it has to do with Bado boys, armed robbery. You don't know nothing about Lagos or Nigeria.
There is this story I heard that a police, he was driving, a police group of police stopped him, and they were searched his document, and his document was fine. So they let him. They wanted to let him go. Then I said, one of their colleagues actually needed a lift for him to help drop him off in the whatever junction in Delta State. And the guy, you know, as in a helping spirit, now okay, come in. He now sat in front and he rode with him for a few miles. And then they said he forgot his phone. In that event, he had already dropped drugs in the guy's car, right on the seat where he sat. So he now had to highlight from the vehicle. He parked, he highlighted, and the guy said he watched him already, sensing why is this guy trying to stop now? He was not driving. Where did he leave his phone at? Is he with the police or something? So he couldn't place why he was stopping at that point. So he now allowed him highlight from the vehicle. So he said he watched his side mirror. He saw him cross over the road to enter Keke, going back to the police guys. So he now drove away to a distance where he can be out of sight for the guy. So
sorry,
after that,
let's get some facts.
he parked.
Wait,
After
listen.
that, he parked his vehicle. Hello?
Continue.
He parked his vehicle and said, let me search and see whether anything funny has happened. Before he know it, he saw 2 pieces of drugs right at the point where this guy sat, just by the front seat right there in the passenger side. So he took the drug and threw them into the bush. You know, make sure he searched the car, clean up whatever he can find there, and drove. In few meters, the next police station stopped. The way they flagged it, you know that it's an unexpected vehicle. They flagged him down. Before you know it, he parked. And then the guy that was searching went straight to the spot where this guy sat to go and check for that for whatever they had kept there. They checked and checked and checked. They couldn't find anything. Before you know it, one started making call to ask the guy, where did you say you dropped this thing on? that is the police.
Imagine.
Understand? Just a setup.
Ridiculous.
And that is the same people that are the SARS. There are same people that were converted to the SARS. Same people that were converted to whatever they're converting names to.
Let's not act like that. Things like that don't happen in the United States. Okay.
Let me.
No, they happen, but they will happen for reasons.
Can we try to get somewhere, please, so that we can understand the main topic we are discussing?
Where are we going to get with you now?
If you want me to explain it, okay.
Going to Wikipedia to read us the
history
of
just in case you don't believe me. So just in case you don't believe me. That's the story of Nigeria. If you want to
don't tire me.
No, let's move on. I don't think we need all that.
The SARS police started because a military guy was killed in Nigeria, and it led to militaries attacking police, and the police went away from the road, and many of them ran for their life, according to what they said, in Lagos. Okay. And because of that, crime increased, and they had to set up this squad.
Sometimes I wonder if you are a Nigerian. The way you come with this story. So if Wikipedia didn't write you don't have people who call you
I didn't write it. I didn't write it. Why are you attacking me? I didn't write it.
Why would you go to Wikipedia?
No, I should not read it. I should not read it. I should hate it. I should not
read it. The way they call you for phone.
So I should hate it. I should not agree with it. I should fight it. Why are you fighting me for something that I didn't write?
What is the full meaning of SARS? What is the full meaning?
Let me read it.
Special anti-robbery squad.
Yeah, special anti-robbery squad.
Sorry? Anti-robbery.
Special anti-robbery squad.
So what does that mean to you? Anti-robbery.
Against robbery.
Robbery.
What does that mean to you? Anti-robbery.
Pardon?
Against robbery.
It's better than uncle robbery.
That's against robbery.
Exactly.
So he just tell you that the reason why he was formed was because of too much robbery.
Yes, so there was crime increase because police disappeared from the roads.
No.
So you won't believe what we are telling you happened unless you read them. For why white man write them for book.
The point I am making, the point I wanted to make, the reason why I'm sharing that is because you think you have zero security, but you don't. People are doing work to keep you safe. When you remove that, you have to have something like SARS show up to keep you safe.
Do you know
there
what?
Are a lot of innocent people that will suffer if you remove police from the street. The
You know-
idea that sorry, please. The point I'm making is that
it's long. This guy left Nigeria.
see,
It's
most
long
of us
he
are
left.
like sorry, actually.
Long
And
time.
people don't
It's
call
fine.
him regularly
Believe what you
to
want.
tell
A
him
long
what is
time he
happening.
left Nigeria.
No, brother.
No,
if I was
see,
I think if I was a policeman or somebody of the law, I think me and you would get on wonderfully. You like me so much.
No, you won't.
I teach you just like anything security.
Yeah,
And as far as it's security,
he loves
they're your
government.
friend. It doesn't work like that, my
No,
friend.
see, look, the truth is this, right? There's still
Pathetic.
Some of you don't like to see the truth for what it truly
there's some
is.
sort of
We're
security.
looking at you, or we are seeing the truth of you,
No,
my
can
brother.
you don't do 1 addition, 1 + 1 to add reach 2. You just make submission and say
Bro,
is it
your
correct?
own 1 and 1 is
The
55.
only thing you know about SARS comes from Wikipedia. We get people where they
Wow,
call us
I
from
can't believe.
Lagos.
You see,
They
this is
tell us
our
as things
this
they
is at the
happen.
core of our problem.
Big
So
difference.
dogmatic, we don't want to learn from anything.
No,
But that data shows
Alaba,
us the opposite.
Alaba,
We want to
listen,
go the wrong
listen.
direction anyway.
Let me tell you the
Because
truth,
we're just
right?
dogmatic about
See,
our beliefs.
there's some form of security in Nigeria. You
Yeah.
can't take it, but there's some form of
Correct.
security in Nigeria. You understand? This one was just saying no security, no security, no security. It's just because of the way
It could be
and
way
manner
better.
the insecurity is done. You understand? There's no place in this world there's no insecurity. You understand? But it's just because Nigerians was like they put it on your face, they abuse it, you always say you're abusing security. Like go and do your worst, nothing will happen. I'm doing it, I'm not even hiding it. Other people that there's insecurity, they're hiding it, they are politicizing it with style, try to show some respect. You understand?
Yeah, that's the local P. That's the miseducated Nigerian argument. When we say something is wrong with our country, you say it's the same in somewhere else. That's why we're not making progress. I don't buy those kind of arguments in the public space.
Listen to me.
So the Americans are hiding their own. The British are hiding their own. That doesn't help our situation.
Listen. Insecurity. Hold on. Insecurity is an English word. It's not a Nigerian word. All right. So there's no insecurity. It's just the level of just like even there's security all over the world. You still have levels of security, just the way you have levels of insecurity.
And we're saying our own level too high.
So to say there's no security at all, you understand?
Nobody said that. Different. Let's not move the goalposts.
All right, so
the reason why that point is important because when they say they should recruit more, you start saying that they are bringing bad things into the country. Those people are going to come and cause problems inside the country. But you forget that they are doing a lot of good too.
On a scale of 1 to
That's
10,
why that point is important.
Local P, on a scale of 1 to 10, I just want to ask just two very straightforward questions. On a scale of 1 to 10,
3 or 4. 3.
I didn't even mention the country, bro.
No, I know we are going to 3.
Who?
Is it?
Who was I going to ask you?
About security now, the scale of 1 to 10.
He was about to ask you about China, and you gave it 3 or 4. You thought it was going to be US. You see how you make mistakes?
Shut up. I thought it was going to Nigeria. We're talking about Nigeria security.
No, I'm going to get to Nigeria, but I was going to say on the scale of 1
exactly.
to 10,
you talk about Nigeria. What's the problem?
UK security.
Okay, UK security.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Sorry, hold on. I beg. Please ask the question again.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being very good, excellent, and 1 being goddamn as horrible as forefathers' argument, what would you give the UK security?
I'll give it I'll give it a 7 or 8. 7.
All right, so very good. All right, so what would you give Nigerians?
Nigeria. I just told you before that I'll give it 3.
So forefathers' argument. As bad as forefathers' argument. Okay, so forefathers, same question for you. What would you give on a scale of 1 to 10?
Such a hater.
I know, yeah, you know. So on a scale of 1 to 10,
no. Ask with Nigeria. Ask with the US. What about the US security?
I give it like a 7 too, just like you said. I'll give it a 7.
Let's say no. I'll give America 6 of 5 out of 5.
No, I can't give it a 6.
I live here in Chicago on the south side. I'll give it an 8. And I live in the middle of the jungle. I live in
3,000 dead every year from gun violence. Are you happy to give it? You see how they behave?
No, so let's not lie to the people in England. If we're gonna use Chicago, especially the south side, that would be like a 1.2.
No man, about with the big head.
You don't live in Chicago. I speak the truth. I'm an Inglewood. I'm a real Inglewood boy. Right in Inglewood. I'll give it an 8. The police only show up when someone is dead. People they will tell you, is someone dead or injured? The moment you answer no, we are not coming. But when someone is dead or about to die, they will show up right away.
Wow.
I'm telling you, I can show you a video. Some GDs was chasing the cops in Chicago, and the cops was beating the red light, just gunning it out of there. They didn't want nothing to do with those kids. Not Chicago. Chicago is dangerous.
I'm in
The whole
Chicago.
of,
I'm in the middle
America,
of it.
the
I'm
whole
a
of
The
teacher
South
America,
here.
Side,
the whole of
especially the
America
South
is
Side.
5.5.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not as good as. In short, all the developed countries are better than America in terms of security. All the developed countries are
Maybe,
better.
yeah. I want to believe so. Yes, I agree.
All of them are
America's a
better.
very violent society. You know?
Yeah, okay, look, I said something. Femi hasn't said much.
Femo.
Yeah, Femi.
Me,
So
I'll be here, oh, not you. You guys
you
will
see,
not
You
be
are
here.
only there for comedic performances.
AY started this trouble for me from the very get go. He started having a go at me.
Make
And
Femi speak now. Make it a talk.
Use your
AY
finger.
started it. Yeah.
Make use
So
of your finger and type on the comment section. Stop talking. This is bigger than your league. It's bigger than your level. So go to the comment section and just.
let's allow Femi add to the conversation.
Yeah, so I was actually I've been quietly enjoying the back and forth. Forefathers, I came for you.
Thank you.
Have I not had enough? What is wrong with all you people even?
It's an
You
objective
guys need to stop it.
consumption.
Though. You guys need to stop it. I'm going to sue all of you at this rate. What is this now? Everybody just keep coming after me because I'm sharing data. What is this? Please go ahead. Give me one more beating.
It's just I'm trying to help you I'm
Okay.
trying to save you
I
to
hope you
save
help
yourself.
me.
Yeah, I'm trying to save you
I'm
from
very
yourself.
happy to be helped.
Okay. So the other day when we're talking about that bank fee for security menini, you hacked me a bit, especially when it came to things that I know and I'm not even I'm trying to be humble about it. You understand? I'm trying so hard. Now, today you said two things that really I've been considering not coming in, but you said two things that were blatantly, totally 120% wrong.
True.
While not trying to take you back, it's going to be unfair if one does not curb some of the things you say because it's just so wrong. Now, one of them is this. You said something about the fact that the regional system failed. I would gladly direct you to, I don't know if you know Edward Obilo.
Fantastic individual.
Please, I would not say more than that, just in case. Because I think I continue to educate myself as well. I'm not going to say I'm perfect. So I'll keep it at that. Just go follow his podcast. It doesn't get better than this. Now, the
Forefather, do you know him? Sorry.
I don't know. Yeah.
I just want to know if Forefather knows who you're talking about.
Nah, he's not on Wiki. He didn't write
doesn't
Wikipedia.
notice fall apart. How would he know
I don't
Robert
know him
Okilo?
because the standard that I used to judge the regional system was based on his outcomes. No matter his reasoning, if he doesn't use the outcomes.
So maybe if I can help you further, just briefly before I go to the second thing, because there's only two reasons why I came, right? Let me just quickly summarize the reason why I mentioned his name. Thankfully, Jagun seems to know him pretty well.
I know him.
The kind of people he invites and the kind of compendium of knowledge he has about Nigeria. They are basically just go listen to him. Let me keep it at that. The second reason why I came up is I noticed that a lot of times you keep using statistics and certain comparisons. I'm not trying to hit you. I'm really not trying to hit you. So it's coming from a place of love. I mean, criticize myself, right? Now, in trying to make comparison and use statistics, don't forget, forefathers, statistics can be used to tell all kind of manner of lies, can be skewed to favor whatever argument you're coming with.
Contextual.
Exactly. So, and it depends on the context, and there are all kind of variables when you're talking about statistics. That's why sometimes I don't like statistics for certain reasons, depending on how the individual is trying to
Forefather studied statistics in school. That's why he likes statistics.
But you should leave Wikipedia statistic alone.
So again, I'm not coming to attack you. I just I came for you. So just just as a final, as a parting shot, I dare say that, especially when we're talking about Nigeria, and that's why personally couple of years ago, I decided as much as possible not to use countries like America to compare. Nigeria, I try to look at countries that started with us on the same footing.
Right.
Like, say your Brazil, your Malaysia, your
Singapore,
even China.
Exactly, you know.
Well,
and
maybe
the
not
reason why I
China.
say this is that there's a lot of things we've done to ourselves, by ourselves, that we cannot. We have to look internally to how we got to where we got to, and blame ourselves, government, the people, and before we start looking at other realms. And the reason why I say this is that people have spoken, and a lot of what they said, I am sorry to say, I align with it. You cannot just keep talking about security or talking about the overbloated government and the corruption that's just so obvious. And then you start to justify what's happening in all other realms. Have the way of dealing with their problems. We have refused to deal with our own problems that are so obvious, starting from the government level. Because for further, if need I ask you, where in the world do you get a situation where till tomorrow we don't know the exact amount these senators and reps, so-called senators and reps, how much they earn? Not basic salary now, but all those emolument, all those myriads of what's it called? Benefits that they get, including the fact that they all, each time you have these people in power, whether they're serving senators or reps or they're coming back, they keep budgeting brand and money for brand new cars from our
furniture,
where is it
cars.
done? There's no sense of accountability. Each senator or rep has 200 advisors. Even the advisor has an advisor.
Why is this man yawning like a bastard?
You know,
so go and sleep, my brother. If you can't take it here, why?
In summary, before I leave and continue enjoying, because I really am enjoying the way they're giving it.
I really like what you said, Femi. I really do like what you said, because if I can just slightly add to what you're saying, in terms of looking at Nigeria and its development, if we are not looking inwardly, as has been said, I think it was AY who said it earlier, we are not going to come with a solution that is profitable to us. We do so much outside gazing from Nigeria. We know that the grass is definitely greener outside. So much so that it is other people who are coming to our country to steal the very gold that we have in our nation, the very value. It's because we are not paying attention. We're not. And we need to pay attention. And to pay attention is to pay attention to the realities that would improve our situation. Not just winning arguments, not just comparing like for dislike. That can't work. You're in your own situation with those evaluations.
Forefathers, let me ask you a question. What do you think is going to happen to Nigeria? Just try to use your imagination here. Say in 10 years, right? The minimum wage remains at 70,000, and bread or a bag of rice is 50,000 naira, 45,000 naira. What do you think is going to happen to the society in 10 years, in a decade?
If the price of those things go to that price you mentioned,
Meaning if the level of poverty is still as astronomical as it is right now, because they're just getting used to it. But let's say it remains the same for the next decade. What do you think happens in that society?
depends on the. I can't possibly tell, but there's likely to be an up. This thing is a very, very fertile environment for revolution.
Bingo. That's what the country is going to burn down.
Yeah. But I don't know how that relates to all the
Yeah, it
points.
relates, meaning if you do not improve the standard of living of the people, you could buy all the guns you want, equip the police with all kinds of cannons and APCs, you're not getting any security. Your security starts with the people's, with alleviating poverty, which is what everybody's trying to tell you.
Sometimes I wish I'm not a moderator, because I think I will be a bit more brutal with some of you guys. But it's all right, because some of the things I'm hearing is unbelievable.
You'd only be brutal to yourself, or you're not reasoning. You're just not reasoning.
Especially
somebody has said something and you replied
if
to
I was
say
a
that
panelist, I
you
will
need to be
floor
more
you.
brutal.
I will floor you.
I speak the truth. To
my
answer the
arguments.
question you
Some of your
asking,
arguments don't hold
they will
water.
militarize,
And
they will weaponize the military, and they will
Alaba,
put
come
the
on
people
now,
in
don't be
their
interrupting
place.
me all the time. See, Femi, all the points you made, none of them, you didn't even like tie them to reality in any way.
Oh my days.
What?
The point you made about why do you do this? I was quiet.
Yeah,
When he talked about
I was trying to round up, but Jagun.
Okay, go ahead, round up. I don't have any need to listen to myself, so please go ahead.
No, I was gonna say my thoughts and leave. So let me just round up. So just to finish up the part where you were, because I know you're still talking about security, I had to go back on that, right? You need to also understand that we're at a stage where, because I know you keep talking about army and security, but I have not seen anywhere, there's no proof anywhere in the world where just by trying to add more policemen, even especially now that right now they're not even getting paid properly. So now on top of that, you're not going to add more policemen when there are other issues that brought the insecurity in the first place to this level that's not being addressed, including, okay, look at, for example, I've always told you I grew up in the north initially. The amount of our Almajiri kids, out of school children, poverty. And that's not to say there's no poverty in the South. Don't get me wrong. I'm just telling you my own reality that I lived, that I saw. That's there already. You have a lot of graduates unemployed, underemployed, or unemployable graduates roaming the streets. You have resources being wasted. Yeah, people seeing the way governance works in Nigeria with corruption and people telling them to go to school. Nowadays, they talk about the fact that they think education is a scam. So nobody's even getting fooled anymore in Nigeria. I don't know the last time you went back. But in any case, it is a multi-pronged approach, and it starts again with us, the people, and the government themselves, especially taking a look at themselves. Because if you're talking to people and you're telling them that, oh, the pain for now is just going to be for a while, and the same people you're talking to, they see the way you're living large on the same economy that's not working right now, and you think they're going to pay attention to you, and people are not going to find a way to do anything it takes for them to get that cheddar, that paper. We're joking. And you think that security, adding more policemen that are hungry, or traffic wardens that
poorly trained security officers.
I'm sorry?
I said poorly trained officers.
Exactly. And there's
undertrained officers.
When was the last time you took a look at the police training colleges in Kaduna, in Kano, in Lagos? Have you been into one before? Have you ever entered one before? Forefathers, we're joking. Thank you and good night.
I think it appears as if we are in disagreement, but in reality we are not. I just think
what's he better forefather with argument? You don't turn snake for us. With a wriggle. You won't wriggle round. Well done, my brother.
No,
he doesn't let me talk. He doesn't let me talk.
It's like a light that travels on a straight line, but waves on the way.
The light is now a wave. You see, they didn't let me finish. They didn't let me finish. So I should start with knocking you down. Okay, that's what you want.
Father, you're lucky.
You are just being wicked right now. You don't even want me to say one thing. Even when I want to agree with you, fight me. If I disagree, you fight. Which one do you want? I should bow. Okay, fine. Let's see. The point I'm making is that we are seeing it differently. It's not because I disagree with the issues that they are highlighting, but their mistake is that there are different tiers of problems that you have. There are different tiers. So the first problem, you don't have security. You deal with that first. Then you deal with all the other, like training, bad pay, bad all that stuff. You can deal with all that along the line. The reason why I say that you have to have the security first, because the ones we have now that are badly trained and all the rest, they are not offering us zero security. they are offering something. And I believe that given how much we spend on them, they are overperforming. But we don't see that. We just
No, they're not. Forefathers,
How
let me just say something.
That's all we do.
Forefathers,
No,
let me
please let me
interrupt
finish
you.
my point. Let me finish
All
my
right.
point.
All right.
Let Femi talk.
Land.
We just badmouth people that are sacrificing their lives every day in Nigeria. We just say, oh, they are not doing anything. They are bad and they are not getting good training. No, they are doing work. Actually, when you go to Nigeria, you are able to walk around free. It's because of them. They are not nothing.
And
that is why you treat it as a different tier problem. The issues that you all are raising, it's not because they are not there. I know they are there. But that doesn't mean you don't go and increase the size of the security force to be able to replicate what we have now everywhere. They are not where they are supposed to be. Sometimes crime is happening and they are not there. While you live in the UK, you live in America, you live in all these countries where you can call police, 15 minutes they are there. But when they say you should do it for your own people, is it because American police is perfect? American police is not perfect, but yet you have many of them everywhere.
But that's
You're
not
okay
what
with
we're
that.
saying,
But when it comes to your
Forefather.
country, you don't want to do that, and you start blaming me for it.
No,
oh
we're
my
saying,
God, I really can't believe our people sometimes.
Forefathers, all we're saying
Forefathers, let me ask you a question. Do you think it's because of the police not enough? That's why we don't have instant what's it called, presence of policemen when you call them for anything? Do you think it's because of
exactly?
No, it's not. Never, ever, 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 ever. It is not. I've called police several times. Listen to me. I've called them several times. They are there. They will tell you there's no vehicle in their vehicle. It's not the number. It's not the money. Even if you have them 50 there, they will still tell you they don't have phone in their vehicle. If it's okay, let me come and carry them. You still have to mobilize them. Even if you take them with your car, you still have to mobilize them to follow you. So it has nothing to do with numbers. That's why I tell you, like, hold on, see, Papa, listen. I think who was doing statistics the other time saying the number of policemen that are attached to VIPs is even more than the policemen that are left to do the normal work. Number of policemen that are attached to VIPs in Nigeria.
You see, that's a contradictory statement you just made.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I said the number of policemen attached to VIPs.
Two arguments you just made are fighting each other.
Listen to me. Hold on. Listen to you.
Shouldn't be attaching police to VIPs. That's a violation of equality.
I tell you something, forwarders, right? I say we have enough. We have enough. Or rather, no. Let me tell you. No, I said it's not because we don't have enough. That's why you don't see the efficiency of emergency call working. No. Even if you have them in the station doing nothing, go there and call them. They will still not follow you. Not because they cannot follow you. They don't want to follow you. They can't put their life at risk because it's not worth it for them to die. It's not the number of policemen. It's not the manpower. You understand? So I just brought another twist to it. Like, look, even the number of policemen that are attached to VIP is more than the police that are left to do the job. That is why the ones that are left to do the job don't want to do the job, because the police, their colleague that are attached to VIP, because they have level and connection to be attached to VIP, those ones are enjoying. You understand? Doing the same work, collecting the same salary. But these ones on the field, they want them to go because they don't have connection. They want them to be the one to go and face bullets and do what not. Stay in remote village, darkness, no light, no nothing. Then the ones that are colleague who have connection are with VIP. You understand? Chilling, eating, feeding under the roof of the VIP. Not doing anything.
Are you a VIP?
Sorry?
Are you a VIP?
I can get one. I can be one if I want to.
So when you come to Nigerian airport and walk out on the street in Murtala Mohammed Airport, you hire police.
What do you mean? I'm my own security, first and first.
You sure? If they remove the security from Lagos, you are going to be your own security. Yeah?
I don't understand. What do you think? What do you think?
If they remove police from Lagos, can you do that?
What do you think the people, the Nigerian citizens, what do you think they do? Do you think if they really, really, really want to take law into their hands and challenge robbery, insecurity, you think they cannot do it? No. Things have to work the way things are designed to work.
No, they cannot.
Hold on. Let me tell you, that's why you see people going to the police, getting poor passion for themselves. Any armed robber they have the killing.
Okay, so Forefather, let me ask you.
It's like saying the citizens can become doctors. They cannot.
Do you think the police in Nigeria, Lagos at least, is so efficient that there's more crimes being prevented because of their presence than it would have been if there was
There was none.
no way, maybe not none, if they were better equipped and more police on the ground.
Please repeat. That's an interesting question. Repeat that again. I didn't catch that.
Okay, so in essence, I'm just saying, do you
If you
think
didn't catch it,
more
how did
crimes
you
are
know it
being
was interesting?
Because
do
you
you think more
talk.
crimes? Do you think more
The mouth
crimes?
is too big. You must
Oh
talk.
God,
Do you think more crimes are being prevented than being committed because of the presence of the police?
Oh, crime is definitely more is actually being more prevented because of the presence of the police than if they were absent.
What if I say, oh, maybe I'm not phrasing it right? So just permit me, just forgive me. But what if I say I believe that there are more unreported crimes and more uninvestigated crimes than what the police is actually preventing or solving?
Oh yeah, to an extent, even that might actually be true in many countries.
No, not many countries. Let's focus on
Yeah,
Nigeria.
that's true. But the point is that it's not unusual that most crimes go unpunished or unresolved.
Actually, it is unusual because here
Mhm.
you obviously, like Obi just said, you would report a crime and you know at least 9 times out of 10 you will get a resolution to a committed
Nine
crime.
times out of 10, you get
Yes,
resolution
you
to
will get
criminal
a
activity.
resolution.
Then
I'm
we
not
can
saying
start in the UK, in the
prevention.
US, we can search in the US how many crimes actually get solved.
I didn't say solve. I said you will get a resolution. That's why it's good to listen.
Resolution, is it not solved?
No,
What is
resolution
that?
meaning there will be a conclusion. At least someone will look into it. Nobody's going to go to you and say, well, you got to buy us gasoline or you got to pay us for our bullets or you got to come pick us up. Oh, they're robbing your ass?
Oh,
I come pick us up.
okay, so
So you will,
do we want to go with unreported crime? Because they do have those statistics too. So
well,
there are
if it's
crimes in
if
America
it's
that are
unreported,
unreported
how
because
would
they
you get
just thought
us?
nobody's going to chase it up.
So if you think there's more unreported crimes in the United States than Nigeria?
No, not likely. Not likely. I don't think so.
So
But
why
the,
do
the
you?
point
But
you are
why would
making,
why would
the
you
point
think that would be? Forget the point I'm making. Why would you think that would be that people in one jurisdiction will choose to not report crimes as opposed to another jurisdiction 3,000 miles or whatever away?
because they feel like the police is not equipped to handle their
They
this
will
scenario.
not get a resolution to their case.
Yes, yeah, in other
Okay.
words. But
Mhm.
resolution or not solving it, I think it's still just a different semantics of saying there's no solution to the problem. You didn't have a solution to it, whether somebody looked into it or not. You didn't have a solution to it. The crime remains unsolved. That's the point. And
Well,
but
Nigeria, nobody's gonna. No,
it's
if,
already proven. It's a fact that when police was pulled out of the streets of Nigeria, there was crime. Crime increased, and that shouldn't need explaining because that is true. It's just obvious. So the idea that the security that you have now, the police that you have now, they are not doing work, I don't agree with that. I
Father, can we
mistakenly
talk about the topic about liberating the minds of our educated people like
For
you?
father,
they are crying now. They are crying. They are begging. They are begging.
but I'm
They are
just
begging.
here, like you don't allow people. You are today. There is no
No,
more.
no. AY, you started this. You started this
Nothing
trouble.
is going on
No,
today. No.
see, AY, I may be surprised about your a kind of dedication. I know you believe in the regional system actually, but I would have thought you'd be more like you use outcomes to judge things between environments. If you have an outcome of something, for me, I would think, okay, that didn't go well. Why should I want to go back to it? Is it so? Was
Do
it so
we
good?
have outcome? Do we have outcome?
We
Is
have
there
the
any outcome
outcome
you know?
already.
Listen,
No.
Father, federal would have been nice if we practice it
The
properly.
outcome was so bad that some young people felt like they need to go and tear that system down.
How many years did we practice it for?
6 years.
Okay, and how many years have we practiced federalism for?
this last dispensation.
In total, plus the first and the second republic.
I wouldn't know that. I don't
That's
know
almost 30 years,
Thank you,
28
sir.
to be
Correct.
precise.
Almost 30 years.
Almost
And look
30.
at where that's
28
I
to
prefer the
6.
continuous one. The continuous one is about
Is the
24
continuous ones
25 years.
making progress for the people because it's about the
Because
people.
it hasn't been truncated. The point is that the other one lasted 6 years. That young people felt like.
But you yourself just admitted that we are
It's not.
sitting
It
on the
wasn't.
edge
No,
of
no, no.
gunpowder.
Hold on. It wasn't truncated. The only reason this current dispensation hasn't been truncated was because OBJ had the smarts as seeing what happened in the First Republic and then handing over in the Second Republic and becoming the first president in the Third Republic, seeing the composition of the army. He knew that what he had to do first was to break the tentacles of the army. And that was what he did. Retirements, restructuring the commands, everything. He did that. So it's not because the system is working perfectly. It was just because OBJ had the foresight to go at the army, also for his own benefit.
So you are saying that OBJ is a miracle worker that somehow prevented the military from overthrowing the system.
If you want to call it that, yes.
If you want to put it like
So
that,
whatever
you're
you
absolutely
now,
right for the first time
whatever
tonight.
you want to say, then if that is correct, you are arguing that the Nigerian people were able to put a system that was able to be stable for 24 years. And instead, you are arguing that let's go back to the other one. Let's copy something that they did with this one to put
But
in
it's
the other
not
one.
our system.
What makes you
It's
think
not
it's going to
Nigeria
work
people.
well with the other one?
Hold
They're
on.
going to have the same thing.
Hold on. It was not Nigeria people that put this system that survived for 24 years. It was a borrowed system. That's not our system.
Okay.
Nigerian people didn't put it together. That's a fact.
It's a fact that we borrowed it. That's a fact. If you think about it, even America borrowed it. Let's face it. The point is that we have a system that is working. We have a system that is changeable.
Do we have a system that is working? Really?
No, that it has not been truncated. That has not led.
Truncated doesn't mean it's working. You got to use the right word.
Okay. I withdraw that. I withdraw it. Objection sustained. I withdraw it. It's not working, but the point is that it has lasted, and it can be changed. So all the things you're arguing for regional system, why can't you just put it in states? Why do people just hate states so much?
Because if we are supposed to practice federalism as it was supposed to be practiced, where each state is basically an independent country on its own that only defers to federal law, that will be beautiful. We are not practicing it how we're supposed to be practiced, and that is a problem. For example, I'll give you an example. You have the North right now, and they practice Sharia law. And then you have people in the South, and not for criminal, well, they shouldn't be doing it for criminal cases, but they do, right? But you have people in the South complaining that these people have their own laws, which under the Constitution is their right. For example, you have people in the South complaining that why don't they sell alcohol out there? Why don't they do this? They should do no, but that's their right. So these little nuances are what's affecting the country. And Father, I will always still go back to the fact that the allocations, the states are not allowed. This is the main thing. The states are not allowed to keep a majority of the income generated, at least the ones that are the economically viable, to keep what they generate. There's no reason the Niger Delta region, for example, should keep only 13%.
So do you want to argue for that now? You know you can argue for that in this system of government that you have. Because they are able to change it so that the states start having either all or some of their revenue from their states. At the moment, I think the state keeps quite significant amount of revenue that they generate internally
No,
themselves.
they don't.
No, they do. They do.
They do.
How much
But
does the Niger Delta?
not oil, though. Not
No
oil.
oil.
Even
No oil
saying.
is federal assets. That's why.
AY,
Oil is not costly.
outside of oil and the VAT that Lagos generates, who else makes money? The remaining states are economically redundant. They do not generate anything. They don't.
That is
But
true.
nobody's stopping them from generating, are they?
Okay, but
No,
they
they've been
don't.
stopped heavily. What do you mean?
Why would they try to generate anything if they can
In my
leech off
state, in Ondo
If
State.
they can generate, they can keep it.
Why would they even try to generate
No.
anything? if
Because they
can
just
leech-
told you that internally generated revenue, the states can keep it.
No, Fafa, you see, you're not listening. You're not listening.
Mhm.
Why would they even try to generate anything? Do you realize there's
Because
less
federal
than-
government is giving them money.
Oh my God, just hold on. Do you realize there's less than 10 states that take care of the rest of Nigeria? Do you realize that? The remaining states
Go back
are
to the
basically
previous question,
remaining
please.
states outside of the Niger Delta and Lagos, everybody else is a leech. Maybe including Kano. Everybody
Why are
else
they not
leeches.
generating their? Why are they not generating
Can
wealth?
I give you two scenarios, forefather?
Okay.
Why would they bother generating anything if they can leech off the rest? That is the mentality that
Two
try to-
scenarios. Two
Because
scenarios.
you get more, you get more. I thought they were greedy. They get more if they generate more. How is that not even obvious?
Let me say. Wait.
Why don't they? Do you agree?
Because
Hold on.
our people wear mumu trouser like
Oh,
they
dear.
refuse to take off. That's why.
Do you agree?
We keep acting as if regionalism is going to solve it. You just revealed it just now that they have ability to generate, but they refuse to do.
So
I think you need to understand what regionalism is.
About 7. Let's give it 9. Let's be generous. Let's give it 10 states. Can you hear me on the internet?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Connection.
Let's allow Jagun. I think he wanted to add something out.
I just wanted to say this. I was in Nigeria when I was 21 doing pineapples. And when I went back to my village, there's a big, rough, healthy stream of a river that washes down. And in Ifo and Ikaro, we don't have electricity for everyone. Electricity comes and it goes, but it's not nothing that you could be sure of. If you don't have a generator, basically you're living in darkness. So I saw that they have this thing, and it's quite easy to generate electricity from that kind of current that I was seeing. So I was organizing now to put a water mill in there so that we can attach for electricity. Next thing that happened was the local government authorities came to me to say that I am not allowed to do that, that we cannot generate electricity of our own in our village. That was what was said. That stops any kind of development.
True.
Now, that's just one. Wait, I haven't finished. One. The second one I want to tell you, my cousins, they live in Ikoyi, and their mother was driving home with the driver, a taxi, and the taxi, she left money in there, and the taxi drove away with the money knowingly. Her son, my cousin, now found that taxi driver and spoke to him about the money that was in there, and he was playing shilly shally. But he took the guy to the police station. When he got to the police station, he explained the whole story. The police station, the officer there told my cousin that first you must register and bring X amount of money. Then we can take our investigations up to this point. He had the guy there. Oh, this is what he said. We can take our investigations up to this point. Then when our investigations get there, if we X, Y, and Z find him there, then you would have to pay another money. You know, my cousin left him there and walked out, left him. That is what we have in that country. I don't know why you are playing this game of defense, when there is no defense. Nigeria is in a mire. It's in a deep mire. And we need to arrest the ever-present failing of a nation, rolling into further failure. Now, you are now putting it to us. This is why we fail. I'm saying to you, bros, we should be discussing this thing as adults, real adults, who have agency, maybe to make a change, maybe to bring about a notion, a new notion, maybe a notion that is collective. We don't even have it in our own individual heads. But it seems to me that you are not taking on board the difficulties that have taken place over the last 60 years that bring us into this position. And the main difficulties is the lack of organization, lack of nationhood, lack of sobriety amongst our people. Lastly, I'll just end like this. Nigeria, oh dear, I've lost my thought. Let me leave it there. That I think should satisfy that.
Me, I want to go sleep, but let me leave
the
my
first
final
one has
submission.
been solved by constitutional amendment regarding the power
Father,
supply.
let me
And the
leave my
second
No,
one,
not sleep, but they don't break already now.
and the second one is a factor of corruption that will occur, whether it's regional or this.
Listen, forefather, the topic you had today, liberating the minds of our educated and uneducated people. Is it possible to reach them? Is a very valid topic. But I discovered through this conversation that you are one of those educated people that we need to reach. And it's important that we reach you because the fact of the matter is that people like you are more dangerous than the likes of Tinubu or those in our government. Because for us to mobilize and organize and begin to plan to address this problem, first of all, no cavalry is coming to save us. Nobody's coming to help us. We got to do this thing. For us to reach that critical mass, that collective consciousness of what our issue is and propound a solution to it, we need each other. Now, whether we convince you willingly or we discard you along the way, either way, one would happen. I don't know. I don't know what will happen. But people like you, people like you, Kulata, one man to more, to me, are more dangerous than the system that we face, including Loco. Loco is one of you. He just tries to pretend to.
My brother not join. I bet.
But on a serious note,
yeah, Father, in my own opinion,
just one second. Let me just say that Ferrari.
You want to take over?
What you just 1 second, and I'll let you.
All right.
What I'm saying is, what you just said. Guess what it is? You're naming these minorities, right? That is the problem. You don't want to group them together. You want to keep naming them one by one.
Wow, we have a problem. Jesus Christ. You know why this topic is very, very important. This topic, you know why I said it? I said how to this is liberating the minds of educated and uneducated people.
I think it's true.
The educated one is definitely relevant because
what Pansat said is true to an extent. Believe you me, our differences is making a lot of influence on our approach to issues, our ideology about the coexistence and the life as it were. It is obvious that it's having a tell on it. We're just deceiving ourselves, trying to be a very complex people. Let's even take my Edo State as an example. If I don't stay in the Ishan land, I won't understand when an Ishan man speaks 70%, even up to 30%, I will not understand. That is the basic problem. We had those difficulties from onset, and it's trickling down on our ability to coexist. We have tried a pattern for 64 years. It seems not to be moving us to our destination. And we are still debating whether to keep it or whether to redesign it or probably to review it. We have been doing the same. Look at what happens to the police, for example, now. You know, our police are being controlled by some persons in the federal. That is the reason why they don't want the state police to exist. Because that will, first of all, bring down their power at the level of this nonsense they're doing. So the police is too complex from the center of Abuja to administrate. That is why you don't see four in the vehicle. That is why they can't buy vehicles for patrols. That is why they can't even kit them up with police kit up. Look at
one very simple
look at the security man that was with a local government chairman, that one chairman in Port Harcourt. The guy behind him was even more kitted than the policeman, the security man. For example, now let's liberate the police to state level. You will see the way Edo State man will dress some police. Delta man want to copy, Bayelsa want to copy. Then you will not have to employ the Aba guys. Give us a bulletproof uniform that you can produce in Aba that will be well bulletproof, that will have all these things that like American people wear it, all these guns, your knife, your pepper spray, everything on it. You keep them up. There will be industrial. I mean, people will grow that industry. Before we know it, we can kit our police. State will begin to want to make their own the best, change uniform. Just like the sheriff you have here and the New York police and the LPD and the YPD and all those things, you will see there will be business. There will be trickle down positive effect on the people. Let's leave the governors away from it. With time, we'll work on the governor not using them as a tool, but they will grow out of there. They will grow out of there. But if we don't start to do those things from the beginning, we want to let Mr. President control an IG, and IG does not even know his commissioners. The money does not go down to them to even have to have an impress in the police station. They don't have it. Because the system is too complex for them to administrate. They are not online. They can't even carry your number and look at their system and begin to generate what your issues are right there. No facilities because it is too centralized. That is the way to go. Let us try a different thing. 64 years is enough for a review. Can't we just get these things?
Obi, let me just make one point out of everything you said. I always say something. It's not about kitting and giving them fancy uniforms. You can give them all the Gucci shirts you want and all the Prada shirts you want. That's not it. Very simple, pragmatic issues. For example, what is policing? It has to be localized. It has to be community-based. That's the first thing you have to approach. You cannot bring someone from the north that does not know the culture of a certain people and put them in that neighborhood. First of all, people are not going to feel comfortable enough to give him the information he needs to police properly, which is what I wanted to just bring up. First of all, we need local. It has to be localized. Your police has to be from the neighborhood. If he's not
police,
from the neighborhood,
schools,
guess what?
houses, parks has to be localized.
He is an enemy. He's an infiltrator. This is the problem they have, for example, in the Southeast, where someone that's not from their neighborhood or speaks their language just treats them anyhow. If you're from that neighborhood, you're not just gonna keep extorting people.
Correct. Yeah.
You're not extorting people if you live next door to the citizens of that community. You're not taking someone in the back and blasting and killing them if you are from that community.
So why is these people not thinking along this line? Why do you think they're not thinking along this line?
They don't want it to happen.
Because they are making so much money from this federal system. It's unbelievable. So much money from the stealing, from the taking, there's so much stealing, so much money. So they don't want to let go of their own wealth at the expense of the country.
Correct.
Could I make a contribution? I let you guys talk forever, and I was listening.
Oh, thank you. We didn't know we needed permission. Thank you,
I'm
though.
just saying, Jacob, you suggested that I speak maybe an hour ago, but let me. I'll take maybe 5 minutes to talk to forefathers, because he is symbolic of the problems that we have in the country, right? Because it's not ignorance. He knows. If you observe forefathers very well here, there's a couple of things he does. One is to feign ignorance, and he say, "Oh, okay, right," on something he already knows. So when we are here, I would assume that we're not here to talk about things we already know about.
Yeah.
Right? There's some things that are key issues, key questions, basically. Then you have core issues. It's different from key. Then you have crucial ones, right? You have central issues that we all have in common. Now you're talking about regional stuff. Something like policing that you're talking about, speak the truth, was just introduced here in the Los Angeles, in the United States, maybe a decade ago, right? They had to fire the community policing they talked about how good it is, why it's better, right? So that's something that we can just adopt because others have already done the research. We copied our constitution from the United States. So it's not a bad thing to benefit from some of these research. So it's already known. So why I'm talking to forefathers is that there are vital issues, there are essential issues, there are core issues, like I was putting them. So you could choose which one security comes under, right? If we have unlimited resources, you have educated Northerners, for example, or people operating in good faith. Something like having that violence, right? Not to have exclusivity to violence from the North is very important to them. It's not something they're going to give away. They might as well agree to redoing the Constitution. It's going to be harder to have them have other regions have equal access to violence like they be monopolizing centrally. That's why we have that issue. It's not about money. A lot of these people here who just answer that is money, they already know, but they want to be politically correct. And let me take the fall, right? Let all the bullets fall on me because I have to tell you the truth. It's not money. It's having exclusivity to violence. That's the whole idea.
You are coming with the same.
I kind of agree with Fansad on that one too.
Yeah. So now, when you talk about
can
security,
you finish that? Take a minute.
yeah, I will finish, but I really want you to pay attention to what I'm saying. That's the whole idea. Else, I'm wasting my time. I want to talk to you in the sense that this is not academic. We have a limited time that the Wazobians, right, that we're gonna put up with this nonsense. You minorities, there's nothing you can do, right? You could talk all day. You don't have the psychology to go to war, for example, because you can't go to war. Now, Nigeria has over 250 minority groups, but you're not like, and you make up the majority if that's the case, but you're not one, right? So you have a tiny little clans. You don't have a tribe. You're a bunch of clans that are making trouble. If you go right now, take a picture of time scope right now in Nigeria, who are the troublemakers? Wike, Fubara, right? Look at all these minorities punching above their weight. They could go to Abuja, take it over as a minister, and they're gonna be. It's like on this platform. How many of you are moderators here? You're overrepresented here. So when we who are willing to go to war are talking, you say, hey, you rather side with the enemy. When we went to war here in 1967, you were on the side of the enemy. We had to cut through like hot knife on butter to get to your
I think you are okay now.
What I'm saying is that in your case, you're an unknown phenomenon. I don't know where the hell you're from. I have to know that in order to understand what your role is on the platform. You understand what I'm saying?
You've had your say. Come on.
It's from River State.
You had your say. So let me share. Let me
land now.
No, you've landed.
I was going for an hour and a half.
You've landed. You've landed. I'm giving you your time now. I'm giving you your time. Come on, man. I'm giving him his time.
I said
how many more minutes can I give him? He's taking more than 1 minute
helicopter to crash. Let him land.
I'm not gonna be coming on this platform if you're gonna be disrespecting me.
I'm gonna join you in that lawsuit, Papsat, against my father. We should come back.
I'm telling you that
you guys are just. I don't understand, man. I really don't understand why you people are just pushing back so hard. Are you gonna lose something if you just check facts? I don't know. Why are you fighting me? It's not me.
You could question me.
The information is not even mine that I'm sharing.
The point I'm making is that you are distracting us when you come and you keep talking about who could bring any guest here, even Peter Ruby. The question you have for me is on security. What kind of security? Is it the army size? Everybody has admonished you. Now, remember, I used to make it my preoccupation to go to every platform and drive you out. And that was very successful. Right? So here,
you know crazy stuff, man.
But I'm saying you don't want to be a panelist. You want to be at the
A host.
The
to
guy,
host, right?
I want to be a panelist. Actually, I would
Okay.
have been less generous with some of these comments I've had today. To be fair,
Mhm.
because I'm
Okay,
a
why
host, I
don't
know
you?
that I have a
All right,
podium,
give
so
me the
it's
rest
harder
of the
for you to.
time.
Let's give I speak the truth,
Let me
bro.
administrate
They can't
while you
give
be
me
a
no more. I'm tired
let
of
me
being
Okay,
administrate.
apologetic.
okay,
Let me administrate while you be
you
a
can
panelist.
administrate. Then let me give me my time to talk. Don't interrupt me. I'll
Okay,
let you talk.
here's what I want. I would. It's 12:01 now exactly, right?
Yes.
Oh, well
Over here.
done. This is
So
interesting.
we
I'm
do
going
it.
to be
I'm
brutal.
gonna go. I'm gonna go
You
from.
guys could suffer
I'm
now.
gonna go serially. Okay.
This is very
Yes.
interesting.
4 minutes.
So,
Four
Forefather,
minutes.
you now stand on your own, or
Okay. So
Yes,
I
because
there's no platform.
I'm
you
very
have
happy
4
with
minutes.
that.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
4 minutes.
After
So,
you, before
yes.
Father's Ferrari, as you have it on the board, local people will be the last. Go ahead.
Like I said,
What's the topic?
It's I speak the truth.
we are arguing about these police and the nature of the state of Nigeria that I feel like people are getting wrong and they keep doing it and they wonder why things don't work. One, the police that
I'm recognizing I speak the truth. Is
No,
it
it's
like
all right. He
next?
can go. He can go ahead.
You okay? Go ahead then.
Okay, so when it comes to the police, when we say it has to be local, yes, many countries have local systems, but a lot of other countries don't have local policing systems and they are just as functional. I can read some of the names here: France, Spain, Italy, Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, Philippines, Turkey, Egypt, Argentina, Colombia, Russia, Mexico, Greece, Vietnam, Chile, Peru, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates that somebody praised here, Algeria, Morocco. So there are many nations too that have centralized police systems that are functional. It tells you that the structure of the police system is not the reason why the nation is dysfunctional. It lends to the idea that if you now go and check the data, that we have a small police force, we have a small military, we have a small this intelligence security services. That is where you see the gap. That's where you see the anomaly there. That area, if you don't address it, you can have all the education you want. The fact that you are not using that education to check the data to confirm, and you fight me as if I generated the data. What am I supposed to do?
Okay,
Ignore
can I
it?
ask you a question on that? Let me ask you a question.
Objection. Wikipedia data is not acceptable data in political discourse.
It's not Wikipedia data. The one I'm using is not
Oh,
even.
fathers,
That's
take
the one you
take a
use, and you
minute to
select
explain this
numbers
to
to
me,
suit your
right?
own purpose.
You have Israel right now, and you have Hamas, Palestine, Palestinians, right? Would they
taking my
want?
time though.
I know. Just
He's asking you a question.
if you have a country such as Israel, and then you have Palestinians right there, and they have Palestinians as their police, majority of the police officers are Palestinians, right? And some Israelis. Would that work security-wise?
To police the Israelis?
To police Israel. You have West Bank, then you have Israel, but they have a central policing whereby a lot of Palestinians are armed as police officers, right? Or soldiers, but in a unitary central system. Would that work?
Yes, it can work if you have a system that is united and united the people. Yeah, why not? I've just proven that it works. You think all
From
those
where?
nations
How
are
did you
just?
prove that it works?
I just listed more than 20 countries that have it.
There are those countries
Forefathers, what he's
multicultural.
asking you.
Are
Yeah,
they multicultural?
many of them are
You
also
see how you use
multicultural.
data without putting the other
He's telling
factors
you that
into it.
those countries, for all intents and purposes, are one people. That's
They're
what he's
homogeneous.
They are not.
They're
Russia is not
homogeneous.
one people.
Are they one? Are they
Russia
What about
is not one
homogeneous?
people.
What about
You see,
Argentina?
that's how you use data in the
Argentina
wrong
too is
about
not one
perspective.
people.
Algeria?
Argentina
In
is
a
What about
mixed.
deceptive
Egypt?
manner, and that's
Brazil
not
is
being
mixed.
educated.
You see,
That's
that's
being
the problem. He's looking at us right
Argentina,
here. He's telling us that
Brazil, all these
policing
nations are mixed.
Hamas being armed as police officers, it
You are
will work in
eating my
Israel.
time.
That's
The
not, yeah,
moderator.
go ahead. But I just want to check
Arabs
reality
supposedly,
wise.
You see, we are finding every
Jews.
excuse to tumble. Now we are talking about ethnicity, all this stuff. That's why it's not functional. No, America is one of the most diverse countries. He has his own system. So the reason why it's functional has nothing to do with whether it's local. If
Yes,
America,
it
America is the most
can
diverse.
I
Shouldn't we
finish
learn
what
a
I'm
little from
saying,
them?
please?
America has college.
No, you are not going to let me talk. I will
Hold on.
start my trouble. I'm not
no.
even. I'm not the.
Look,
I'm not the moderator
I'm
now. I
the
can do
moderator.
whatever I like.
I can mute you, right? Now, listen,
You can keep talking as long as what you're saying makes
in the
sense.
United
Alaba,
States,
The moment
right?
it doesn't make sense, we'll put a stop to it.
You can't interrupt me, Alaba. I'm not
Okay,
conceding
let me
my
just say
time.
this one and I'll be done. Listen, in the United States, you have campus police, and they're just as armed as any police officer. You have sheriffs for county. You have
But you're
have
not letting me. You are
state police.
interrupting me. You are taking my
Okay,
time.
no, but I'm saying the
Problem is you
central
won't let me talk.
policing is what we're talking about. You're wrong on that.
Dude,
In the United States,
my point is that
right here
America can be secure even when it is not.
Jews,
Even if the police is centralized.
The Jews have their own police, and why do they have their own police? Because those they can. It's
because
local.
it's an ethno state.
No. Come on, man. Stop playing around. What's wrong with you?
It's an ethno state.
No, it's not an ethno state. It's because
no, what he's saying is true. Listen to what he's
They
saying.
literally tell you that. They literally
they
declared it themselves. I hear saying they are not. Please, let's go with facts here. I'm not here to. I'm not going to entertain this thing. Hey, I speak the truth. Get away from my time. You will have your time. This is me. This is me not being merciful. Okay. All right. So the point is, Israel is an excuse. Stop making excuses. You are waffling all over the place, making excuses for data that is clearly showing you that different systems that have centralized or localized police system are functional. It doesn't matter. That is not the core of your issue. If you don't have enough of them, you can't work. If you have police where they call them and they take 2 hours to get to the location, or the next day they get there because they cannot travel through the road, the place is so far, what do you want them to do? They cannot do the job. I think the data somebody said that it was more than half of the police is protecting VIPs. The data that I saw shows that it's about 30 to 40% of them are protecting VIPs, which means even fewer are left to protect the citizens. If you don't have people protecting the citizens, don't be shocked you have security problem. And when they tell you that you should have more, you start arguing against it as if it's supposed to be a bad thing. I don't understand
that. Win election with propaganda, but you can't run a country with propaganda. Keep it
hold on. You say the state should get smaller when you don't even bother. You don't even do your due diligence to check the size of other states in the world. And also, I've done the job.
All right, your time is up. Use 30 seconds to round up.
Thank you, Pastor, for doing your job. Thank you. Block that man.
I gave you 2 more minutes for interruption.
I give you 1 minute all the time. I give you
okay, 1 minute. You got 1 minute. Go ahead, 1 minute.
So I do the due diligence to check the state of many of these nations 10 years after the Second World War. They all had a better security posture than Nigeria. 10 years, even the one that were defeated, including Japan, that was defeated after the Second War, UAE, all of them, they had a better security posture than Nigeria. They had a better state than Nigeria in terms of the size of their state, that they employ people. So the idea that because you go back in time when they were a bit poorer, they decided to put themselves in a bad situation. No, it's because of those things that they did. They put a lot of resources into their state. They were deliberate about it. That's why they
are you really comparing a country, an empire that had been around for thousands of years, to Nigeria that was being colonized in 1945? Are you really comparing that?
I'm not talking about an empire. I said 10 years after this.
You compared Japan. Japan was an empire.
No, but it's not only Japan. There are many of them.
You mentioned Japan.
Yeah, Japan is just one.
Yeah, which is what you mentioned, and which is what I'm going by.
Okay, if you are taking Japan, I say including Japan because Japan was actually defeated. That's the reason why.
You mentioned Japan, so that's the whole point.
I mentioned Japan. There is Sweden. There is Switzerland. That has not been to war for 200 years.
So you think those countries that have run an organized society for hundreds of years would be your metric to compare Nigeria with in the 40s?
So I speak the truth.
So what do you think?
Go ahead if you want to use it to
organize society.
Okay,
arrest my case. And whatever you present, you better present it with facts. Go ahead.
There's really nothing to present. I actually.
There's nothing there. Then why are you talking
really
all this while?
No. See, the way I actually like a tit for tat discussion and
so you
not
factual.
All
the people that were busy coming at me, get ready, you.
Yeah, but not in a malicious sense. I like a situation where I can see where you're coming from, and then I can put my own case forward, and then we can like discuss ideas. So that's why I usually don't mind if someone interrupts politely. But I don't understand how you would expect to compare developed societies. How can you, do you understand? Nigerians were still running around naked in the 40s. You do know that, right?
Wow.
They were, oh yeah. There were actually societies in Nigeria that were still running.
There were actually societies.
Oh
in
yeah,
Nigeria,
there were
not
actually
all
were
Nigerians.
Yeah, they
societies.
found one early in the 80s. In the 80s.
They did. I remember that fine.
It
Actually
was
I
on
remember that fine.
NTA News.
So
When
King
Godfather was not probably born
Oba
back then.
Ovarowe was naked. Okay.
No,
Godfather
it
was
didn't
not
say if
probably
our
born back
forefather, man. But please don't. You like argument. You really like arguing.
He's
You
not
don't like.
arguing. He
It is
said,
arguing.
why did he bring it up then?
It's a fact. It's a fact.
It's a
And
fact.
then
What
it
is the
become
point?
fact.
What is the
In
point of bringing that fact
1980,
up?
they found a village in Kaduna
He's trying to
where
impress
people
that
are not wearing
because those
clothes.
people exist.
I brought that
Those
up.
people exist in Brazil today. Does that make Brazil backward? Why
Well,
bring that point up?
Nigeria was pretty backwards in the 40s. So
You see that is the point he was making, and
yeah,
that's what I'm
that's the
challenging.
point, and that's the fact. So the point
They were
is
manufacturing
Nigeria,
guns. You know that.
Huh?
You know in the 40s. I mean, before Ovarowe, even before that.
I did not mention any
the Benin.
specific person. I mean all over the country, all over the geographic entity labeled Nigeria, there were still societies. I'm not mentioning one person or one society. I'm saying you could go to every region in Nigeria, and if you look at the archives, I guarantee you see black and white pictures of people in this society, that society, this society, maybe some more than others, where people were still running around half naked with loin cloths. That is not the
People
point.
are like that in Europe too.
Okay, whatever. So I'm saying, you cannot compare these developed societies with Nigeria in the 40s. I mean, this is disingenuous. How can you compare Japan, Imperial Japan of 1940, to colonize Nigeria? What was the rate? What was the rate of educated people in Nigeria in the 40s? How
I'm
many
talking about
percentage of the
country that
population?
was already destroyed. If you, in the case of
Okay,
Japan,
but that's where we're going. So what was the percentage of educated people in Nigeria in the 40s, at least in terms of Western education? Then you want to compare that to Japan? Japan was a developed society, was an industrial society in the 40s.
but that is one nation.
Right or wrong?
And the metric that I'm using to measure had nothing to do with whether they advanced.
It's not the only one. And you see, again, it remains stuck on you, forefather. Wait, please.
Okay.
It remains stuck on you, forefather, because you object nearly to everything. And when we say that we have an agreement, we come at it in different ways. In my listening to you, we don't have agreement.
They get to the actual details.
Yeah, we don't have agreement because there is a way you look at everybody's argument, and it seems you haven't heard anything.
You see, you are doing all those things again. Get to the details of the matter.
Let me speak my speech.
Insult you, and they don't
I'm
actually
not
get
insulting. I'm speaking to you. I'm not insulting you. Stop saying insult. I'm not, brother.
You keep
I'm not
saying
trying to
I'm not
insult you.
listening. I'm listening. I want you to get
Okay,
the details.
just calm and hear me out. Hear me out. And just be calm. All I am saying is based on the agreement that we should be having it. Pansat made an underlining in that there are things that we all know, and it should gravitate us to the next level of heightened discussion. But because you have a way of bringing us down to basics again, we are stuck here on basics.
Yeah. We can't plan. We can't talk.
We can't get to the.
You have made 0 point.
Because
I've made a point about you, bro.
No, you've not addressed any of the points that I raised.
Which are what now?
I'll speak the truth. You done
about the fact that the
Let's go to
structure of your
Ferrari.
police is independent of whether they perform well or not.
The structure of what? Sorry.
Whether it's localized police or whether it's national police, it doesn't affect whether the police is actually successful at doing their job.
Okay, let me see if I can get to you like this, forefather. You know, when I grew up in Nigeria,
Nigerians as a whole, they were pretty honest bunch. And they were honest to the point of making someone like me kind of sick. It's like, man, instead of sticking to the rules, why don't we just go around it? And I know that's how Nigeria's become. But Nigerians, when I was growing up in this country, when they used to come to this country, if somebody was doing a crime, it had nothing to do with them all, a Nigerian would be the one to report that crime because they couldn't see, they wouldn't like theft. All that kind of thing wasn't really part of them. Today, bro, that whole thing is gone. To the child, I have seen things basically getting worse.
What has that got to do with the point?
It's got to do that the policing that people used to do within themselves, that is no longer being done. And the example, if I may,
okay. I know you're in the middle of your turn, but let's just go down. Maybe we'll go around again. Ferrari, go ahead.
How could you break? You can't break me like that. Don't break me like. Let me finish, and then let him
finish his point using my time, and then whatever time is up to Jagun, I will use it.
It's your time now. You would have your own time. This is my time. Fair enough. All I'm trying to say is that, firstly, the corruption within the spirit of the people has visibly been seen by me from 1970s till today. Now, when now you are saying that a small group of police cannot manage a unjust society, I would agree with you. But adding to the pain of policing, have you seen a prison in Nigeria? Have you seen what they actually look like? They don't look like anywhere where somebody's going to recover from anything. Have you seen what a police station is like? Have you seen what barracks are like? It is completely underfunded, undertrained. It is
lower
people, as you say, it is people, as you say, carrying too much for what they are.
I agree with what you are saying. That's why I said it's a lower tier problem, and you have
no,
to.
But I'm saying adding to that, you can't add to that by way of numbers. Not until you stop it and redress it completely, holistically, and then almost start again. This is why looking at one position of our polity being security alone and not measuring it against everything that the system has to hold and holding the whole system at account that they are liable for this mishmash that we all live in. Unless we address the whole system, we don't address anything. But you believe that we can just address security and hey presto, everything will be achievable from there.
Okay, let me address the point you just made. You see, the police that are protecting the VIPs, they get all those treatments that you are describing. They get all of them. So in other words, they use them to pull about 30% of the police manpower from the actual police force that are protecting the citizens. The ones that are remaining are the ones keeping the Nigerian people safe right now. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the ones that are remaining, even when they are not being paid well enough, they are still doing something.
You know what it tells me deeper than that? What it tells me deeper than that, forefront, is that we have an elite brigade within our society that don't give a damn about the security of our country. They only give a damn about themselves. And that is what it should be telling you. I don't know why you went.
They need that police because they don't.
We have an apartheid
because they're not trustworthy, and they know they live in a dangerous society, and that they know that they're not going to spend any money to alleviate people from that dangerous society. Come on,
let me use my own time now. So further, your topic for today, I keep going back to it. It's very important. Liberating the minds, because fella have said it. Free your mind, and the rest will follow. They don't release you now, but you never release it yourself. You don't be you don't be colonial human. You don't be slaves long before. They don't release you now, but you haven't released it yourself. Now, the fact of the matter is that we have an apartheid system, and you are saying let us increase the number of the militants in that apartheid system without crushing the apartheid system. It's not based on color, but it's based on class. Our system of government Whether we call it federalism, minimalism, or madmanism, is big manism. You know, whereby those who are close to the corridors of power have absolute impunity. They have no accountability to nobody, and their existence is based on using their own people as the resources for their own existence. This is sad. This is a system you should be fighting to crush. The same way the likes of Mandela, Walter Sisulu, and all the rest fought to crush apartheid.
Who says I'm protecting it?
You're protecting it. The likes
already
of
have
you,
protection.
listen. Educated people
The
like
people
you
I'm saying they
that
should
argue
protect
that
is
the
us. They
status
already
quo,
have protection by the
because
way.
they had apartheid for almost 30 years. Your argument is like, because apartheid existed for 30 years, they should keep it. That's a senseless argument. We are now having big manism for 24 years, 28 to be precise, 64 if I'm more accurate than you. You understand? And you are saying because of the number of years, we should be loyal to that system that is enslaving my people
No,
and making
you
them
can
into
change it. That's what I
criminals.
said.
Please don't interrupt me. I'm at the peak of
You
my
forgot
political
I'm
speech.
a panelist now.
Okay, now you're saying that system should, no. You're saying the
So
system,
what? You
the
can't
system
even
that
mute.
makes us slaves before white men. You're saying that system should be justified and we should keep it because we have managed to hold on to it. You have not looked at the factors that are hindered us from bringing it down, and that factors include the fact that our people are in the dark. They are ignorant. They don't know what to do, and they are politically naive. And the likes of you who have a little education, I don't know how much, but you never read Things Fall Apart, and that's so shameful. Now, the likes of you who have some education, you understand, are still an obstacle to us gathering a momentum to change this abnormal, inhuman system. The
I'm
likes of
trying
you,
to
the likes of
equip you
Kulata,
to
the
deal
likes of
with it.
One Man to Mo, you are the obstacle, not the system itself.
Alaba, I'm trying to equip you to deal with it, not to block you. You go and you get it wrong, that's why we keep failing. You have to get
Go
it
and
right.
get what's wrong. Get what wrong that this system
You can't
is bad.
say
Yeah,
you want to go and solve problem.
Look,
Your first
there's one
instinct
thing
is
we
to cut
know.
the state where you
Let's
need to grow it.
forefather,
That is
listen.
opposite direction you should be
Listen to
going.
me before my madam comes in. Listen, because she will say I'm shouting. But listen to me. One thing we know the system has not worked.
Thank God say you know, so your wife knows so you shout like that.
Yeah, at least has not worked for me, has not worked for any member of my family or anybody I know. Now, I know where I'm coming from. Now, where I'm going, obviously I might not know, but that does not mean I will not take the chance to try something better, something new, or something different. It will be ignorant of me to know that something I've had for 64 years, I'm 55, I've spent half of my life outside my own country. It will be ignorant of me to know that that thing needs to be crushed. And people like you that are saying it needs to stay, you have to only two reasons. It's because you have that military advantage that Passat talked about, or you have that economic advantage, and you're not considerate of your fellow human beings. You don't want them to have that equality of purpose.
I'm trying to
meaning.
change it. What are you talking about?
Don't interrupt me. You don't want your fellow
keep saying
human
I want to
beings
preserve it, but
to
that
have
is
that
false.
equality of purpose and meaning of life. You want to deny them that. The same way the Israelis are denying the Palestinians their rights. What? You want to deny them that. The same way the white racists denied blacks their right. You want to deny them that. The same way Adolf Hitler killed those Jews. I'm telling you, people like you are bigger threats to us.
Lie, eh?
Listen,
Kind of
you are
you're
bigger threats to us than the system itself.
Oh my God.
Instead of us talking about solution, we are here debating whether that the system is okay. We shouldn't be debating this. We should be forward talking about, okay, what's our plan? How do we start mobilizing the uneducated people? How do we educate the educated? This should be what we should be talking about, not this ridiculous debate that the system has worked for 24 years. Work for who?
You want to cut a state that is already bare bone even more.
What?
And you say you want to cut a state smaller.
Can I go on?
It's already bare bone. And you think you are going in the right direction.
I'm done with my own submission, but that's the fact.
All right. Basically, I I want to say, I just listed about 10 items here that I think with the educated one, the allied, we are the basic problem.
That's the problem.
We are the basic problem in this whole ideology we're trying to paint here. We were the lucky ones, the 6 of us, I mean 7 of us here. We are outside in a different terrain. We've learned a different ideology. There's no way a pastor can be preaching to you now and you will not begin to one or two things together and begin to fact check the person. That is how much we have been waking up and we have been educated. So this got to trickle down to the people that we are talking about right there. If you're here, your mindset is different from those that are back home. Let's understand that. So whatever we're going to be saying here, we are painting here. If you go down there, it's a different ballgame, the way they think. Loco, you remember Palm House and State Secretariat? I was in Nigeria twice last year. When I got to Edo State Secretariat, Alonsa the land for what Obaseki did there.
Before
But people are very adamant to change. That is the problem. The mindset of the people, we need to work on it before things can happen. People are not seeing things the way the original visionaries are trying to put things in place. That's the ordinary person that is over there. Number one, educational systemic failure. That one has already spoiled everything from the foundation. That now it is the boys with the computers, the boys with the Yahoo, that are the people that can eat, that can buy cars from you, that can live a life over there. So those days, we used to carry our clock. We will carry our babio. We will be posting. Have you finished our clock? Have you finished our babio? Have you finished OKK? That was the pride for the young man. Exactly. That was the pride of the young 18 years, 17 years who is in excess, who is trying to solve a problem. That was how we grew up. But the whole thing has changed. Then number two, you talk of parental failure. When I was in my JSS, my mommy gave me some money. I went to the market, I bought a wristwatch. Small boy, but I just needed the wristwatch to look at time or just to, be okay. My daddy asked me, where did I get wristwatch from? My elder brother don't have a wristwatch. He's a polygamous one. And I'm buying a wristwatch. I pick pin for 1 hour. I pick pin for 1 hour as a punishment. That my elder brother don't have a wristwatch and I want to buy a wristwatch. It means I'm going to be a thief. That was the thinking. He was a military man anyway. That was the kind of upbringing we had that, there is this ideology in us that you must not do this, must not do that because of the kind of parental brought up that we had. A very good foundation. So those things we're correcting certain things in us that we don't see today, we are able to see that we can cope in anywhere we are in the world. Then you look at the structure, we lack structures in that place. In America here, I can actually want to run with my car. I drive a Lexus, but I just can't drive because I saw so many tickets on the mail. Structures help to deter behaviors too. We don't have it. How many police is going to run after those that are beating light, after those that are running traffic? You need structures in place to get people, structure people into systems, into respect the laws and regulations. Structures must be built. We don't have it. Then our sense of priority is so different back home. Is this money thing? What is the definition of money? In my area where I live, I have professor, my neighbor. I have a mechanic as a neighbor. I have a postman as a neighbor, a policeman as a neighbor. I have even a workman as a neighbor, a security man, a landlord as a neighbor, all in the same neighborhood. Nobody's a big man there. That is the set of priorities we have. But over there, you just can't live with our people because you want to be determined as in the bourgeois. Our set of priorities are wrong, and that is why we are not going anywhere. We're just gonna keep running around this level, and our inability to cope with changes. We don't want to change. They want to keep collecting that tax from Asanagbero.
Damn,
That's
whose
what they
fire
want.
alarm is that?
That is what they want. They can't change. They can't cope with change. And these are the structural problem why that country is still where it is today. Because we still think we are in 1914. And anybody want to put a structure down for a change, they fight against you. And that is where we're getting it wrong every day until structures are put in place and set of priorities changes, we're still going to be rigmarole. Then good governance too. Let me ask you, if Obi was there today, do you think that there will be 220 million naira vehicle for those guys.
Yeah.
How? Who will
Yeah.
sign it?
He will sign it.
Or he will give us 21 billion to go and build a VP house. How?
Yeah, he will. Yeah, he will. He will.
It won't happen.
Yeah, it will happen.
So good governance is actually another problem we have.
Same OB that gave, gave cars out.
Obi cannot think along that line because his set of priorities will be different.
Think along those lines? He did it when he was governor.
That is the issue. Then you see our ideology behind this thing, they call money. Our ideology behind money, this money thing, this I get past you. You want to show off to your brother. It's selfishness. Then this me, myself, and I, as in turn by turn, people are just waiting for them to go in so that the person they know will give them this. Everybody concerning me, myself, and I. Me, myself, I was bullied out of Nigeria. I was a banker. I didn't want to leave. I brought my family here. I went back. Bros, it is when I began to change $1 for 500. That was when I ran away. Because that was how bad it is. That the system just changed all overnight, all the way from $180. You not change $1 for 500. I could not cope. I had to board the next flight and run out of that place. That is how much the system has affected us. And we were not even seeing it with the elite, with those that have learned from where we are today. We have a lot of work to do. We need to start building solutions to this thing, because if good governance comes in, then we cannot have a roadmap to begin to correct these things. But except that good governance comes in, we're just going to be doing this nonsense that they are doing, turn by turn, as in me, myself, and my friends and my cohorts. That is what happens there. So our ideology must change, structures must be in place, and a good man must set the affairs, or else we should go our way. Thank you.
Do you think we should follow data instead of being dogmatic about?
Profile, let me just correct something that he made. Or B, we should stop pretending like this guy's a saint, okay? And I know it upsets a lot of people.
Why do you have to make that
No,
point?
I have to. Come on, let me learn.
Is it that important to you?
Listen. Stop being facetious. It's either we want change or we're going to keep pretending, all right? So it's either we're going to do away with the bad and bring in the good, or we're going to keep pretending like one side is good just because of whatever bias we hold. So if you want to say, oh, well, if OB was there would be no 200 billion spent, or no, I'll give you two instances now. As governor, he did bribe people. He gave cars to judges. He gave cars to people in the state assembly. All right, that's one. Two, when they had this last issue where
then he had money in his savings. He had money. He was saving money. He had money. Not this time.
The point is, you said,
was it foreign cars he gave all those people?
Exactly. Innocent.
I want to ask.
You said what?
Was it foreign cars he gave those?
No, innocent. Innocent motors.
I speak the truth. That's very facetious what you just did there. That was very facetious what he did.
Listen. It's either he bribed, which is what he criticized, or he didn't. The point, I don't care if the cars was made on Mars.
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
As soon as local comes in, then
let me finish.
Where's the local? As is local coming back?
The second point I wanted to make. The second point I wanted to make was,
no, I don't know.
When this issue that they allocated whatever amount of billions of dollars to themselves came up, I watched the interview and I brought it on here, because before we start praising all these people, we have to realize if do we really want change, or do we want to keep pretending like we want change? All right. So this same man, they asked him a question.
I think you're not being rational now. No, you're not being rational.
Don't. I just made an example.
Right.
Don't make it an OB issue. I just made it
as an analogy. It's your turn, okay? Loco is not here, so go ahead.
I'm talking about good governance. That was it.
This same guy, this same OB that you guys keep praising, because I keep telling you, it's either we're going to clean up the system.
It was just an analogy. It was not about to be thing.
But
that's what you get it right.
So
right.
But there's people listening.
An example.
To us now. So you compare them.
Let him land. It's your turn. I speak the truth. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Go ahead and land. I don't even need that much because I'm about to go to sleep. So it's either we want change Or we're gonna keep pretending like we want change, which is actually what you started off with. And the truth is, Nigerians pretend like they want change, which they actually do not want change. And the ones that actually do want change are scared of the change because they're so used to the system. This is what happens in Nigeria today, as we know it, which is why the country is going to remain as it is, because you want to keep bringing established politicians, people that politics is their job, regardless of what they do on the side. Now, I'm going to go back to what everybody's, well, at least forefathers and whoever is trying to shut me up on. This same OB that we keep praising on here, which if I had a choice, him, Atiku, Tinubu, anybody that has been in government in the last 20 years, in any facet of politics, should not have the right to participate in governance moving forward, because they've destroyed that country. They've done all kinds of ill to the country that the country cannot recover from anytime soon. They do not have the years. They don't have what it takes to govern that country. All right. So this same man was questioned. At least we've established, at least you guys have established, that he did give cars to members of his government, which he shouldn't be doing. That is what is called bribery. No matter how you want to label it, whether the car was the same kind of Lexus you drive, made in Japan or made in Oklahoma, it is bribery. He's not supposed to do it, period. They asked him a question when they gave, well, $144 billion, $14 billion, naira, whatever, to members of the House a few months ago. He was on TV. I watched the interview. They asked him, was it right that Tinubu's government allocated this money? He criticized it, called it what it rightly was, bribes, roundabout bribe. When they brought it to his attention that, do you know Labour Party members did not dispute those funds. They actually took money for those cars too. You know what he did? Right there, as a seasoned politician that he is, he said, oh, well, they needed it and we discussed it. So if they never asked him and put him on the spot that his same Labour Party members also took those bribes, he would have kept on criticizing and lying to us, the populace, like he's this clean saint of a guy. So I think it irks me usually when I hear how people see someone that is a professional politician, but because they have a certain bias, they try to elevate him to the level of a saint. This man is not a saint. In the Panama reports, he's the only politician that was there. He did not declare those funds, those assets to the election committee. He didn't do that. He
You
said
are
he skipped it through.
an OB hater. Just forget it. It's not
No, I'm
about
not
OB
an OB
here. Nobody's
hater.
talking about OB. You are OB hater. Just forget about OB.
I
No,
mentioned,
nobody mentioned OB
you
here.
brought it up. You
What, I
mentioned
just
it.
I just
What do
gave
you
an
mean
example of
nobody
good
mentioned it?
governance.
You
Good
mentioned it.
governance. That's what I said.
You
It's not about
mentioned
OB.
it.
You have been talking
And
about
you
OB
tried,
in the
I
past
speak the
5
truth.
minutes.
I mean, get off this OB issue. OB is
Come
not
on now.
Nigeria's problem.
That's
Let's leave
annoying.
it alone. Let's focus on solution.
You are talking of OB.
I will
You
get
know
on
who's
it. You
talking
know
about
why
OB
I will
here?
get
Don't
on
We're
let
talking
your
it?
about good
personal hatred
governance.
for OB be the
I don't
1
focus.
hate
minute.
him.
I'll speak the
Do
truth.
I
You have
hate,
Stop.
1 minute.
do I
1
hate
minute.
Tinubu and do I hate Atiku? We need to stop pretending like all these professional politicians are better than the other. They are all the same. And the sooner you guys come to that realization and accept that fact, the better for that country. But let's stop pretending like
All
one
right.
is better
Whether
than
we
the other.
pretend or not, OB is not our problem at the moment. So we need
Forefathers,
to focus on our
forefathers, are
problem.
you here? Okay, it's your
I'm
turn.
here.
4 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. You see, the idea of going after Peter Obi, because I think I saw one report that he bought 400 SUVs from Innocent to give to leaders. I don't know whether he bought other types to give people to. If he did, condemnable. But if he bought SUVs from Innocent to give leaders, because if leaders drive those cars, it means that the followers are more likely to patronize the cars. And if the followers are more likely to patronize the cars, more Nigerians and the other states are more likely to buy those vehicles. If more those Nigerians are likely to buy those vehicles, chances are that West Africans may want to buy it, Africans may want to buy it, who knows where else? Maybe it's global. This is the right direction to
What
travel.
the hell do you guys even talk about? Did Nigerians give everybody Benzes and
Be
Mercedes? Has that made
reasonable.
everybody want to buy Benzes and Mercedes in Nigeria? What are you even talking about?
I speak to Phil. You seem to have a passionate hatred for Obi.
No, I don't
Obi
have
is
a
not the
passionate
problem.
hatred.
Tinubu is not our problem. The
mentioned
system is our problem.
I just
Period.
mentioned
Oh,
the
now Alaba
president
is even being more
giving
measured.
Mercedes
See?
is Obi is. Why do you people
I
hate
thought we wanted
the
to burn the
truth?
whole roof down.
Why
Suddenly.
do you people hate the truth? Why is it all
I'm
so
not
biased?
disagreeing with you that
I'm talking to
P2B may be part of the establishment to an extent. But your problem, see, I speak the truth. I speak the truth. Hold on.
Listen, you seem to have a passionate hatred for him. I have questioned Obi personally, and I found out that he's not the Mandela we need. Because I asked him if he was willing to give his life for the betterment of that country, and he didn't give me a yes for an answer. So I have my opinion about him. I don't hate him. I still think he's better than the lot, but they are all the same in my opinion.
That is your prerogative, and that is fine. Okay, so why is
but
it
he's
every
not
time,
our problem, and we shouldn't focus on him. We shouldn't focus on Tinubu either.
Why is it each time? Why is it each time a guy, a politician, you guys are fine when everybody else is being criticized? You're accepting.
But he's not in charge of governance now. He's not our problem. I will talk more about Tinubu than I will about Obi.
My time is my time. Let me deal with my time, please. It's my time. See, I speak the truth. It's my time now. You've had your say.
I get it. Why is it that you're very
all this type
accepting
of
of the truth?
behavior. Eh?
You are very
You know, I'm a panelist. You can't be taking my time.
Obi makes you boil the same way one man to more makes me boil.
Can you people stop taking my time? Passat, why are you not moderating Passat?
That when
Passat,
someone when
Obi makes your blood boil the way one man's to more makes my blood boil. That's just sad. Obi is not our problem at the moment. Even Tinubu, that is at the head of the government, is just a symptom of our problem.
Alaba, let me finish.
Hold on,
Passat, we are going to recommend the getting of you, Passat. No, it's my time.
Let's stop.
No, it's my time. I speak the truth. It's my time. You've had your time.
Let him have his time. Let him land.
It's my time.
Stop playing
How
around,
can you use my
bro.
time?
Like, come on, chill, relax.
Where's him land? But why is your blood boiling because of Obi?
My time.
Obi is not in government now.
I speak the truth. Let me talk. It's my time.
You guys play too much. Listen,
Father, let him say 1 minute. Give him 1 minute. 1 minute.
You play too much.
You want to run now because you don't get your way.
Because you guys you play too much at this point.
You wouldn't even speak for 1 minute.
No, because we can. He said,
let's speak the truth. Have 1 minute and go back to forefathers.
Let him have 1 minute.
1 minute. Go to forefathers.
Why do people play so much?
Okay, go on.
This person is throwing at homonyms and insulting me and saying I hate this person. The other person is jumping at my foot. Like, come on, you guys play too much.
Because Obi is a distraction for the topic.
1 minute now.
Let me You know it's all right. You guys talk, man. You play too much, bro. Listen, good night. I'm out of show.
All right, forefathers. Go ahead, conclude. You have 3 more minutes left.
You see the kind of attitude we get. He gets all hot because of Peter Obi. I don't understand how.
I don't understand it either.
I don't understand how this is difficult to understand. There are nuances in everything. Even amongst terrorists, there are different characters in them. Among twins, there are different natures in them. Yes, we all know they are all
I have to teach myself that Tinubu is not our problem. Tinubu is just the
Why are you taking my time? Enough. Okay. So, see, I don't know why he's getting upset. It's a fact that some of the things Peter Obi did was good. Some of the things he did may not be that good, like the way he represented people after the election. Some people are not happy about it. Some people are not happy with some of the things he did. Some people actually believe that he's part of the establishment, which is probably true, because he literally calls them his godfathers and all the rest of it. But the point is that if he bought 400 innocent cars for people and use that to criticize him, I don't see that as something.
That's not a valid point, because he bought
not valid. Yeah, because those people need to be able to drive. And secondly, in terms of this in the advertisement that he gave for, it's a big promotion. This is what other nations do. Other nations spend in excess of billions of dollars promoting their local this in manufacturers
Products,
and everything. I don't understand. Yeah, products. I don't understand why he sees that as the biggest deal. So I can understand that he has some issues with P2B. I have issues with P2B too. I don't like you said, like you. I don't think this approach so far will redeem Nigeria at the level that we want to see. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see that happening. So, but his passion for P2B, I don't understand it. And the bigger point is about this education and reaching people. It turns out that when we are educated, sometimes it's actually dangerous because it makes us complacent to the knowledge that we already possess. We don't do our due diligence to check it more properly. Because if you have a knowledge, you don't ask yourself, where did you get the knowledge that Nigerian state is too bloated? Is it based on objective values? Is it real? If you bother to check, because you just assume it's correct. If you bother to check, maybe you will discover that, oh my God, no, I was wrong. Because based on data, the data is indicating that I was wrong. So I will change my view based on data. But because I'm the one presenting it, don't turn on me, because I'm just a kind of vehicle for that data. And you should be thankful that somebody is sharing that with you. If I was the one that got it, I'll say, yeah, good this thing, in the security world, they say good intelligence. Then they will use it to solve their problem. That is how it works. It's not, if our state is too small, that's one I've diagnosed. Our security sector is too small. It's obvious to see. And if you disagree with that, go and check the data. Don't fight me. Check the data. You are educated. Check the data. Just like I was recommended to read Things Fall Apart. They even refuse to tell me the story. And they tell me to go and read it. So, and which other information are we arguing over again? I think that's just about the state police, and that one too is obvious. If you say state police is the solution, it's clear that other nations that have a national police are functional. If you say regional system is the one that without regional system we cannot function, look at the world. It doesn't matter. What matters more is how security seems to be very, very key amongst all of them. And
yeah, you talk about physical security. You never talk about economic security. That's how there are different types of security. Until we address economic security, we are not talking. And they are squandering our economic security. You don't want to hold them to account. You are saying physical security. Both and both goes hand in hand.
The reason why I say that is because yes, see, everything I say is based on evidence. The reason why I say that, because I've seen countries where they are starving, literally, not like Nigeria. This one, they are starving.
South Korea.
And they put themselves in a very, very strong security posture than Nigeria has ever been. What does that tell you? They tell you it, and those nations are successful today. It tells you that economic aspect you are talking about, we have it better than them. And then they put themselves in a stronger security position. What do you want me to come and argue to you?
Do you
worry about your
give me the name of the country. What country is that?
China,
Let me see if they were attacked.
China, even India. India was like that. Even when they went nuclear, they were living, they call it from sheep to mouth. When they deliver the good, they eat. They even had to ration the food.
Okay, but hold on. Let me say that what you're saying is absolutely not true.
Oh.
When you say China, Nigeria has it better than they have, they were starving. Look, China is an ancient civilization. Even gunpowder, they invented gunpowder, right? Now they've always been strong. They're able to cordon off their borders and protect their borders, right? So they have.
They have security.
Well, if that's what you mean by security, it's a very multifaceted thing. Yeah, no, who's gonna disagree with you with that? If what I'm saying, what I hear when you say security is the troop size, for example, right? But if Nigeria could protect its borders, that is good, right? If Nigeria could stop consumerism, which is what I guess you're equating it with us, people are starving back home. If Nigeria could say, you know what, you only could buy what's made in Nigeria, for example, right? And then they cannot get their hands on ceiling fans or air conditioners or whatever, and they're suffering. That's totally different. But all that goes to our economy, though, and making us produce something. It's making us be innovative, right? All that, nobody's going to disagree with you about those things. But if what you call security is to have a lot of soldiers,
because you often cite the geographic size of a country, and then you count their soldiers and say, see, Nigeria is not doing very well because this country is smaller than Nigeria and it has more soldiers, right? Things like that. But go ahead and continue. Finish so that we'll go to Ferreira.
Thank you. I'm going to recommend to Dr. Rudolph to make sure that you never moderate again. And
no, we
I'm going to make sure. I'm going to make sure. Panza that he did a very terrible job. He was away when we were busy shouting here. It's very terrible. So point is that the state, other nations have suffered more while they were doing some of the things that I'm recommending that we do now. So I can come and lie to you that, those nations were enjoying, so let's go and do our food first before we deal with our security. Because what they understood was that without fixing that security, you are going to keep suffering. That your economy will never recover. You can't heal a bleeding patient. You can't. And that is what happens when you don't have security. You are bleeding wealth continuously. You are bleeding it. And we are bleeding about $50 billion every year. I keep telling you the numbers.
Our bleeding of wealth is not from lack of security, it's from corruption. You have to address the fact
they literally said it was security.
Oh, that's a lie.
Insecurity, the losses due to insecurity over 10 years period, we lost almost $700 billion.
That's a lie. Have anybody done the mathematics of how much is lost to corruption?
They've done it.
To corruption. I have a book here. I'll bring out the book. Salvatory in Politics, written by my uncle. He gives the data of how much we are losing
you want to
check corruption. But the book was published in about 10 years ago. I could use that data.
I see. Let me give you the one you could lose. You can gauge corruption, how much you've lost in corruption by looking at the national budget. If you look at the national budget that you have, okay, calculate how much could have been stolen from there. If it's 50%, let's say 30 billion, 15 billion over 10 years, $150 billion. Is that $700 billion? Let
me see if the book
is not the same thing. I surrender.
Yeah, are you familiar with Mr. Dasuki under Jonathan? He was a national security advisor.
No. During that time, I wasn't observing this space.
The guy was accused of embezzling 1.4 something billion pounds. 1 something billion pounds.
That's a lot.
Billion. Yeah, actually, let me give you.
Gates. Yeah.
Let me give you.
See how much Abacha.
It was even way more than that because
here's the link.
The one
because
they
the reason
South
being
Africa
that
was way more than that on the planes to South Africa.
You cannot be putting anything in a woven basket, right? If whatever the country has to be structured in a way that you have these three branches of government. You could put that on the screen, by the way, so that our listeners could see the whole in going on with corruption endemic as it is. Because that 1 point something billion could do a lot of things you're talking about, but it just fritters it away, right? So, and that's a small part. This is a small money. Take it, put that on the screen so that I could read it. I'll read it fast so that people could see what Ferreira is saying. You have that amount of corruption in the country. Now, if you have corrupt generals, how can you have security? All an adversary would do is just come in there, give them money, and they'll be bribed. So if you look at this, they say former Nigerian security official denies embezzling 1.4 billion of arms money. This is just for the arms.
It's quite shocking, actually. If you look at what he said, that they diverted some of the money. He says they diverted some of the money to Jonathan's re-election campaign.
See?
So it's a very, very corrupt practice. But if you look at it from the fact that they spent it in Nigeria, maybe from that point of view. But that said, it's corruption.
What are you talking about? Like, how do you take corruption and the next thing you're going to say, well, why are you upset? No, I'm upset because...
I didn't say you shouldn't be upset, too.
You just... Please. The next...
All right, let's go to Ferreira, please. Ferreira, go ahead.
I hate Dasuki, too? Because
no.
you
You should be upset. I'm saying that.
Hold on, let me finish. So you justify each time there's a corruption issue. You say, well, they spent it in this way, so it's okay.
No. I'm not justifying it. I'm not trying to
mean?
justify. I'm just saying the fact that they spend in Nigeria. Because if I heard that they took it overseas, I think that was the impression I got a moment ago.
Are you serious? Whether they took it to Mars, it doesn't freaking matter. It's just like now I brought up something about cars. Oh, it was innocent, so it's okay that he bought all this car. Dasuki's planes, private jets. It's so. I mean, I think it's trying to get frustrated even discussing these things with you. Because even let me finish. Forget treason. Stop using big words that you probably don't even understand what you're talking about.
There is high treason
okay, so
and there is mutiny.
Yeah, high treason. Your freaking toes.
The moment you heard P2B, you have just lost perspective.
Forget it. I'm talking about Dasuki now, so that's not going to play. So they even in South Africa, 2 planes twice, and I'm sure Pastor can attest to this. 2 planes, each one was had at least $3 million that it belonged to a preacher. What was the name of that freaking preacher that was basically a politician? That his private jet was seized at the airport in Johannesburg, filled with money. I think it was the president. I think it was the president of Cannes, the one that used to rock the gold chain like a freaking rapper. His private jet was what they used to transport money to South Africa. And they said they were trying to get arms from mercenaries and transport mercenaries to come fight Boko Haram. But look at you here, they're talking about corruption cases and you're justifying it. What did you just say? Well, at least if they spend the money. What do you mean, what?
No, I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying that.
Yes, you are justifying it, or you're giving it a soft landing.
No, okay, fine. If you want to say,
well, it's okay in this instance. No, it is corruption.
There is no point. There's no point arguing with you.
It's either you're damn right. There's no point. So it's either you're going to condemn the corruption, and
I condemned it.
No, you didn't.
Because you never do. You said you never do.
You said, well, if they spent it in Nigeria.
Who was the person that proposed capital punishment for people that are in office that embezzle money?
Oh, what if
you didn't? You like to talk, but you don't talk about solutions.
What if they spent it in Nigeria? Would that capital punishment also apply to them?
Of course.
Really? But you just justified it. You just said it was okay if it was spent in Nigeria.
No. I'm saying that if you steal money in Nigeria, I would rather you spend it in Nigeria than take it overseas. That is worse.
So what if what if they spend that
Don't
money?
You know? See, it looks like you lack the ability to have nuances.
I'm dumb. I'm an idiot. So let me ask you: what if they took that money and they bought innocent cars with it? Would that also be okay?
No, it's not okay. The corrupt
it's corruption.
Should still be. Yes, of course, it's corruption.
So just condemn it. You don't have to go more.
Okay,
than that.
I condemn corruption.
Period.
Yes, and if I get my way, that man will be facing capital punishment.
I don't believe you on that, but just condemn it and that's okay. That's it.
It's all right.
When someone tries
to,
don't try to justify.
My feelings are hurt. My feelings are hurt that you don't believe me, but it's all right.
It's not about condemning it. The point there, the bigger point is that we cannot progress. We cannot work. Do you understand? We cannot develop where we have that kind of system. The only reason this Dasuki was busted is because he was working for a minority, Jonathan, right? So Buhari came in and then had to stamp his feet down. But let's assume that Dasuki is from APC and his NSA and he steals that kind of money. We cannot do anything about it. Just like we cannot do anything about Dangote right now. It's an unfair country. The reason why we're not progressing is because the laws are not equitably dispensed. There are sacred cows. And it depends if, let's say, you are a Fulani from the Northwest, you have a whole lot more leverage to do whatever you want. Somebody like Jonathan, if he came in and he was like Buhari and go after the thieves from that side, then it will work, because then if somebody from the South, a Christian, comes into power, he go after the thieves from the North.
That long.
Right? You go after the thieves from the North and Muslims. And then when a Muslim comes in, he go after the thieves from the South and Christians. Then it will work. The problem we have is that when the Southerner like Obasanjo or Jonathan come in, they would do that. They're still going to have ANEC from the north, Fulani as the ANEC chairman. They're going to have a Muslim as EFCC. All the key parastatals will still be from over there. So what I'm saying to you is that we have to redo that constitution, and you're going to have to give a whole lot more to the states, including the stuff they have in their states. We have to do things in an equitable way. Everybody feels they're Nigerians. If you don't have Nigeria where everybody feels they're Nigerians, then you cannot have security. But I pass it now to Obe. I think Ferrara, you spoke already, right? Or you want to go to Ferrara first? Ferrara, did you speak?
I think
Ferrara,
I can
go
speak
ahead.
now.
Yeah.
So, Forefather, some of your arguments are screwed a little bit, and you see, you don't address this issue of corruption. I have some data. I just can't find the book right now, and I'm sure we can find some on Google. The corruption is doing us more damage than any other thing, I believe, than security, than any other thing. And if that is fixed, the country will really shoot up. You got to look at the numbers, and that's a fact. I know, corruption is a major issue.
Go ahead. When you finish your work, go ahead.
Yeah.
When you're coming back.
Somebody's talking.
Somebody's talking. When you're coming back, I'll give it to you.
Mute the microphone.
I've done it.
So, and I think that unless we seal this corruption thing, we're not going anywhere as a country. You see, corruption has done more damage to us than anything we can imagine. And it's creating the system and hardship for our people. And I can go on and on and on. And I don't think we should just take it lightly that, there are corruption in other places. I think what we do is actually economic sabotage and treason. I think it should fall under treason, where people will be dealt with severely, because we are not going to ever be able to have security with that level of corruption. Because even if we do, our people will still collect money just to expose our security. They will sell vital files, vital things, because it's ingrained in them that, okay, money surpasses everything. So the dangers of corruption far more outweigh the dangers of not having security, in my own opinion.
Yeah, so regarding this, what was submitted, it is showing 1.4 billion pounds, which is a huge amount of money. But what is stated here is 47 million. So I don't, this discrepancy is quite high. This is a lot of money here that they are accused of embezzling. But the amount he is talking about is 47 million. So I don't know which is which. But if somebody goes and embezzles 1.4 billion pounds, Jesus Christ, man, that person better go down. They should go down. What happened to this Datsuki?
They held him in detention for like what, 2-3 years and let him go.
2-3 days and years, and they let him go.
Years. It's just the same. It's the same thing in Nigeria. They start talking to each other, and the main thing why he locked up Datsuki, it was payback. Payback in different ways, of course, different political parties. But the coup of '83, he was in charge of locking Buhari up under house arrest. Well, 85 actually, when IBB came in. So it was kind of payback to him for what he did in '85.
So, but is there any evidence that they actually withdrew this amount?
Yes, even way more than that.
Can they give us evidence? Because I don't see any evidence.
Dude, I just mentioned to you that they were seizing planes.
Problem with you educated people. The paper is reporting that he took that amount. You're still looking for evidence.
No. The paper is see. Hold on. The paper is reporting that EFCC accused him.
Okay.
And then he is pleading not guilty to it and admitting to doing all these things.
There were several.
There were several others, like FFK received some of that money. The guy who's on our rise,
the guy who did the airline thing, the airline scam, Then there was the how much did Abacha himself took out of the country? How much?
No, that Abacha was like way before. Was during
Yeah, I'm
Jonathan's.
saying, I'm just trying to tell him.
Okay, so
Nobody hears.
this was during Jonathan's time. So what they were accusing him of was there were several unauthorized monies taken out of central bank, okay, that they were putting in a fund for Jonathan's re-election campaign. That's where the 47 million comes from. That was his split. They all split the
Exactly.
money. So that was his share. He kept $47 million. It was way more than that. So they arrested other people. The guy from Arise that this guy just Ruben what's his name?
Abati. Some of them
Ruben
returned the money,
Abati,
as a matter of fact.
FFK, they all split the money, all right? So then there was some monies that was stopped in South Africa twice that they purportedly wanted to use to employ mercenaries into Nigeria or to buy weapons from them because we had the Boko Haram thing, it was hitting up, and then they thought the country was probably going to go to war. Twice South Africa got information. Who leaked the information? What intelligence? How they got it? We don't know. But they stopped the monies. In fact,
I'll see you guys with Daily Ogun tomorrow.
and they took they
I
stopped
got
the
it.
planes.
Yeah.
They stopped the planes in South Africa. Good night. And then
Thank you for coming in.
They seized the money in South Africa. So it wasn't just that $1.4 billion. There were billions of dollars that was just going out of Nigeria.
I speak the truth. I think I'm beginning to see a pattern.
Yeah.
Whenever a new government comes into office, they arrest the previous one. They find one person to arrest on the previous one, accuse them of some huge sums of money they've stolen, like Emefiele is going through now. And maybe there is truth in between them, but the headline is often not the case.
Well, there's truth to it, but what do you do when you first acquire power? You make sure, at least in the African political sphere, even here in the United States, anywhere, what do? You have to degrade the power of a potential rival. It's just anywhere, any organization. So who could possibly be a problem to me? I'm taking them out, which is what happens in Nigeria. So it's not like these monies weren't missing, but at the same time, guess what? They reached an agreement and certain people were untouchable. They could have arrested Goodluck Jonathan himself and his wife and people like Alamasia that died. But they reached an agreement like, okay, because of the peaceful transition of power for the unity of the country and to ease the tension, XYZ people, we're not going to touch you, return XYZ amount of money. Because if they really wanted to, they could have locked up Jonathan because he had a case involving oil wells that he sold with what was it, Etibet, the Don Etibet, that they sold some oil wells in choice oil wells for $1 billion, even though it was worth way more than that. And they caught Jonathan on the Italian court that prosecuted the case, caught him on a wiretap, and that was when they nicknamed him. His nickname by Italian intelligence was Fortunato. When you see the court documents and they're talking about Fortunato, that was Goodluck Jonathan. So so they conspired. All that is treason, anyways. They conspired to defraud Nigeria, and they all kept the money. So it was a lot of corruption in Jonathan's government, and this is why it irks me when I hear people try to defend corruption.
There's corruption in all Nigerian governments.
Because if they understand the magnitude of corruption that goes on in that country on a daily basis, I swear a lot of people, they would have burnt down that freaking country a long time ago.
I think I speak the truth. I'm worried that some of your perspective on things are not necessarily. We need to get them right, because if you want to burn something down, we want to know exactly what we are burning down stuff for. And I think we need to do a bit more work. And personally, that's my own view. This is not like a must. We need to do a bit more work in terms of checking data out properly. Like this type of information, if I find it, I would like to dig deeper. And before that, I will be going with what I see on the surface, because people are wicked. They malign each other because they don't like each other anymore. Look at what they are doing to Emefiele now. All the stuff they're accusing Emefiele of. If he is so guilty, why is it so hard to convict him? This is kind of mumu stuff. That's the same thing they did with Nnamdi Kanu. He's so guilty, you can't even convict him. You can't do anything properly. I find that incredible.
When you say so, oh my God, like now you're gonna have me talking again. So let's are you trying to tell me now that you do not think all these monies that we're saying was seized in South Africa, was found in people's bank accounts like Dasuki's? Are you trying? Why do you think there's any ran away from Nigeria?
She stole money now.
Okay.
The reason why I'm saying it is because when people steal money and some other people want to go and catch them, and they too are thieves, you have to be careful. If those people steal 100 million, they'll come and tell you that they stole a billion, while they themselves stole 900 million and then jail the other one for 100
But the
million.
point is they stole money.
Yes, I agree with you. So you have to weigh what is going on. You have to look at both. You don't just buy. I agree with the corruption aspect. You will deal with that. But the other one too is also being corrupt while reporting that to you. So you deal with both of them. You have
So
to know what you're fighting.
you want the police to lock himself up, even though
Oh
he
no,
was
no,
caught
no,
a
no, no.
thief. Like, what are you even talking about?
No, the idea is that you have to understand so that the person you are looking at that is prosecuting them, if you don't look very well, you think, oh, this guy is doing a good job, he's prosecuting this one.
I
But
don't
they
care.
too
I'm
are
not
stealing
looking
money.
very well. My eyes is blurry. My vision is. I need a freaking cane. I don't care. As far as they catch themselves, and I don't care if 1, 10, 20. Let them keep eliminating each
To
other.
an extent, I have actually said something like that. So to an
That is
extent, I
good
agree with
enough
that.
for me. Why would I care that, oh well, he's not going to prosecute himself? So,
I
but
think to an
he's
extent, I agree with
prosecuting.
that. But if I'm watching it and I want to, let's say you have the power to start changing the system. Obviously, if you have the power to do that, then you're going to look at that one that stole 100 because you are not aware. Then the one that stole 900 million, that's the one you go for
Then
first.
let them go to court and prove that they stole less than what they are accusing them of. So then you will explain to me, the people, how it is your right. Oh, I didn't steal 500 million. I stole $100 million. Oh, good. You know what? Maybe if forefathers was president, he'll give you some kind of sainthood or medal. But guess what? The rest of us are complaining. You weren't even supposed to steal $1. You stole.
Are you literally saying that I'm the one that recommended capital punishment for embezzling public funds?
I don't care what you recommend. The president of Nigeria today, I promise you, if you ask him, he'll say, "Oh yeah, if you give me the opportunity, I'll recommend capital punishment." They can pay lip service to
No,
everything.
he
They
doesn't.
won't care. That's what I'm saying. They won't. They don't care. They don't care. So you're the same
But
way.
I do.
You
I do.
just.
Maybe you don't believe me, but I do. It doesn't matter.
How
Anyway.
do you do when you're always here giving an excuse why one corruption is better than another corruption?
Because it's actually factual. One is bigger than the other.
It's still
You don't see
corruption.
one. Yes. I'm not changing the name. It's just the size.
You just made an example just now. Well, what if they didn't really steal $2 billion, but they only stole $100 million? Well, why don't you try to steal $100 million from the Communist Party in China and
But
watch
that is not an excuse. I'm trying to.
where your head is going to be?
But
I'm trying to
Use your
say
head
that
to play
if that
soccer.
person steal 100 million and they say they stole 2 billion, you
What's
have to
the
be careful because
what
some other
is
person is stealing the
what
others.
what is the
I know, but
difference?
forefathers, the point actually from a security perspective, it's not that Dasuki, for example, which applies even more so for Buhari, and it's going to be even more so for Tinubu, right? It's not that they stole the money, which is bad enough, that's corruption, but the money they stole is made for buying weapons to fight Boko Haram. So because they did not spend that money, a lot of our troops were decimated and a lot of civilians.
Very, that's what they call serious aggravating factor.
Exactly.
And for me, that one is a given, isn't it? Execution, period. You've
Right. So
caused
now,
loss of life.
what I'm saying to you is that you cannot do the execution unless you change the system. I just told you the reason why Buhari busted this guy is not because he committed corruption, fraud, and all that. He busted him because Buhari came in as a former military guy. This Dasuki is a northerner that was working for a southern president, right? So he was Igbo-nized pretty much, right? You have to understand that because it's very important. Now, what is Jonathan's sin? He has an Igbo name. He's not an Igbo man. If you see the Yorubas, they don't want to vote for him. They hated him. They say he was horrible. He was corrupt. And they wouldn't give him a second term. This is a guy, he's not the lightest bulb in the room, but he's a civilian. He's a Democrat. He's smarter than Buhari. He's smarter than Tinubu and all that stuff, right? Even now, they want to bring him back to be APC's candidate in the last election somehow, right? So what I'm saying to you is that because you have this animosity and tribalism in the country, it cannot work. No matter what, when we're telling you that the corruption is not just your basic corruption, if you go and check what Buhari did before he left, now we know they grabbed Emefiele, right? But if you go and you look at Buhari's nephew, the wealth he's accumulated, how he used to be a tout not long ago. Buhari's nephew, I forget his name now. I think they call him Tunde as a nickname. He's the richest. If you go and look at Buhari's wife, how wealthy she is in Dubai and everything. If you look at Buhari himself, now he's sternly, you could Google this now. He warned Jonathan, he warned Buhari, if anybody call me for any question, I'm gonna deal with you. Google it, you're gonna see. So he said that. Imagine if somebody came into office, if I come into office as president and you had left me, so I'm gonna probe you why you would say something like that, right? So unless you restructure the country, there's not amount of money you're gonna budget for security. That's not gonna be. They're gonna steal the money. Anyway, I'm giving you back your.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to be closing now. We've stayed too long. Actually, we should have finished in 3 hours, but as always, we always.
You're muted or something. I don't know. Is that me?
You're muted.
Who's muted?
Forefathers muted.
Forefathers, you muted.
Forefathers, you're muted.
He's so stubborn that if you tell him he's muted, he doesn't believe it. I'm telling you, he won't believe it that he's muted. Just leave him. Leave him.
He's still talking to himself, oh.
He doesn't believe me.
Forefathers, you muted.
It's terrible.
You're right over something.
Okay, Jagan, go on then. I mean, you got something to say?
Yeah,
really, I've just been really listening. I've been listening to the tune and throwing, and I think it was sufficient for the evening. I don't think I've got much to add, really. Even though I think that this is a big question. I don't think it's 9 o'clock with me, so listening. I'm in listening phase as opposed to talking. I see this brother, man. He's explaining deeply.
He's still yapping away.
With facts and figures going up and down. He's enjoying himself for. Poor forefather.
I think he just realized it.
Has he?
Oh,
He hasn't realized.
He got a stunned look on his face.
He's got their headphones on and they can't be working.
Yo.
Unless he turned off his ears too. In essence, his mic.
He may have. May have. Forefather, you are not being heard.
Yo, he's really giving a presidential speech.
He really is, man. With everything.